Midnight Tides by Stephen Erickson. Series Malazan Book of the Fallen, Book 5, Part 3, Chapter 18. Expectancy stands alone and crowds the vast emptiness, this locked chest of a chamber, with its false floor the illusory dais on which four-legged carpentry of stretcher-bearers crouches the throne. Of tomorrow's glory when the hunters come down, from the cut-wood gloom stung hard to pursuit, the shadows of potentates, and pretenders, but he holds fast, the privileged indifference. That is fruitless patience. Expectancy stands ever alone before this eternally, empty, so very empty throne. Hold of the empty throne, derelict. Ashes swirling on all sides, the river a snake of sludge, spreading its stain into the dead bay. The Neric youth squatted at the edge of the sacred land. Behind him, the others sat round their precious hearth and continued arguing. The youth knew enough to wait. Consecrated ground. They had huddled on it whilst the sorcerer's storms raged, destroying the village of the Herot, flattening the forests around them, and the fires that burned for days afterwards could not lash them with their heat. And now the cinders had cooled, no more sparks danced in the wind, and the bloated bodies of dead wild animals that had crowded the river mouth had broken loose some time in the night just past, drawn out to the sea and the waiting sharks. His knife-sharer came to his side and crouched down. "Their fear holds them back," he said, "and yet it is that very fear that will force them to accept. They have no choice. I know, when you first spoke of your dreams, I believed you. Yes. Our people have not dreamed since the Letheras conquered us. Our nights were empty, and we believed they would be so for all time until the last Neric died, and we were no more a people. But I saw the truth in your eyes. We have shared the knife, you and I did not doubt." "I know, brother," the eldest of the Neric called out behind them, a voice harsh with anger. "It is decided. The two of you will go, by the old paths, to make your travel swift." Youth and knife brother both rose and swung round. The eldest nodded. "Go, find Trull Beddict." The two Nerics stepped out into the gritty ash and began the journey south. The birth of dreams had revealed once more the old paths, the ways through and between worlds. It would not take long. Fear, Sengar led him into a secluded glade, the sounds of the reedied army distant and muted. As soon as Trull took his first stride into the clearing, his brother spun round, forearm hard against his throat, weight driving him back until he struck the bole of a tree where fear held him. "You will be silent. No more of your doubts, not to anyone else, and not to me."
"You are my brother, and that alone is why I have not killed you outright. Are you hearing me, Trull?" He was having trouble breathing, yet he remained motionless, his eyes fixed on Fear's. "Why do you not answer?" Still he said nothing. With a snarl, Fear drew his arm away and stepped back. "Kill me, would you?" Trull continued to lean against the tree. He smiled. "From behind, then, a knife catching me unawares. Otherwise, brother, you would be hard-pressed." Fear looked away,
then nodded. "Yes, a knife in the back. Yes, because if I have my spear, it's equally likely that you would be killed, not me." Fear glared at him, then the anger slowly drained from his eyes. "It must stop, Trull. We are about to go into battle. And you doubt my ability?" "No, only your willingness." "Well, yes, you are right to doubt that, but I will do as you command. I will kill Letheras for you, for the Emperor, for our people, no, for you, Fear. Otherwise, you would be well advised to question my ability, indeed, to remove me from command, from this entire absurd war. Send me away, to the northernmost villages of the Den Ratha, where there are likely to be a few thousand Edur who chose to remain behind. There are none such, of course there are, a handful, more than you think, and yes, I have been tempted to join them. Rhulad would not permit it. He would have to kill you. I know, Fear began pacing. The Krisnan, they said Rhulad was killed yesterday. In trait. Then he returned. There can be no doubt now, brother. Our emperor cannot be stopped. His power does naught but grow. You are seeing this wrong, Fear. He paused, looked over. What do you mean? Our emperor cannot be stopped. I do not see it that way. All right. How do you see it, Trull? Our brother is doomed to die countless deaths. Die, rise and die again. Our brother Fear, the youngest among us. That is how I see it. And now I am to embrace the power that has done this to Rhulad. I am to serve it, lend it my skills with the spear. I am to carve an empire for it. Are his deaths without pain, without horror? Is he not scarred? How long, Fear, can his sanity hold on? There he stands, a young warrior bedecked in a gold nightmare. His flesh puckered and mangled, and weapons shall pierce him. He knows it. He knows he will be killed again and again. Stop, Trull. Like a child, Fear placed his hands over his ears and turned away. Stop. Who is doing this to him? Stop. Trull subsided. Tell me, brother, do you feel as helpless as I do? Fear faced him once more, his expression hardening anew. Voice your doubts if you must, Trull, but only to me in private. Very well. Now a battle awaits us. It does. A herd of deer had been startled from the forest fringe south of Cata River, darting and leaping as they fled across the killing field. On the earthen ramparts outside High Fort's walls, Morosh Nevath stood beside his queen and his prince. Before them, in a motionless row, were arrayed the 4 sorcerers of Janol's cadre, wrapped in cloaks against the morning chill, while to either side and along the length of the fortified berm waited the heavy infantry companies of the Queen's battalion. Flanking each company were massive wagons, and on each squatted a Dresh ballista, its magazine loaded with a 36 quarrel rack. Spare racks waited nearby on the ramped loader. The heavily armoured crew gathered round, nervously scanning the line of woods to the north. The Ida are moving down, Prince Krillers said. We should see them soon. The deer had settled on the killing field and were grazing. Morok glanced to the lesser berm to the east. 2 more companies were positioned there. The gap between the 2 ramparts was narrow and steep-sided, and led directly to a corner bastion on the city's wall, where ballistae and mangonels commanded the approach. The prince's own mage cadre, 3 lesser sorcerers, were positioned with a small guard on the rampart immediately south of the dry gully, tucked in the angular indentation of High Fort's walls. The old drainage course wound a path down from the minor range of hills 1,000 paces to the north. 3 additional ramparts ran parallel to the dry gully, on which were positioned the forward elements of the Grass Jackets Brigade. The easternmost and largest of these ramparts also held a stone-walled fort, and it was there that the brigade commanders had placed their own mage cadre. Additional ramparts were situated in a circle around the rest of High Fort, and on these waited reserve elements of the brigades and battalions, including elements of heavy cavalry. Lining the city's walls and bastions was High Fort's own garrison. To Morok's thinking, this imminent battle would be decisive. The treachery of the Edior that had been revealed at Trait would not be repeated here, not with 11 sorcerers present among the Letheri forces. Wraiths! The shout came from one of the Queen's officers, and Morok Nevath returned his attention to the distant tree line. The deer had lifted their heads, were staring fixedly at the forest edge. A moment later, they bolted once more, this time in a southwest direction, reaching the loggers' road, down which they bounded until lost in the mists. On the other side of the killing field pasture in peaceful times, shadows were flowing out from between the boles, vaguely man-shaped, drawing up into a thick mass that then stretched out into a rough line, 300 paces long and scores deep. Behind them came huge, lumbering demons, near twice the height of a man, perhaps 100 in all, that assembled into a wedge behind the line of wraiths. Finally, to either side appeared warriors, Tiste Edur to the right of the wedge, and a horde of small, fur-clad savages on the far left. "Who are they?" Prince Quillers asked. "Those on the far flank? They are not Edur." The Queen shrugged. "Some lost band of Neric, perhaps." "I would judge 1,000, no more than that, and poorly armed and armoured." "Fodder," Morok said. "The Edur have learned much from us, it seems." A similar formation was assembling north of the Lesser Berm, although there both flanking forces were Tiste Edur. "The wraiths will charge first," Morok predicted, "with the demons behind them seeking to break our lines. And there, signal flags from the grass jackets. They have no doubt sighted their own enemy ranks. Were you the Edur commander," Quillers said, "what would you do? The attack cannot be as straightforward as it now seems, can it?" "If the commander is a fool, it can," Janel said. "The sorcery will prove mutually negating, as it always does. Thus the battle shall be blade against blade." Morok thought for a moment, then said, "I would make use of the dry gully and seek a sudden charge against your mage cadre, Prince. They would become visible and vulnerable for the last 50 or 60 paces of the charge, Finad. The bastions will slaughter them, and if not them, then the westernmost company of the grass jackets can mount a downslope charge into their flank, thus leaving their rampart underdefended. Use the dry gully as a feint, and a reserve force to then rush the rampart and seize it. That rampart crouches in the shadow of High Fort's largest bastion tower, Finad. The Edur would be slaughtered by the answering enfilade." After a moment, Morok nodded. "It is as you say, Prince." "I admit I see nothing advantageous to the Tiste Edur." "I agree," Prince Quillers said. Strangely quiet, Morok mused after a time as the enemy forces assembled. "It's the wraiths and demons, Finad. No soldiers like thinking of those. The mages will annihilate them," Janel pronounced. She was dressed in elaborate armour, her helm filigreed in silver and gold. Her sword was the finest Letheri steel, but the grip was bound gold wire, and the pommel a cluster of pearls set in silver. Beadwork covered her tabard. Beneath, Morok knew, was steel scale. He did not think she would find need to draw her sword. Even so, the Finad swung about and gestured to an aide, whom he then drew to one side. "Ready? The Queen's horses in the south lee of the west bastion?" "Yes, sir." Something was wrong. Morok felt it as he watched the aide hurry off. He scanned the sky, grey. Either the sun would burn through or there would be rain. He returned to his original position and studied the distant ranks. They're in position. Where are the chants, the exhortations, the ritual curses? They see the doom awaiting them, Quillers said, and are silenced by terror. A sudden stirring among the Queen's mages. Alertness, Janel noticed and said, "Prepare the lines, the Edur have begun sorcery." "What kind?" Morok asked. The Queen shook her head. "Betrayers' balls," the Finad muttered. It felt wrong, terribly wrong. Alrada An had drawn his cutlass and was grinning. "I never understood you spear-wielders. This will be close fighting, Trull Sengar. They will hack the shaft from your hands. They will try. Blackwood will not shatter, as you know, nor shall my grip." Standing behind the wedge of demons was a Kristnan. The warlock's comrade was with the other force, also positioned behind a demon cohort. Hanradi Kalag commanded there, and the Kristnan in his charge was his son. Banaga and 1,000 of his Jek were just visible in a basin to the west. Another 1,000 were moving down the gully, whilst the third 1,000 accompanied the easternmost force along with wraiths and demons. It occurred to Trull that he knew almost nothing of the huge armoured demons bound to this war by the Kristnan, not even the name by which they called themselves. Warriors of the Arapae and Heroth were massed along the forest line. less than a third of their total numbers visible to the enemy. Outwardly, the dominant Edur army would appear to be the central one, Hanradi Halag's 18,000 Heroth and Marud, but in truth, Fear's force here in the forest amounted to almost 23,000 Edur warriors, and arrayed among them were wraiths in numbers beyond counting. Tendrils of grey mist swirled round the nearest Krishnan, forming a fluid web that began to thicken, then rise. Thread-thin strands snaked out, entwining the nearest ranks of Edur, flowing out like roots, embracing all within sight, barring the wraiths and the demons. In a billowing grey wall, the sorcery burgeoned. Trull felt it playing over him, and its touch triggered a surge of nausea that he barely defeated. From the Letheri cadre, a wave of raging fire rose in answer, building with a roar directly in front of the rampart, then plunging swift and savage across the killing field. As suddenly as that, the battle was begun. Trull stared as the massive wall of flame rushed towards them. At the last moment, the grey skein rushed out, colliding with the wave and lifting it straight up in explosive columns, pillars that spiraled with silver fire. And Trull saw within the flames the gleam of bones. Thousands, then hundreds of thousands, as if the fire's very fuel had been transformed. Towering higher, 50-man heights, then 100, 200, filling the sky. The conjoined wave then began toppling, fiery pillars heaving over towards the Letheri entrenchments. Even as they plunged earthward, the wraiths from the forest and those in the foremost line launched into a rushing attack. The wedge of demons promptly vanished. It was the signal Trull and the other officers had been waiting for. "Weapons ready!" He had to bellow to make himself heard. The wave struck. First the killing field, and the ground seemed to explode, churning as if a multitude of miners' picks had struck the earth, deep, tearing loose huge chunks that were flung high into the air. Dust and flames, the clash of split bones ripping the flat expanse, a sound like hail on sheets of iron, onward onto the slopes of the ramparts. In its wake, a flowing sea of wraiths. Forward! And then the Edur were running across broken, steaming ground. Behind them, thousands pouring from the forest edge. Trull saw all too clearly as the wave of burning, hammering bones reached the entrenchments. A blush of crimson, then pieces of human flesh, danced skyward, a wall rising, severed limbs flailing in the air. Fragments of armour, the shattered wood of the bulwarks, skin and hair. The Queen's cadre was engulfed, bones rushing in to batter where they had been. A moment later, the mass exploded outward in a hail of shards, and of the 4 sorcerers who had been standing there a moment earlier, only 2 remained, sheathed in blood and reeling. A demon rose from the ravaged earth in front of them, mace swinging. The mage it struck seemed to fold bonelessly around it, and his body was tossed through the air. The last sorcerer staggered back, narrowly avoiding the huge weapon's deadly path. She gestured, even as a hail of heavy quarrels hammered into the demon. Trull heard its squeal of pain. Flickering magic swarmed the demon as it spun round and toppled, sliding down the blood-soaked slope, the mace tumbling away. Other demons had appeared among the remnants of the Letheri soldiery, flailing bodies flying from their relentless path. Another wave of sorcery, this time from somewhere to the southeast, a rolling column, crackling with lightning as it swept crossways on the killing field. Plunging into the advancing ranks of wraiths, they melted in their hundreds as the magic tore through them. Then the sorcery struck Hanradi Halag's warriors, scything a path through the press. The Marud chief's son counterattacked, another surge of grey, tumbling bones. A rampart to the east vanished in a thunderous detonation, but hundreds of Edur lay dead or dying on the field. Deafened, half-blinded by dust and smoke, Trull and his warriors reached the slope, scrambled upward and came to the first trench. Before them stretched an elongated pit filled with unrecognizable flesh, split bones and spilled organs, strips of leather and pieces of armor. The air was thick with the stench of ruptured bowels and burnt meat. Gagging, Trull stumbled across, his moccasins plunging down into warm pockets, lifting clear sheathed in blood and bile ahead, a raging battle. Wraiths swarming over soldiers, demons with mauls and maces, crushing the Letheri, closing on them from all sides. Others with double-bladed axes, cleaving wide spaces round themselves. But ballista quarrels were finding them one by one. Trull watched a demon stagger, twice impaled. Then soldiers rushed in, swords hacking, and then he and his company closed with the enemy. Morok Nevath stumbled through the dust, the screaming soldiers and the fallen bodies, bellowing his prince's name. But Quillers was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Janel. Only one mage remained from the cadre, launching attack after attack on some distant enemy. A company of heavy infantry had moved up to encircle her, but they were fast dying beneath an onslaught of Tiste Edur. The Finad, blood draining from his ears after the concussion of the wave of bones, still held his sword, the Letheri's steel obliterating the occasional wraith that ventured near. He saw one Edur warrior, the spear a blur in his hands, leading a dozen or so of his kin ever closer to the surviving mage. But Morok was too far away. Too many heaving bodies between them, and he could only watch as the warrior broke through the last of the defenders and lunged at the mage, driving his spear into her chest, then lifting her entire, the spear shaft bowing as he flung her spasming body to one side. The iron point of the spear broke free in a stream of blood. Reeling away, Morok Nevath began making his way to the south slope of the rampart. He needed a horse. He needed to bring the mounts closer.
For the prince, the queen. Somewhere to the east, a roar of sound, and the ground shook beneath him. He staggered, then his left leg swept out, skidding on slime, and something snapped in the Finad's groin. Pain lanced through him. Swearing, he watched himself fall, the ruptured ground rising in front of him, and landed heavily. Burning agony in his left leg, his pelvis up the length of his spine. Still swearing, he began dragging himself forward, his sword lost somewhere in his wake.
Bones, burning, plunging from the sky. Bodies exploding where they struck. Crushing pressure, the air roiling and screaming like a thing alive. The sudden muting of all noise, the outrageous cacophony of grunts as 1,000 men died all at once. A sound that Morok Nevath would never forget. What had the bastards unleashed? The Letheri were broken, fleeing down the south slope of the rampart. Wraiths dragged them down. Tiste Edur hacked at their backs and heads as they pursued. Trull Sengar clambered onto a heap of corpses, seeking a vantage point. To the east, on the two berms that he could see, the enemy were shattered. Jek veered into silver-backed wolves, had poured up from the gully alongside a horde of wraiths to assault what had survived of the Letheri defences. Mage fire had ceased. In the opposite direction, Banaga had led his own beasts south, skirting the foremost rampart, to attack the reserve positions on the west side of the city. There had been enemy cavalry there, and the horses had been driven to panic by the huge wolves rushing into their midst. A dozen demons had joined the Jek, forcing the Letheri into a chaotic retreat that gathered up and carried with it the southernmost elements. Companies of Arape Edur were following in Benaga's wake. Trull swung to face north and saw his brother standing alone above a body on the far side of the killing field. The Christnen. Trull. He turned. Alrada Achn.
"You are wounded." I ran onto a sword held by a dead man. The gash was deep and long, beginning just below the warrior's left elbow and continuing up into his shoulder. "Find yourself a healer," Trull said. "Before you bleed out, I shall. I saw you slay the witch." A statement to which Alarada added nothing. "Where is Kanath?" Trull asked. "I do not see my troop, scattered. I saw Kanath dragging Badar from the press." Badar was dying.
Trull studied the blood and fragments of flesh on the iron point of his spear. He was young. He was blooded Trull. Trull glanced over at High Fort's walls. He could see soldiers lining it, the garrison witness to the annihilation of the Letheri manning the outer defences. The nearest bastion was still launching quarrels, tracking the few demons still in range. I must join my brother, Al-Arada. See if you can gather our warriors. There may be more fighting to come. Huddled in the lee of the west wall, Morok Nevath watched a dozen wolves pad from one heap of corpses to another. The beasts were covered in blood. They gathered round a wounded soldier. There was a sudden flurry of snarls, and the twitching body went still. All over. So fast. Decisive indeed. He had never found the horses. On the rampart opposite him, 80 paces distant, a score of Tiste Edur had found Prince Quillas, dishevelled but alive. Morok wondered if the Queen's corpse lay somewhere beneath the mounds of broken flesh. Beadwork unstrung and scattered in the welter, her jewelled sword still locked in its scabbard, the ambitious light in her eyes dulled and drying and blind to this world. It seemed impossible. But so did all these dead Letheri, these obliterated battalions and brigades. There had been no negation of magic. The 11 mages had been destroyed by the counterattack. A battle had been transformed into a slaughter, and it was this inequity that stung Morok the deepest. He and his people had been on the delivering end time and again until it seemed inherently just and righteous. Something went wrong. There was treachery. The proper course of the world has been upended. The words repeating in his head were growing increasingly bitter. It is not for us to be humbled, ever. Failure drives us to succeed tenfold. All will be put right again. It shall. We cannot be denied our destiny. It began to rain. An Edur warrior had seen him and was approaching, sword held at the ready. The downpour arrived with vigour as the tall figure came to stand before Morok Nevath. In trader's tongue he said, "I see no wounds upon you, soldier." "Torn tendon, I think," Morok replied. "Painful, then? Have you come to kill me?" A surprised expression. "You do not know. The garrison surrendered. High Fort is fallen." "What of it?" "We come as conquerors, soldier. What value killing all of our subjects?" Morok looked away. "Letheri, conquer. We are never conquered. You think this battle means anything? You have revealed your tactics, Edur? This day shall not be repeated, and before long you will be the subjugated ones, not us." The warrior shrugged. "Have it your way then, but know this. The frontier has fallen. Trait, High Fort, and Shake Fort. Your famous brigades are routed, your mage cadres dead. Your queen and your prince are our prisoners, and we begin our march on Letheras." The Tiste Edur walked away. Morok Nevath stared after him for a time, then looked round, and saw Letheri soldiers, stripped of weapons but otherwise unharmed, walking from the fields of battle, onto the loggers' road, and south on the Kata road, simply walking away. He did not understand. "We will reassemble, pull back, and equip ourselves once more. There is nothing inevitable to this. Nothing." Wincing, he forced himself to move away from the wall, a familiar voice shouting his name. He looked up, recognized an officer from the Queen's entourage. The man bore minor wounds, but otherwise seemed hale. He quickly approached. "Finad, I am pleased to see you alive. I need a horse. We have them, Finad. How was the Queen captured?" Morok demanded. "Why did you not die defending her?" "A demon," the man replied. "It was among us in the blink of an eye. It had come to take her. We could not prevent it. We tried. Finad, we tried." "Never mind. Help me up. We must ride south. I need a healer." Trull Sengar picked his way across the killing field. The rain was turning the churned ground into a swamp. The bones of the sorcery had vanished. He paused, hearing piteous cries from somewhere off to his right. A dozen paces in that direction, and he came upon a demon. 4 heavy quarrels had pierced it. The creature was lying on its side, its bestial face twisted with pain. Trull crouched near the demon's mud-smeared head. Can you understand me? Small blue eyes flickered behind the lids, fixed on his own eyes. Arbiter of life, denier of mercy, I shall die here. The voice was thin, strangely childlike. I shall call a healer. Why? To fight again, to relive terror and grief. You were not a warrior in your world, a caster of nets, warm shoals, a yellow sky. We cast nets.
All of you. What war is this? Why have I been killed? Why will I never see the river again? My mate, my children, did we win? I shall not be long. I will return. I promise. Trull straightened, went on to where stood Fear, and now a dozen others. The Krishnan was alive, surrounded by healers, none of whom seemed capable of doing anything for the figure writhing in the mud. As Trull neared, he saw more clearly the young warlock. Twisted, deformed, his skin peeling in wet sheets, and eyes filled with awareness, Fear stepped into Trull's path and said, "It is the sword's sorcery, the gift-giver's own, channeled from the weapon into Rhulad, and from Rhulad to whomever he may choose. Yet," he hesitated, "the body cannot cope. Even as it destroys the enemy, so it changes the wielder. This is what the women are telling me." His brother's face was pale, and nowhere in his expression could Trull see triumph or satisfaction at the victory they had won this day. Will he survive? They think so. This time. But the damage cannot be reversed. Trull, Hanradi's son, is dead. We have lost a Krishnan to this, Trull asked. To the sword's power, partly. The Letheri mages mostly, I think, given how badly burned he was. They resisted longer than we expected. Trull faced high fort. It has surrendered? Yes, a few moments ago, a delegation. The garrison is being disarmed. I was thinking of leaving Hanradi to govern. His spirit is much damaged. Trull said nothing to that. He moved past Fear and strode to the women gathered round the Krishnan. "One of you, please," he said. "There is healing I would have you attend to." An Arape woman nodded. "Wounded warriors, yes, preferable, lead me to them, not Edur, a demon," she halted. "Don't be a fool." "There are Edur who require my skills. I have no time for a demon." "Let it die. We can always acquire more." Something snapped in Trull, and before he was even aware of it, the back of his right hand was stinging, and the woman was on the ground, a stunned expression on her suddenly bloodied face. Then rage flared in her eyes. Fear pushed Trull back a step. "What are you doing?" "I want a demon healed," Trull said. He was trembling, frightened at the absence of remorse within him, even as he watched the woman pick herself up from the mud. "I want it healed, then, unbound and sent back to its realm." "Trull!" The woman snarled, then hissed, "The Empress shall hear of this. I will see you banished." Her companions gathered, all looking on Trull with raw hatred. He realized that his gesture had snapped something within them as well. "Unfortunate. How badly injured is it?" Fear asked. "It is dying. Then likely it has already done so. No more of this, Trull." He swung to the women. "Go among our warriors, all of you. I will see the Krishnan carried to our camp." "We will speak of this to the Empress," the first healer said, wiping at her face. "Of course, as you must." They stalked off into the rain. "The battle lust is still upon you, brother." "No, it isn't. Listen to me. It is how you will excuse your actions. And you will ask for forgiveness, and you will make reparations." Trull turned away. "I need to find a healer." Fear pulled him roughly round, but Trull twisted free. He headed off. He would find a healer, a Hirith woman, one who knew his mother, before word carried. The demon needed healing.
It was as simple as that. An indeterminate time later, he found himself stumbling among bodies. Dead Eda, the ones killed by the sorceress attack he recalled from earlier. Scorched, burnt so fiercely their faces had melted away. Unknown to his eyes and unknowable, he wandered among them, the rain pelting down to give the illusion of motion of life on all sides. But they were all dead. A lone figure nearby, standing motionless. A woman, her hands hanging at her sides. He had seen her before, a matron. Hunradi Khalag's elder sister, tall, hawk-faced, her eyes like onyx. He halted in front of her. "I want you to heal a demon." She did not seem to see him at all. "I can do nothing for them. My sons? I cannot even find them." He took one of her hands and held it tight. "Come with me." She did not resist as he led her away from the strewn corpses. "A demon?" "Yes. I do not know the name by which they call themselves. Kenil Ra. It means to sleep peacefully or something like that. The Marood were charged with making their weapons. They have been sorely used. They are not alone in that warrior." He glanced back at her, saw that awareness had returned to her eyes. Her hand held his now, and tightly. "You are the Emperor's brother, Trull Sengar?" "I am. You struck an Arape woman." "I did. It seems such news travels swiftly and mysteriously among the women." "Yes, and yet you will help me heal this demon. If it lives, I shall." "Why?" She did not reply. It took some time, but they finally found the creature. Its cries had ceased, but the woman released Trull's hand and crouched down beside it. "It lives still, Trull Sengar." She laid her palms on the demon's massive chest and closed her eyes. Trull watched the rain streaming down her face, as if the world wept in her stead. "Take the first of the quarrels. You will pull gently while I push each one slowly. I want it released. I cannot do that. It will not be permitted. Then I want it placed in my charge. You are the Emperor's brother. None will defy you. Except, perhaps, one of the Emperor's other brothers." He was pleased to see the crease of a smile on her thin features. "That trouble will be yours, not mine. Trull Sengar. Now, pull carefully." The demon opened its small eyes. It ran its massive hands over the places where wounds had been. Then it sighed. The healer stepped back. "I am done. There are bodies to gather." "Thank you," Trull said. She made no reply. Wiping rain from her face, she walked away. The demon slowly climbed to its feet. "I will fight again," it said. "Not if I have any say in the matter," Trull replied. "I would place you in my charge. To not fight, that would be unfair, Denier. I would witness the death of my kind, yet not share the risk or their fate. It is sad to die so far from home, then one among you must remain to remember them. That one will be you. What is your name?" "Lilac." Trull studied the sky. It seemed there would be no let-up in the downpour. "Come with me. I must speak to my brother." Tiste Edur warriors were entering the city. No Letherese soldiers were visible on the walls, or at the bastions. The gates had been sundered some time during the battle, struck by sorcery. Twisted pieces of bronze and splintered wood studded the muddy ground amidst strewn corpses. The demon had collected a double-bladed axe near the body of one of its kind, and now carried it over a shoulder. For all its size, Lilac moved quietly, shortening its stride to stay alongside Trull. He noted that the pattern of its breathing was odd. After a deep breath it took another, shorter one, followed by a faintly whistling exhalation that did not seem to come from its broad, flattened nose. "Lilac, are you fully healed?" "I am." Ahead lay the rampart where 4 mages had stood. 3 of them had been obliterated in the first wave of sorcery. On the berm's summit now were gathered Fear and a number of officers, and 2 prisoners. The slope was treacherous underfoot as Trull and the demon made their ascent. Red, muddy streams, bodies slowly sliding down. Wraiths moved through the rain as if still hunting victims. From the west came the low rumble of thunder. They reached the rampart's summit. Trull saw that one of the prisoners was Prince Quiller's. He did not seem injured. The other was a woman in mud-spattered armor. She wore no helmet and had taken a head wound, staining the left side of her face with streaks of blood. Her eyes were glazed with shock. Fear had turned to regard Trull and the demon. His expression closed. "Brother," he said tonelessly, "it seems we have captured 2 personages of the royal family. This is Queen Janal." "The prince expects we will ransom them," Fear said. "He does not seem to understand the situation." "And what is the situation?" Trull asked. "Our emperor wants these 2 for himself?" "Fear. We are not in the habit of parading prisoners." A flicker of rage in Fear's eyes, but his voice remained calm. "I see you have had your demon healed. What do you want?" "I want this Canilra in my charge." Fear studied the huge creature. Then he shrugged and turned away. "As you like. Leave us now, Trull. I will seek you out later, for a private word." Trull flinched. Very well. The world felt broken now, irreparably broken.
"Go! Come with me, Leylak," Trull said. He paused to glance over at Prince Quillas and saw the terror in the young Letheras' visage. Rhulad wanted him, and the Queen. Why? They walked the killing field, the rain pummeling down in a soft roar, devastation and slaughter on all sides. Figures were moving about here and there, Tiste Edur seeking fallen comrades, wraiths on senseless patrols. The thunder was closer. "There is a river," Lilac said. "I smelled it when we first arrived." "It is the same river as ran beneath the bridge." "Yes," Trull replied. "The Cata River. I would see it." "Why not?" They angled northwest, reached the loggers' road that ran parallel to the forest, and followed its 3-rutted track until the tree line thinned on their right, and the river became visible. "Ah," Lilac murmured, "it is so small." Trull studied the fast-flowing water, the glittering skin it cast over boulders. "A caster of nets," he said. "My home, Denier." The Tiste Edur walked down to the river's edge. He reached and plunged his blood-stained hand into the icy water. "Are there not fish in there?" Lilac asked. "I am sure there are. Why, in the river where I live, there are Pureel, the whiskered fish. They can eat a Canilra youth whole, and there are some in the deep lakes that could well eat an adult such as myself. Of course, we never venture onto the deeps. Are there no such creatures here?" "In the seas," Trull replied, "there are sharks. And of course there are plenty of stories of larger monsters, some big enough to sink ships. The Impurel then crawl onto shore and shed their skins, whereupon they live on land." "That is a strange thing," Trull said, glancing back at the demon. "I gather that casting nets is a dangerous activity then?" Lilac shrugged. "No more dangerous than hunting spiders, Denier. Call me Trull."
You are an arbiter of life, a denier of freedom. You are the stealer of my death. All right. Never mind. What war is this? A pointless one. They are all pointless, Denier. Subjugation and defeat breed resentment and hatred, and such things cannot be bribed away. Unless the spirit of the defeated is crushed, Trull said. Absolutely crushed, such as with the Nerik and the Farad and Tarthanal. I do not know those people, Denier.
"They are among those the Lethery, our enemy in this war, have conquered? And you think them broken?" "They are that, Lilac." "It may not be as it seems," Trull shrugged. "Perhaps you are right. Will their station change under your rule?" "I suspect not. If you understand all this, Denier, why do you fight?" The sound of moccasins on gravel behind them. Trull straightened and turned to see Fear approaching. In his hand was a leathery sword. Trull considered readying the spear strapped to his back, then decided against it. Despite what he'd said earlier, he was not prepared to fight his brother. "This weapon," Fear said as he halted 5 paces from Trull, "is Lether steel. I saw them on the field of battle. They defied the Krishnan sorcery when all else was destroyed. Swords, spearheads, undamaged. Trull studied his brother." "What of it?" Fear hesitated, then looked out on the river. "It is what I do not understand. How did they achieve such a thing as this steel? They are a corrupt, vicious people, Trull. They do not deserve such advances in craft." "Why them, and not us?" Trull asked. Then he smiled. "Fear, the Letheras are a forward-looking people, and so inherently driven. We Edur do not, and have never possessed such a force of will. We have our Blackwood, but we have always possessed that. Our ancestors brought it with them from Emolan." "Brother, we look back to the time when Father Shadow ruled over us," Fear cut in, his expression darkening. "Hannan Mosag speaks the truth. We must devour the Letheras. We must set a yoke upon them, and so profit from their natural drive to foment change. And what will that do to us, brother? We resist change. We do not worship it. We do not thrive in its midst the way the Letheras do. Besides, I am not convinced that theirs is the right way to live. I suspect their faith in progress is far more fragile than it outwardly seems. In the end, they must ever back up what they seek with force." Trull pointed to the sword. "With that, we shall guide them, Trull." Hannan Mosag understood this. You revise the past now. Fear, he was not intending to wage war on the Letheras. Not immediately true, but it would have come, and he knew it. So the Krishnan have told me. We had lost Father Shadow. It was necessary to find a new source of faith. A faceless one. Damn you, Trull. You knelt before him, no different from the rest of us. And to this day I wonder why. What about you, Fear? Do you wonder why you did as you did?" His brother turned away, visibly trembling. "I saw no doubt in Hannan Mosag, and so you followed. As did the rest of us, I suspect, one and all. We knelt before Rhulad, believing we saw in each other a certainty that did not in truth exist." With a roar, Fear spun round, the sword lifting high. It swung down, and was halted, suddenly by the demon whose massive hand had closed round Fear's forearm and held it motionless. "Release me!" "No," Lilac replied. "This warrior stole my death. I now steal his." Fear struggled a moment longer. Then, seeing it was hopeless, he sagged. "You can let him go now," Trull said. "If he attacks again, I will kill him," the demon said, releasing Fear's arm. "We followed Hannan Mosag," Trull said, "and yet what did we know of his mind? He was our warlock king, and so we followed. Think on this, Fear. He had sought out a new source of power, rejecting Father Shadow. True, he knew, as we did, that Skabandari Bloodeye was dead, or at best his spirit lived, but was lost to us. And so he made pact with something else. And he sent you and me, Binadas and Rhulad and the Bunes, to retrieve the gift that thing created for him. The fault lies with us, Fear, in that we did not question, did not challenge the Warlock King. We were fools, and all that is before us now, and all that will come, is our fault. He is the Warlock King, Trull, who arrived at absolute power over all the Edur. He held it and would not lose it, no matter what, and so he surrendered his soul, as did we when we knelt before Rhulad. Fear's eyes narrowed on him. You are speaking treason, brother. Against what? Against whom? Tell me. I truly want to know. Have you seen the face of our new god?
Were Binadas standing here and not I, Fear whispered, you would be dead now. And in our wondrous new empire, will that be the singular fate of all those who voice dissent? Fear looked down at the sword in his hand, then let it drop. Your warriors are awaiting you, Trull. In 2 days' time we resume our march, south to Letheras." He then turned and walked away. Trull watched him for a moment, then looked out on the river once more.
For every eddy in the current, in the lees of boulders and notches in the bank, the river rushed on, slave to relentless laws. When he had placed his hand in the water, it had quickly grown numb. Eventually, Lilac, we will make sense of this. The demon said nothing. Trull walked to a nearby boulder and sat down on it. He lowered his head into his hands and began to weep. After a time, the demon moved to stand beside him. Then a heavy hand settled on his shoulder. Chapter 19. Invisible in all his portions. This thick-skinned thing has borders, indivisible to every sentinel, patrolling the geography of arbitrary definitions, and yet the mountains have ground down, the fires died, and so streams. This motionless strand of sharp black sand where I walk, cutting my path on the coarse conclusions, countless teeth, have grated all lost now in this unlit dust. We are not, and have never been the runners green and fresh of life, risen from the crushed, severing extinctions, that one past, this one new, all hallowed and self-sure, but the dead strand moves unseen, the river of black crawls on to some wistful resolution, the place with no meaning, inconsequential in absence of strings and shadows, charting from then to now, and these stitched lines, finding this in that. Excerpt from The Black Sands of Time, in the collection Suicidal Poets of Darujhistan, edited by Haruk. The corpse beyond the pier was barely visible, a pallid patch resisting the roll of the waves. The shark that rose alongside it, to make a sideways lunge, was one of the largest ones Udinas had yet seen during the time he'd sat, looking out on the harbour, his legs dangling from the jetty's edge, gulls and sharks, the feast lasting the entire morning. The slave watched, feeling like a spectator before nature's incessant display, the inevitability of the performance leaving him oddly satisfied, entertained, in fact. Those who were owed, they sat equally sweet in the bellies of the scavengers, and this was a thing of wonder. The emperor would summon him soon, he knew. The army was stirring itself into motion somewhere beyond Trait's broken gates, inland. An oversized garrison of Tiste Edur was remaining in the city, enforcing the restitution of peace, normality. The once chief of the Denratha had been given the title of governor. That the garrison under his control was not of his own tribe was no accident. Suspicion had come in the wake of success, as it always did. Hannan Mosag's work. The emperor had been fraught of late, distracted, suffering, too often madness burned in his eyes. Mayen had beaten Featherwitch senseless, as close to killing the slave outright as was possible, in the vast tent that now served as Edur headquarters. Stolen from the train that had belonged to the Cold Clay Battalion, there had been rapes, slaves, prisoners. Perhaps Mayen simply did to others what Rhulad did to her. A compassionate mind might believe so. And as for the hundreds of noble women taken from the Letheri by Edur warriors, most had since been returned at the governor's command, although it was likely that many now carried half-blood seeds within them. The governor would soon accept the many requests to hear delegations from the various guilds and merchant interests, and a new pattern would take shape, unless, of course, the frontier cities were liberated by a victorious Letheri counterattack. Plenty of rumours, of course. Clashes at sea between Edur and Letheri fleets. Thousands sent to the deep. The storm seen far to the west the night before had signalled a mage war. The Ceda Kuru Qan had finally roused himself in all his terrible power. While Letheri corpses crowded the harbour, it was Edur bodies out in the seas beyond. Strangest rumour of all, the prison island of Second Maiden Fort had flung back a succession of Edur attacks, and was still holding out, and among the 500 convicted soldiers was a sorcerer who had once rivaled the Ceda himself. That was why the Edur army had remained camped here. They wanted no enemy still active behind them. Udinus knew otherwise. There might well be continued resistance in their wake, but the Emperor was indifferent to such things, and the Lethere fleet had yet to make an appearance. The Edur ships commanded Catasea as far south as the city of All. He drew his legs up and climbed to his feet, walked back down the length of the pier. The streets were quiet. Most signs of the fighting had been removed. The bodies and broken furniture and shattered pottery and a light rain the night before had washed most of the bloodstains away. But the air still stank of smoke, and the walls of the buildings were smeared with an oily grit. Windows gaped and doorways that had been kicked in remained dark. He had never much liked Trait, rife with thugs and the dissolute remnants of the Neric and Fent. The market stalls crowded with once holy icons and relics, with ceremonial artwork now being sold as curios, the talking sticks of chiefs, the medicine bags of shamans, Fent ancestor chests, the bones still in them. The harbour front streets and alleys had been crowded with Neric children selling their bodies, and over it all hung a vague sense of smugness, as if this was the proper order of the world. The roles settled out as they should be, Lethere dominant, surrounded by lesser creatures inherently servile, their cultures little more than commodities. Belief in destiny delivered its own imperatives. But here now the savages had arrived and a new order had been asserted, proving that destiny was an illusion. The city was in shock, with only a few malleable merchants venturing forth in the faith that the new ways to come were but the old ways, that the natural order, in fact, superseded any particular people. At the same time, they believed that none could match the Lethere in this game of riches, and so in the end they would win. The savages would find themselves civilized. Proof that destiny was anything but illusory. Udinas wondered if they were right. There were mitigating factors, after all. Tiste Edur lifespans were profoundly long. Their culture was both resilient and embedded. Conservative. Or so it was. Until Rhulad, until the sword claimed him. A short time later he strode through the inland gate and approached the Edur encampment. There seemed to be little organization to the vast array of tents. This was not simply an army, but an entire people on the move, a way of life to which they were not accustomed. Wraiths patrolled the outskirts. They ignored him as he passed the pickets. He had not heard from Wither, his own companion's shade, in a long time, but he knew it had not gone away, lying low with its secrets. Sometimes he caught its laughter, as if from a great distance, the timing always perverse. Rhulad's tent was at the center of the encampment, the entrance flanked by demons in boiled leather armor stained black, long-handled maces resting heads to the ground before them. Full helms hid their faces. "How many bodies have they dragged out today?" Udinas asked as he walked between them. Neither replied. There were 4 compartments within, divided by thick clothed walls fixed to freestanding bronze frames. The foremost chamber was shallow, but ran the breadth of the tent. Benches had been placed along the sides. The area to the right was crowded with supplies of various sorts, casks and crates and earthen jars. Passage into the main room beyond was between 2 dividers. He entered to see the Emperor standing before his raised throne. Mayen lounged on a looted couch to the left of the wooden dais, her expression strangely dulled. Feather Witch stood in the shadows against the wall behind the Empress, her face swollen and bruised, almost beyond recognition. Hannan Mosag and Trull Beddict were facing the Emperor, their backs to Udinas. The Warlock King's wraith bodyguard was not present. Hannan Mosag was speaking. "Of that, there is no doubt, sire." Coins had fallen from Rhulad's forehead, where the soldier's palm had struck when it broke his neck. The skin revealed was naught but scar tissue, creased where the skull's frontal bone had caved inward. That internal damage had healed since the dent was now gone. The Emperor's eyes were so bloodshot, They seemed nothing but murky red pools. He studied Hannan Mosag for a moment, apparently unaware of the spasms crossing his ravaged features, then said, "Lost kin? What does that mean?" "Tiste Edur," Hannan Mosag replied in his smooth voice. "Survivors from when our kind were scattered, following the loss of Skabandari Bludai. How are you certain of this?" "I have dreamed them, Emperor. In my mind I have been led into other realms, other worlds that lie alongside this one, Kureld Emiolan." "That realm is broken in pieces," Hannan Mosag said, "but yes, I have seen fragment worlds. In one such world dwell the Kenel Ra, the demons we have bound to us. In another, there are ghosts from our past battles." Trull Beddict cleared his throat. "Warlock King, are these realms the holds of my people?" "Perhaps, but I think not."
"That is not relevant," Rhulad said to Hull as he began pacing.
"Hannan Mosag, how fare these lost kin?"
"Poorly, sire.
"Some have lost all memory of past greatness. Others are subjugated." The Emperor's head swung round. "Subjugated?" "Yes, we must deliver them," Rhulad said, resuming his pacing, the macabre clicking sounds of coin edges snapping together the only sound to follow his pronouncement. Udinas moved unobtrusively to stand behind the throne. There was something pathetic to his mind about the ease with which the Warlock King manipulated Rhulad. Beneath all those coins and behind that mottled sword was a marred and fragile Edur youth. Hannan Mosag might have surrendered the throne in the face of Rhulad's power, but he would not relinquish his ambition to rule. "We will build ships," the Emperor resumed after a time, "in the Letheras style. I think large, seaworthy. You said there were Tiste Andi enclaves as well. We will conquer them, use them as slaves to crew our ships. We shall undertake these journeys once Lether has fallen, once our empire is won." "Sire, the other realms I spoke of, some will allow us to hasten our passage. There are gateways. I am seeking the means of opening them, controlling them. Provided there are seas, in those hidden worlds we can achieve swift travel." "Seas?" Rhulad laughed. "If there are no seas, Hannan Mosag, then you shall make them, sire. Open one realm upon another. An ocean realm, released into a desert realm." The Warlock King's eyes widened slightly. "The devastation would be terrible. Cleansing, you mean to say? After all, why should the Edur Empire confine itself to one world? You must shift your focus, Hannan Mosag. You are too limited in your vision." He paused, winced at some inner tremor, then continued in a strained tone. "It is what comes of power. Yes, what comes to see the vastness of things. Potentials, the multitude of opportunities. Who can stand before us, after all?" He spun round. "Udinas, where have you been at the harbour front, Emperor? Doing what? Watching the sharks feeding. Ha, you hear that? Hannan Mosag? Trull Beddict? He is a cold one, is he not, this slave of ours? We chose well indeed. Tell us, Udinas, do you believe in these secret realms? Are we blind to hidden truths, Emperor? I cannot believe otherwise." A start from Hannan Mosag, his eyes narrowing. Mayen suddenly spoke in a low drawl. "Feather Witch says this one is possessed?" No one spoke for a half-dozen heartbeats. Rhulad slowly approached Udinas. "Possessed by what? Mayen, did your slave yield that detail? The Wyval, do you not recall that event?" Hannan Mosag said, "Trull Sengar examined him, Empress. So she did, and found nothing, no poison in his blood." Rhulad's eyes searched his slave's face. "Udinas, I am as you see me, master. If there is a poison within me, I am not aware of it. Mistress Uruth seemed certain of her conclusion, else she would have killed me then. Then why should Feather Witch make such accusations?" Udinas shrugged. Perhaps she seeks to deflect attention so as to lessen the severity of the beatings. Rhulad stared at him a moment, then swung round. Beatings? There have been no beatings, an errant sorcerer's attack. Now who is seeking to deflect attention? Mayen said, smiling. You will take the word of a slave over that of your wife. The Emperor seemed to falter. Of course not, Mayen. He looked across to Hannan Mosag. What say you? The Warlock King's innocent frown managed the perfect balance of concern and confusion. Which matter would you have me speak of, sire? The presence of rival poison within this Udinas, or the fact that your wife is beating her slave? Mayen's laughter was harsh. Oh, Rhulad, I really did not think you believed me. My slave has been irritating me indeed. I am of a mind to find another, one less clumsy, less disapproving, as if a slave has the right to disapprove of anything. Disapprove? The Emperor asked. What? Why? Does a rival hide within Udinas or not? Mayen demanded, sitting straighter. Examine the slave, Hannan Mosag. Who rules here? Rhulad's shriek froze everyone. The Emperor's sword had risen, the blade shivering as shudders rolled through him. You would all play games with us. Mayen shrank back on the divan, eyes slowly widening in raw fear. The Emperor's fierce gaze was fixing on her, then the Warlock King, then back again. Everyone out, Rhulad whispered. Everyone but Udinas now. Hannan Mosag opened his mouth to object, then changed his mind. Hull Beddict trailing, the Warlock King strode from the tent. Mayen, wrapping herself in the silk-stitched blanket from the couch, hurried in their wake, Featherwitch stumbling a step behind. Wife? She halted. The family of the Sengar have never believed there was value in beating slaves. You will cease. If she is incompetent, then find another. Am I understood? Yes, sire, she said. Leave us. As soon as they were gone, Rhulad lowered the sword and studied Udinas for a time. We are not blind to all those who would seek advantage. The Warlock King sees us as too young, too ignorant, but he knows nothing of the truths we have seen. Mayen, she is as a dead thing beneath me. We should have left her to fear. That was a mistake. He blinked, as if recovering himself, then regarded Udinas with open suspicion. And you, slave, what secrets do you hide? Udinas lowered himself to one knee, said nothing. Nothing will be hidden from us, Rhulad said. Look up, Udinas. He did, and saw a wraith crouched at his side. This shade shall examine you, slave. It will see if you are hiding poison within you. Udinas nodded. Yes, do this, Rhulad. I am weary. I want an end. The wraith moved forward, then enveloped him. Oh, such secrets! He knew that voice and closed his eyes. Clever, whither, I assume you volunteered? So many left shattered, wandering lost, this bastard has used us sorely. Do you imagine we would willingly accede to his demands? I am unbound, and that has made me useful, for I am proof against compulsion where my kin are not. Can he tell the difference? Evidently he cannot. A trill of vaguely manic laughter. And what shall I find? Udinas, you must stay at this madman's side. He is going to Letheras, you see, and we need you there. Udinas sighed. Why? All in good time. Ah, you rail at the melodrama. Too bad. He, glean my secrets if you dare. You can, you know. No, now go away. Whither slipped back, resumed its swirling man-shape in front of Udinas. Rhulad released one hand from the sword to claw at his face. He spun round, took 2 steps, then howled his rage. Why are they lying to us? We cannot trust them. Not any of them, he turned. Stand, Udinas. You alone do not lie. You alone can be trusted. He strode to the throne and sat. We need to think. We need to make sense of this. Hannan Mosag. He covets our power, doesn't he? Udinas hesitated, then said, "Yes, sire, he does." Rhulad's eyes gleamed red. "Tell us more, slave. It is not my place. We decide what is your place. Speak. You stole his throne, Emperor, and the sword he believed was rightly his. He wants it still, does he?" A sudden laugh, chilling and brutal. "Oh, he's welcome to it. No, we cannot, mustn't. Impossible. And what of our wife?" "Mayen is broken. She wanted nothing real from her flirting with you. You were the youngest brother to the man she would marry. She sought allies within the Sengar household." He stopped there, seeing the spasms return to Rhulad, the extremity of his emotion too close to an edge, a precipice, and it would not do to send him over it. "Not yet, perhaps not at all. It's the poison within me, so hungry for vengeance, so spiteful. These are not my thoughts, not my inclinations. Remember that, Udinas, before you do worse than would Hannan Mosag." "Sire," he said softly, "Mayen is lost and hurting, and you are the only one who can help her." "You speak to save the slave woman," the Emperor said in a rough whisper. "Feather Witch knows only hatred for me, sire. I am an indebted, whilst she is not. My desire for her was hubris, and she would punish me for it. Your desire for her." Udinas nodded. "Would I save her from beatings? Of course I would, sire, just as you would do the same, as indeed you just did, not a moment ago. Because it is sordid. What am I to make of you, Udinas? A slave? An indebted, as if that could make you less in the eyes of another slave. The Letheras relinquish nothing, even when they are made into slaves. Sire, that is a truth the Tiste Edur have never understood. Poor or rich, free or enslaved, we build the same houses in which to live, in which to play out the old dramas. In the end, it does not matter whether destiny embraces us or devours us. Either is as it should be, and only the errant decides our fate." Rhulad was studying him as he spoke. The tremors had slowed. Trull Beddict struggled to say the same thing, but he is poor at words, and so failed. "Thus, Udinas, we may conquer them. We may command their flesh in the manner we command yours and that of your fellow slaves. But the belief that guides them, that guides all of you, that cannot be defeated."
"Barring annihilation, sire? And this errant, he is the arbiter of fate? He is, sire, and he exists, physically. I don't know. It doesn't matter." Rhulad nodded. "You are right, slave. It doesn't. Conquer Lether, and it will devour you, sire. Your spirit, your innocence." A strange smile twisted Rhulad's face. "Innocence. This from a short-lived creature such as you. We should take offense. We should see your head torn from your shoulders."
"You proclaim we cannot win this war. And what are we to think of that? The answer lies upon your very flesh, sire." Rhulad glanced down. His fingernails had grown long, curved and yellow. He tapped a coin on his chest. "Bring to an end the notion of wealth of money. Crush the illusion of value." Udinas was stunned. "He may be young and half-mad, but Rhulad is no fool." "Ah," the Emperor said, "we see your astonishment. We have, it seems, been underestimated, even by our slave. But yours is no dull mind, Udinas. We thank the sisters that you are not King Esgara Discanar, for then we would be sorely challenged. Esgara may be benign, sire, but he has dangerous people around him. Yes, this Ceda Kuru Qan. Why has he not yet acted?" Udinas shook his head. "I have been wondering the same, sire. We will speak more, Udinas, and none other shall know of this. After all, what would they think, an emperor and a slave together, working to fashion a new empire? For we must keep you a slave, mustn't we? A slave in the eyes of all others. We suspect that, were we to free you, you would leave us." A sudden tremble at these words. "Errant, take me. This man needs a friend, sire, I would not leave. It was I who placed the coins in your flesh. There is no absolving that, no true way I could make amends, but I will stand by you through all of this." Rhulad's terrible eyes, so crimson-bruised and hurt, shifted away from Udinas.
"Do you understand, Udinas?" he asked in a whisper. "I am so frightened." "Yes, sire, I understand." The Emperor placed a hand over his eyes. "She is drowning herself in white nectar." "Yes, sire, I would free her, but I cannot. Do you know why, Udinas? She carries your child. You must have poisoned blood, Udinas, to know so much. Sire, it might be worth considering sending for Uruth, for your mother may needs someone."
Rhulad, face still covered by his mangled hand, nodded. "We will join with Fear's army soon. 5-6 days. Uruth will join them. Then, yes, I will speak with Mother. My child, my child. No, it is impossible. A Mekros foundling. There is no point in thinking about him. None at all. 1 a.m. not an evil man, yet I have just vowed to stand at his side. Errant, take me. What have I done?" A farm was burning in the valley below, but she could see no one fighting the flames. Everyone had fled. Seren Pedak resumed hacking at her hair, cutting it as short as she could manage with the docker's knife one of Iron Bars's soldiers had given her. The Avowed stood nearby, his squad mage, Corlo, at his side. They were studying the distant fire and speaking in low tones, somewhere south and east of Dresh, half a day from the coast. She could not imagine the Tiste Edur invaders were anywhere near, yet the roads had been full of refugees, all heading east to Letheras. She had seen more than a few deserters among the crowds, and here and there bodies lay in ditches, victims of robbery or murdered after being raped. Rape, it seemed, had become a favoured pastime among the thugs preying on the fleeing citizens. Seren knew that. Had she been travelling alone, she would probably be dead by now. In some ways, that would have been a relief. An end to this sullied misery, this agonizing feeling of being unclean. In her mind, she saw again and again Iron Bars killing those men. His desire to exact appropriate vengeance, and her voice croaking out, stopping him in the name of mercy. Errant knew. She regretted that now. Better had she let him work on that bastard. Better still were they still carrying him with them. Eyes gouged out, nose cut off, tongue carved from his mouth, and with this knife in her hand she could slice strips of skin from his flesh. She had heard a story once of a factor in a small remote hamlet who had made a habit of raping young girls, until the women one night ambushed him, beaten and trussed. Then a loincloth filled with spike thorns had been tied on like a diaper tightly, and the man was bound to the back of his horse. The pricking thorns drove the animal into a frenzy. The beast eventually scraped the man loose on a forest path, but he had bled out by then. The story went that the man's face in death had held all the pain a mortal could suffer, and as for what had been found between his legs, she sawed off the last length of greasy hair and dropped it on the fire. The stench was fierce, but there were bush warlocks and decrepit shamans who, if they happened upon human hair, would make dire use of it. It was a sad truth that, given the chance to bind a soul, few resisted the temptation. Corlo called to the soldiers, and suddenly they were running hard down the hillside towards the farm, leaving behind only Seren and Iron Bars. The Crimson Guardsman strode towards her. "You hear it, lass?" "What?" "Horses in the stable. The fires jumped to its roof. The farmer's left his horses behind. He wouldn't do that." He squinted down at her, then crouched until he was at eye level. "No, likely the owner's dead. Strange how most locals around here don't know how to ride." She looked down at the farm once again. Probably a breeder for the army. The whole notion of cavalry came from Blue Arrows, as did most of the stock. Horses weren't part of our culture before then, Have you ever seen Letheri cavalry on parade? Chaos. Even after, what, 60 years, and dozens of Blue Arrow's officers trying to train our soldiers. You should have imported these Blue Arrow's horse warriors over as auxiliaries. If it's their skill, exploit it.
You can't borrow someone else's way of life?
Maybe not. Presumably you can ride then. Aye. And you? She nodded, sheathing the knife and rising. Trained by one of those Blue Arrow's officers I mentioned. You were in the army before. No, he was my lover. For a time, iron bars straightened as well. Look, they've reached them in time. Come on. She hesitated. I forgot to thank you, iron bars. You wouldn't have been as pretty drowned. No, I'm not ready yet to thank you for that. What you did to those men. I've a great-granddaughter back in Grease, Davor Valley. She'd be about your age now. Let's go, lass. She walked behind him down the slope. Great-granddaughter, what an absurd notion. He wasn't that old. These avowed had strange senses of humour. Corlo and the squad had pulled a dozen horses from the burning stable, along with tack and bridles. One of the soldiers was cursing as Seren and Iron Bars approached. Look at these stirrups. No wonder the bastards can't ride the damned things. You set your foot down in the crotch of the hook, Seren explained. And what happens if it slips out? The man demanded. You fall off. Avowed we need to rework these things, some heavy leather. Cut up a spare saddle, Iron Bars said, and see what you can manage, but I want us to be riding before sunset. Aye, sir. A more stable stirrup, the avowed said to Seren, is a kind of half-boot, something you can slide your foot into, with a straight crossbar to take your weight. I agree with Halfpeck. These Blue Arrow's horse warriors missed something obvious and essential. They couldn't have been very good riders. Seren frowned. My lover once mentioned how these saddles were made exclusively for leather. He said they used a slightly different kind back in Blue Arrow's. His eyes narrowed on her, and he barked a laugh, but made no further comment. She sighed. No wonder our cavalry is next to useless. I always found it hard to keep my feet in and to keep them from turning this way and that. You mean they swivel? I'm afraid so. I'd like to meet these Blue Arrow's riders some day. They are a strange people, Iron Bars. They worship someone called the Black-Winged Lord, and they resemble Letheri. No, they are taller, very dark skins. He regarded her for a moment, then asked, faces like the Tiste Edur? No, much finer-boned, long-lived. Not that I'm aware of, but to be honest, I don't really know. Few Letheri do, nor do they much care. The Blueroses were defeated, subjugated. There were never very many of them in any case, and they preferred isolation, small cities from what I've heard. Gloomy. What ended your affair? Just that, I suppose. He rarely saw any good in anything. I wearied of his skepticism, his cynicism, the way he acted, as if he'd seen it all before 1,000 times. The stable was engulfed in flames by now, and they were all forced away by the fierce heat. In the nearby pasture they retreated to, they found a half-dozen corpses, the breeder and his family. They'd known little mercy in the last few bells of their lives. None of the soldiers who examined them said a word, but their expressions hardened. Iron Bars made a point of keeping Seren away, whilst 3 men from the squad buried the bodies. We've found a trail, he said. If you don't mind, lass, we want to follow it. For a word with the ones who killed that family. Show me the tracks, she said. He gestured, and Corlo led her to the edge of a stand of trees on the southeast end of the clearing. Seren studied the array of footprints entering the woodcutter's path. There's 20 or more of them, she pronounced after a moment. The mage nodded. Deserters, in armour. Yes, or burdened with loot. Likely both. She turned to regard the man. You Crimson Guardsmen, you're pretty sure of yourselves, aren't you? When it comes to fighting, we are. I watched Iron Bar's fight in trait. He's an exception, I gather. He is, but not among the avowed. Jupalat would have given him trouble, or Pole for that matter. Then there's those in the other companies. Halfton, Blues, Black the Elder.
More of these avowed? Aye, and what does it mean, to be an avowed? Means they swore to return their prince to his lands. He was driven out, you see, by the cursed Emperor Kellenved. Anyway, it ain't happened yet, but it will some day, maybe soon. And that was the vow, all right? It seems this prince had some able soldiers with him. Oh, indeed, lass, especially when the vows kept them alive all this time. What do you mean? The mage looked suddenly nervous.
I'm saying too much. Never mind me, lass. Anyway, you've seen the trail the bastards left behind. They made no effort to hide, meaning they're cocksure themselves, aren't they? He smiled, but there was no humour in it. We'll catch up, and then we'll show them what real cavalry can do, riding horses with stirrups. I mean, we don't often fight from the saddle, but we ain't new to it either. Well, I admit you've got me curious. Just curious, lass. No hunger for vengeance. She looked away. I want to look around, she said. Alone, if you don't mind. The mage shrugged. Don't wander too far. The avowed's taken to you, I think. That's unfortunate. I won't. Seren headed into the wood. There had been decades of thinning, leaving plenty of stumps and open spaces between trees. She listened to Corlo walking away, back to the clearing. As soon as silence enveloped her, she suddenly regretted the solitude. Desires surged, none of them healthy, none of them pleasant. She would never again feel clean, and this truth pushed her thoughts in the opposite direction, as if a part of her sought to foul her flesh yet further, as far as it could go. Why not? Lost in the darkness as she was, it was nothing to stain her soul black. Through and through, alone, now frightened of herself, of the urges within her, she walked on, unmindful of direction. Deeper into the wood, where the stumps were fewer and soft with rot, the deadfall thicker. The afternoon light barely reached through here. Hurt was nothing, was meaningless. But no, there was value in pain, if only to remind oneself that one still lived. When nothing normal could be regained, ever, then other pleasures had to be found. Cultivated, the body and mind taught anew to delight in a darker strain, a clearing ahead in which reared figures. She halted. Motionless, half sunk into the ground, tilting this way and that in the high grasses. Statues. This had been Tarthanal land, she recalled, before the Letheri arrived to crush the tribes. The name Dresh was Tarthanal, in fact, as were the nearby village names of Denna, Lan, and Bros. Seren approached, came to the edge of the clearing. 5 statues in all, vaguely man-shaped, but so weathered as to be featureless, with but the slightest indentations marking the pits of their eyes carved into the granite. They were all buried to their waists, suggesting that when entirely above ground, they stood as tall as the Tarthanal themselves. Some kind of pantheon, she supposed, names and faces worn away by the tens of centuries that had passed since this glade had last known worshippers. The Letheri had nearly wiped the Tarthanal out back then, as close to absolute genocide as they had ever come in their many conquests. She recalled a line from an early history written by a witness of that war. They fought in defense of their holy sites with expressions of terror, as if, in failing, something vast and terrible would be unleashed. Seren looked around. The only thing vast and terrible in this place was the pathos of its abandonment. Such dark moments in Letheri history were systematically disregarded, she knew, and played virtually no role in their culture's vision of itself, as bringers of progress, deliverers of freedom from the fetters of primitive ways of living, the cruel traditions and vicious rituals. Liberators, then, destined to wrest from savage tyrants their repressed victims in the name of civilization. That the Letheri then imposed their own rules of oppression was rarely acknowledged. There was, after all, but one road to success and fulfillment, gold, cobbled and maintained by Letheri toll collectors, and only the free could walk it, free to profit from the same game, free to discover one's own inherent disadvantages, free to be abused, free to be exploited, free to be owned in lieu of debt, free to be raped, and to know misery. It was a natural truth that some walked that road faster than others. There would always be those who could only crawl or fell to the wayside. The most basic laws of existence, after all, were always harsh. The statues before her were indifferent to all of that. Their worshippers had died defending them, and all for nothing. Memory was not loyal to the past, only to the exigencies of the present. She wondered if the Tiste Edur saw the world the same way. How much of their own past had they selectively forgotten? How many unpleasant truths had they twisted into self-appeasing lies? Did they suffer from the same flaw, this need to revise history, to answer some deep-seated diffidence, a hollowness at the core that echoed with miserable uncertainty? Was this entire drive for progress nothing more than a hopeless search for some kind of fulfillment, as if on some instinctive level there was a murky understanding, a recognition that the game had no value, and so victory was meaningless? Such understanding would have to be murky, for clarity was hard, and the Letheri disliked things that were hard, and so rarely chose to think in that direction. Baser emotions were the preferred response, and complex arguments were viewed with anger and suspicion. She laid a hand upon the shoulder of the nearest statue and was surprised to discover the stone warm to her touch, retaining the sun's heat, perhaps. But no, it was too hot for that. Seren pulled her hand away any longer, and she would have burned her skin. Unease rose within her. Suddenly chilled, she stepped back, and now saw the dead grass surrounding each statue, desiccated by incessant heat. It seemed the Tarthanal gods were not dead after all. Sometimes the past rises once again to reveal the lies that persisted through nothing more than force of will and collective opinion. Sometimes that revelation comes drenched in fresh blood. Delusions invited their own shattering. Letheri preeminence, Tiste Edur arrogance, the sanctity of my own flesh. A sound behind her. She turned. Iron bars stood at the edge of the clearing. Corlo said there was something restless in this wood. She sighed. Better were it only me. He cocked his head, smiled wryly. She approached. Tarthanal, I thought I knew this land. Every trail, the old barrow grounds and holy sites. It is a responsibility of an acretor, after all. We hope to make use of that knowledge, the avowed said. I don't want no fanfare when we enter Letheras. Agreed. Even among a crowd of refugees we would stand out. You might consider finding clothing that looks less like a uniform. I doubt it'd matter, lass. Either way, we'd be seen as deserters and flung into the ranks of defenders. This ain't our war, and we'd rather have nothing to do with it. The question is, can you get us into Letheras unseen? Yes. Good. The lads are almost ready with the new stirrups. She glanced back at the statues. Makes you wonder, don't it, lass? About what? The way old anger never goes away. Seren faced him again. Anger? That's something you're intimately familiar with, I gather. A frown. Corlo talks too much. If you wanted to get your prince's land back, what are you doing here? I've never heard of this Emperor Kellenved, so his empire must be far away. Oh, it's that all right. Come on, it's time to go. Sorry, she said, as she followed him back into the forest. I was prying. You were? Well, in return you can ask me what you like, and you'll answer, maybe. You don't seem the type to end up as you did in Trait. So the merchant you were working for killed himself. Was he your lover or something? No, and you're right, I'm not. It wasn't just Buruk the Pale, though I should have seen it coming. He as much as told me a dozen times on our way back. I just wasn't willing to hear, I suppose. The Tiste Edur Emperor has a Letherai advisor, Trull Beddict. Yes, you knew him. She nodded. And now you're feeling betrayed, not only as a Letherai, but personally too. Well, that's hard, all right. But there you are wrong, Iron Bars. I don't feel betrayed, and that's the problem. I understand him all too well, his decision. I understand it. Wish you were with him. No. I saw Rhulad Sengar, the Emperor. I saw him come back to life. Had it been Hannan Mosag, the warlock king, well, I might well have thrown in my lot with them. But not the Emperor. He came back to life? What do you mean by that? He was dead, very dead, killed when collecting a sword for Hannan Mosag, a cursed sword of some kind. They couldn't get it out of his hands.
Why didn't they just cut his hands off? It was coming to that, I suspect, but then he returned. A nice trick. Wonder if he'll be as lucky the next time? They reached the edge of the wood and saw the others seated on the horses and waiting. At the avowed's comment, Seren managed to smile. From the rumours, I'd say yes, he was killed again. Yes, Iron Bars in trait. Some soldier who wasn't even from Lether just stepped up to him and broke his neck.
Didn't even stay around to carve the gold coins from his body. Hood's breath, he muttered, as they strode towards the others. Don't tell the others. Why? I got a reputation of making bad enemies. That's why. 11 Tarthanol lived within a day's walk from the glade and its statues. Old Hunch Arbat had been chosen long ago for the task to which he sullenly attended, each month making the rounds with his two-wheeled cart from one family to the next. Not one of the farms where the Tarthanol lived in indebted servitude to a landowner in Dresh was exclusively of the blood. Mixed-breed children scampered out to greet old Hunch Arbat, flinging rotten fruit at his back as he made his way to the slop pit with his shovel, laughing and shouting their derision as he flung sodden lumps of feces into the back of the cart. Among the Tarthanol, all that existed in the physical world possessed symbolic meaning, and these meanings were mutually connected, bound into correspondences that were themselves part of a secret language. Feces was gold. Piss was ale. The mixed breeds had forgotten most of the old knowledge, yet the tradition guiding old Hunch Arbat's rounds remained, even if most of its significance was lost. Once he'd completed his task, a final journey was left to him, pulling the foul cart with its heap of dripping, fly-swarmed waste onto a little used trail in the breeder's wood, and eventually into the glade where stood the mostly buried statues. As soon as he arrived, just past sunset, he knew that something had changed. In a place that had never changed, not once in his entire life. There had been visitors perhaps earlier that day, but that was the least of it. Old Hunch Arbat stared at the statues, seeing the burnt grasses, the faint glow of heat from the battered granite. He grimaced, revealing the blackened stumps of teeth, all that was left after decade upon decade of Lether sweet cakes, and when he reached for his shovel, he saw that his hands were trembling. He collected a load, carried it over to the nearest statue, then flung the faces against the weathered stone. Splat, he said, nodding. Hissing, then blackening smoke, then ashes skirling down. Oh, could it be worse? Asked yourself that, old Hunch Arbat? Could it be worse? No, says old Hunch Arbat, I don't think so. You don't think so, aren't you sure, old Hunch Arbat? Old Hunch Arbat ponders, but not for long. You're right, I say, it couldn't be worse. Gold, gold and ale, damn gold, damn ale, damn nothing, damn everything. Cursing made him feel slightly better. Well then, he walked back to the cart. Let's see if a whole load will appease. And, old Hunch Arbat, your bladder's full too. You timed it right, as always. Libations. The works, old Hunch Arbat. The works. And if that don't help, then what, old Hunch Arbat? Then what? Why, I answer, then I spread the word, if they'll listen. And if they do, why, I say, then we run away. And if they don't listen, why, I reply, then I run away. He collected another load onto his wooden shovel. Gold, gold and ale. Sandalath Drucolat. That is my name. I am not a ghost. Not any more. The least you can do is acknowledge my existence. Even the Nakts have better manners than you. If you keep sitting there and praying, I'll hit you. She had been trying since morning, periodic interruptions to his efforts. He wanted to send her away, but it wasn't working. He'd forgotten how irritating company could be, uninvited, unwelcome, persistent reminder of his own weaknesses, and now she was about to hit him. Withal sighed and finally opened his eyes. The first time that day, even in the gloom of his abode the light hurt, made him squint. She stood before him, a silhouette, unmistakably female. For a god swathed in blankets, the crippled one seemed unmindful of the nakedness among his chosen. Chosen? Where in Hood's name did he find her? Not a ghost, she said. Not any more. She just said that she must have been one then. Typical. He couldn't find anyone living. Not for this mission of mercy. Who better for someone starved of companionship than someone who's been dead for who knows how long? Listen to me. I'm losing my mind. She raised a hand to strike him. He flinched back. All right, fine. Sandalath something. Pleased to meet you. Sandalath Drucolat. I'm Tiste Edur. That's nice. Now, in case you haven't noticed, I was in the midst of prayers. You're always in the midst of prayers, and it's been 2 days now. At least, I think 2 days. The Nakts slept anyway once. They did? How strange. And you are? Me, a weaponsmith? A Mekros, sole survivor of the destruction of my city. Your name, withal, no need to shout. There hasn't been any shouting. Well, some screaming, but not by me. Not yet, that is. Be quiet. I have questions that you're going to answer. She was not particularly young, he noted, as his eyes adjusted. Then again, neither was he. And that wasn't good. The young were better at making friends. The young had nothing to lose. You're being rather imperious, Sandalath. Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Dreadfully sorry. Where did you get those clothes? From the god. Who else? What god? The one in the tent, inland. You can't miss it. I don't see how. 2 days. What have you been doing with yourself? It's just up from the strand. Be quiet. She ran both hands through her hair. Withal would rather she'd stayed a silhouette. He looked away. I thought you wanted answers. Go ask him. I didn't know he was a god. You seemed preferable company, since all I got from him was coughing and laughter. At least I think it was laughter. It was. Have no doubt about that. He's sick. Sick. Insane. So an insane hacking god and a muscle-bound, bald aspirant, and 3 Nakts. That's it. No one else on this island. Some lizard gulls, and ground lizards, and rock lizards, and lizard rats in the smithy. So where did you get that food there? He glanced over at the small table. The god provides. Really? And what else does this god provide? Well, you, for one. Whatever suits his whim, I suppose. Your clothes? Yes. I want clothes? Yes. What do you mean, yes? Get me some clothes. I'll ask, do you think I like standing here, naked, in front of some stranger? Even the Nakts leer. I wasn't leering? You weren't? Not intentionally. I just noticed you're speaking the Lether trader language. So am I. You're a sharp one, aren't you? I've had lots of practice, I suppose. He rose. It occurs to me that you're not going to let me resume my prayers, at least until you get some clothes. So let's go talk to the god.
You go talk to him? I'm not. Just bring me clothes withal, he regarded her. Will that help you relax? Then she did hit him, a palm pounding into the side of his head. She'd caught him unprepared. He decided a moment later, after he picked himself free of the wreckage of the wall he'd gone through, and stood, weaving, the scene around him spinning wildly. The glaring woman who'd stepped outside and seemed to be considering hitting him again, the pitching sea, and the three Nacts on a sward nearby, rolling in silent hilarity. He walked down towards the sea.
Behind him. Where are you going? To the god. He's the other way. He reversed direction. Talking to me like I don't know this island. She wants clothes here. Take mine. He pulled his shirt over his head and found himself lying on his back, staring up through the bleached weave of the cloth. The sun, bright and blinding, suddenly eclipsed. She was speaking. Just lie there for a while longer withal. I wasn't intending to hit you that hard. I fear I've cracked your skull.
No, it's hard as an anvil. I'll be fine, see? I'm getting up. Oh, why bother? It's nice here in the sun. This shirt smells like the sea, like a beach, with the tide out, and all the dead things rotting in fetid water, just like the inside harbour. Got to stop the boys from swimming in there. I keep telling them, oh, they're dead. All dead now, my boys, my apprentices. You'd better answer me soon, Mail. Withal, it's the tent. That's what the Nacts are trying to tell me. Something about the tent. Withal, I think I'll sleep now. The trail ran in an easterly direction, roughly parallel to the Brys road, at least to start, then cut southward towards the road itself, once the forest on the left thinned. One other farm had been passed through by the deserters, but there had been no one there. Signs of looting were present, and it seemed a wooden-wheeled wagon had been appropriated. Halfpeck judged that the marauders were not far ahead, and the Crimson Guardsmen would reach them by dawn. Serin Pedak rode alongside iron bars. The new stirrups held her boots firmly in place. She had never felt so secure astride a horse. It was clear that the Blueroses had been deceiving the Letheri for a long time, and she wondered if that revealed some essential, heretofore unrecognized flaw among her people. A certain gullibility, bred from an unfortunate mixture of naivety and arrogance. If Lether survived the Edur invasion and the truth about the Bluerose deception came to light, the Letheri response would be characteristically childish. She suspected some kind of profound and deep hurt, and a grudge long held on to. Bluerose would be punished spitefully and repeatedly in countless ways. The two women soldiers in the squad had dismantled a hide rack at the first farm, using the frame's poles to fashion a half-dozen crude lances, half again as tall as a man. The sharpened, fire-hardened points had been notched transversely. The thick barbs bent outward from the shaft. Each tip had been smeared with blood from the breeder and his family to seal the vengeful intent. They rode through the night, halting 4 times to rest their horses, all but one of the squad, managing a quarter bell's worth of sleep, a soldier's talent that Seren could not emulate. By the time the sky paled to the east, revealing mists in the lowlands, she was grainy-eyed and sluggish. They had passed a camp of refugees on the Brys road, an old woman wakening to tell them the raiders had caught up with them earlier and stolen everything of value, as well as 2 young girls and their mother. 200 paces further down, they came within sight of the deserters. The wagon stood in the centre of the raised road, the 2 oxen that had been used to pull it off to one side, beneath a thick, gnarled oak on the other side of the south ditch. Chains stretched from one of the wheels, along which 3 small figures were huddled in sleep. A large hearth still smouldered, its dying embers just beyond the wagon. The Crimson Guardsmen halted at some distance to regard the raiders. "No one's awake," one of the women commented. Iron Bars said, "These horses aren't well trained enough for a closed charge. We'll go 414. You'll be the one, Aquita, and stay tight behind the leading riders." She nodded.
She was not prepared to raise objections. She had been given a spare sword, and she well knew how to use it. Even so, this charge was to be with lances. The soldiers cinched the straps of their helmets, then donned gauntlets, shifting their grips on the lances to a third of the way up from the butts. Seren drew her sword. "All right," Iron Bars said. "Corlo, keep them asleep until we're 30 paces away, then wake 'em quick and panicky." "Aye," avowed. "It's been a while, ain't it?" Halfpeck asked. "Want any of 'em left alive, sir?" No. Iron Bars, with Halfpeck on his left and the 2 women on his right, formed the first line. Walk to trot, then a collected canter. 50 paces, and no one was stirring among the deserters. Seren glanced back at Corlo, and he smiled, raising one hand and waggling the gloved fingers. She saw the 3 prisoners at the wagon sit up, then quickly crawl beneath the bed. Lances were levelled, the horses rolling into a gallop. Sudden movement among the sleeping deserters, leaping to their feet, bewildered shouts, a scream. The front line parted to go round the wagon, and Seren pulled hard to her left after a moment of indecision, seeing the glitter of wide eyes from beneath the wagon's bed. Then she was alongside the tall wheels. Ahead, 4 lances found targets, 3 of them skewering men from behind as they sought to flee. A deserter stumbled close to Seren, and she slashed her sword, clipping his shoulder and spinning him round in a spray of blood. Cursing at the clumsy blow, she pushed herself forward on the saddle and rose to stand in her stirrups. Readied the sword once more. The leading 4 guardsmen had slowed their mounts and were drawing swords. The second line of riders in Seren's wake had spread out to pursue victims scattering into the ditches to either side. They slaughtered with cold efficiency. A spear stabbed up at Seren on her right. She batted the shaft aside, then swung as her horse carried her forward. The blade rang in her grip as it connected with a helmet. The edge jammed, and she pulled hard, dragging the helm from the man's head. It came free and flew forward to bounce on the road, red-splashed and caved in on one side. She caught a moment of seeing Iron Bars 10 paces ahead, killing with appalling ease, a single hand gripping the reins as he guided his horse, sword weaving a murderous dance around him. Someone flung himself onto her sword arm, his weight wrenching at her shoulder. She shouted in pain, felt herself being pulled from her saddle. His face, bearded and grimacing, seemed to surge towards her as if hunting some ghastly kiss. Then she saw the features go slack. Blood filled his eyes. The veins on his temples collapsed into blue stains blossoming beneath the skin. More blood spraying from his nostrils. His grip fell away and he toppled backward. Drawing in close, a long, thin-bladed knife in one hand, Corlo came alongside her. "Push yourself up, lass. Use my shoulder." Hand fisted around the grip of her sword. She set it against him and righted herself. "Thanks, Corlo. Rein in, lass. We're about done here." She looked round. 3 guardsmen had dismounted, as had Iron Bars, and were among the wounded and dying, swords thrusting down into bodies. She glanced back. That man! What happened to him? I boiled his brain, Akitor, messy, granted, but the avowed said to keep you safe. She stared at him. What sort of magic does that? Maybe I'll tell you sometime. That was a nice headshot back there. The bastard came close with that spear. He did. She was suddenly shaking. And this is your profession, Corlo? It's disgusting. I, Akitor, that it is. Iron Bars approached. All is well. We're fine, sir. All dead. 21, that's all of them, the mage said, nodding. Less than a half dozen actually managed to draw their weapons. You fouled him up nicely, Corlo. Well done. Is that how you soldiers win your battles? Seren asked. We wasn't here to give battle, Akitor. Iron Bars said, Executions, lass. Any mages among the lot, Corlo?
one minor adept. I got him right away, executions. Yes, best to think of it that way, not butchery. They were murderers and rapists after all. You didn't leave me any alive, avowed. He squinted up at her. No, none. You don't want me to do what I want. Do you? That's right, lass. I don't. Why? Because you might enjoy it. And what business is that of yours, Iron Bars? It's not good, that's all. He turned away. Corlo, see to the prisoners under the wagon. Heal them if they need it. He's right. The bastard's right. I might enjoy it, torturing some helpless man. And that wouldn't be good at all, because I might get hungry for more. She thought back to the feeling when her sword's blade had connected with that deserter's helmed head. Sickening and sick with pleasure, all bound together. I hurt, but I can make others hurt enough. So they answer each other, leaving calm. Is that what it is? Calm. Or just some kind of hardening, senseless and cold. All right, Iron Bars, she said. Keep it away from me. Only, she looked down at him, it doesn't help. Nothing helps. Not yet anyway. Not ever, she said. I know you're thinking time will bring healing, but you see, avowed, it's something I keep reliving every moment. It wasn't days ago. It was with my last breath. Every last breath. She saw the compassion in his eyes and inexplicably hated him for it.
Let me think on that, lass. To what end? Can't say yet. She looked down at the sword in her hand, at the blood and snarled hair along the notched edge where it had struck the man's head. Disgusting. But they'll expect it to be wiped away. To make the iron clean and gleaming once more, as if it was nothing more than a sliver of metal. Disconnected from its deeds, its history, its very purpose. She didn't want that mess cleaned away. She liked the sight of it.
They left the bodies where they had fallen, left the lances impaled in flesh growing cold, left the wagon. Apart from the food they could transport, the refugees coming up on the road could have the rest. Among the dead were 5 youths, none of them older than 15 years. They'd walked a short path, but as Halfpeck observed, it had been the wrong path, and that was that. Seren pitied none of them.
Book 4, Midnight Tides, can mourn my passing, all love is dust. The pit is cut from the raw stones piled to the side, slabs are set upon the banks, the seamed grey wall rises, possessions laid out to flank my place of rest. All from the village are drawn, beating hides, keening their grief with streaks in ash, clawed down their cheeks, wounds on their flesh. The memory of my life is surrendered in fans of earth from wooden shovels, and were I ghostly here at the edge of the living witness, to brothers and sisters unveiled by loss, haunters of despair upon this rich sward where ancestors stand sentinel, wrapped in skins I might settle motionless, eyes closed to dark's rush, and embrace the spiral pull into indifference, contemplating at the last what it is to be pleased, yet my flesh is warm, the blood neither still in my veins nor cold, my breathing joining this wind that carries these false cries. I am banished alone among the crowd, and no more to be seen. The stirrings of my life face their turned backs, the shudders of their will, and all love is dust, where I now walk, to the pleasure of none cut raw, the stones piled, the grey wall rising.
Banished. Kelun Adara. Chapter 20. It seemed the night would never end during the war with the Tsar Trull. Before the appearance of our great emperor Decimbalakis, our legions were thrown back on the field of battle again and again. Our sons and daughters wept blood on the green ground, and the wagon drums of the enemy came forth in thunder. But no stains could hold upon our faith, and it shone ever fierce, ever defiant. We drew our ranks tall, overlapped shields polished and bright as the red sun, and the one among us who was needed, who was destined to grasp the splashed grip of the First Empire's truthful sword, gave his voice and his strength to lead us in answer to the well-throated rumble of the Tsar Trull war-cries, the stone tremble of their wagon drums. Victory was destined in the forge-lit eyes of he of the 7 holy cities, the fever charge of his will, and on that day, the 19th in the month of Lethara, in the year of Arambal, the Trull army was broken on the plain south of Yathkatan, and with their bones was laid the foundation, and with their skulls the cobbles of Empire's road. The Desolan Villara, somewhere ahead, the royal colonnade of the eternal domicile. Arched, the hemispherical ceiling web-spun in gold on a midnight blue background, diamonds glittering like drops of dew in the streaming strands. The pillars flanking the aisle that led to the throne room were carved in a spiral pattern and painted sea green, 20 to each side and 3 paces apart. The passageways between them and the wall were wide enough to permit an armoured palace guard to walk without fear of his scabbard scraping, while the approach down the centre aisle was 10 men wide. At the outer end was a large chamber that served as a reception area. First Empire murals, copied so many times as to be stylized past meaning, had been painted on the walls. Traditional torch sconces held crystals imbued with sorcery that cast a faintly blue light. At the inward end stood 2 massive bejewelled doors that led to a narrow, low passage, 15 paces long, before opening out into the domed throne room proper. The air smelled of marble dust and paint. The ceremonial investiture was 3 days away, when King Isgara Diskanar in his robes of state would stride down the length of the royal colonnade and enter the throne room. His queen a step behind on his left, his son, the prince, 2 paces back, and immediately behind his father. Or rather, that was how it should have been. A trail of servants and guards had led Brys here, following the seemingly random wanderings of Ceda Kuru Qan. The strange emptiness of the eternal domicile on this last stretch unnerved the Finad, his boots echoing on the unadorned flagstones as he entered the reception chamber. To find the Ceda on his hands and knees directly in front of him. Kuru Qan was muttering to himself, tracing his fingertips along the joins in the floor. Beside him was a tattered, paint-spattered basket crowded with scribbers, brushes, and stoppered jars of pigments. Ceda? The old man looked up, squinting over the tops of the lenses, the contraption having slid down to the end of his nose. Brys Beddict, I've been wondering where you've been. In the throne room, the old throne room, where still resides our king. The surviving battalions and brigades are converging to the defence of Letheras. Things have been rather hectic.
No doubt. Relevant. Significantly so, indeed. Telling. Now count the flagstones across this chamber, width, then length, if you will. What? Ceda, the king is asking for you. But Kuru Qan had ceased listening. He had begun crawling about, mumbling, brushing away the grit left behind by the builders. Brys was motionless for a moment, considering. Then he began counting flagstones. After he was done, he returned to the Ceda's side.
Kuru Qan was simply sitting now, appearing wholly consumed in the cleaning of his lenses. Without looking up, he began speaking. Battalions and brigades. Yes, most certainly, assembling in the hills surrounding Brands. Keep, useful, the last of my mages. Tell me the centre flagstone. Brys, will Merchant's battalion remain in the city? I think not. It shall be cast upon those hills, all of it. The centre, Brys Beddict. The one before you, Ceda? Ah, yes, good. Very good. And what armies are left to us? How fare the fleets? Oh, the seas are unwelcoming, are they not? Best stay away. Dracon's Sea at the very least, although the protectorates are making noises. Cochin, Pilot, Descent, they think they see their chance. Brys cleared his throat. The artisan battalion has left the manse and is marching to 5 points. Riven Brigade withdrew from Old Kata with minimal losses. Snakebelt Battalion has departed all, and the Crimson Rampant Brigade has left Tulemesh. The north coast cities have been yielded. Dresh was taken last night.
The garrisons slaughtered. Whitefinder Battalion are raising the ground on their retreat from First Reach and should be at Brand's Keep soon. Preda Unneutal Hebaz will lead the Merchants Battalion from the city in 3 days' time. It is anticipated, Ceda, that you will be accompanying her. Accompanying? Nonsense. I am far too busy.
Too busy. So many things left to do. She shall have my mages. Yes, my mages. There are only 14 remaining, Ceda. 14? Relevant? I must needs think on that. Brys studied Kuru Qan, his old friend, and struggled against waves of pity. How long, Ceda, do you plan on remaining here on the floor? It is no easy thing, Finad. Not at all. I fear I have waited too long as it is. But we shall see. When can the king expect you? Alas, we do not know what to expect, do we? Barring a few salient truths so painfully gleaned from the chaos. The seventh closure, there is nothing good to this turn of events. You must go now. Care for your brother, Brys. Care for him. Which one? Kuru Qan was cleaning his lenses again and made no reply. Brys swung about and strode towards the doors. The Ceda spoke behind him. Finad, whatever you do, don't kill him. He halted and glanced back. Who? Don't kill him. You must not kill him. Now, go, Finad. So many alleys in Letheras never knew the light of day. Narrow, with various balconies, ledges and projections forming makeshift roofs, the corridors beneath were twisted and choked with refuse, a realm of rats, slipper beetles and spiders, and the occasional undead. Shirk Elaleh stood in the gloom as she had stood most of the previous night, waiting. The street beyond had wakened with the day, although the crowds were markedly more furtive and tense than was usual. There had been a riot near the West Gate 2 nights past, brutally quelled by soldiers of the Merchants Battalion. Curfews had been enforced, and it had been finally noted that the low castes seemed to have virtually vanished from the city, cause for confusion and a vague unease. Almost directly across from her was a side postern gate leading into Jeron Eberict's estate. The Finad disliked ceremony upon his return. Modesty was not the issue. More relevant, however, were the innumerable positions from which to stage an attempted assassination near the estate's formal entrance. Nonetheless, there was some commotion attending Geron's appearance. Bodyguards drifting into the street announced his imminent arrival. Shirk melted back into the darkness as they scanned the area. Taking defensive positions around the side postern, they waited. Their officer appeared next, striding past them to unlock the gate and push it back, revealing a narrow passage that opened out into the sunlit courtyard. All at once, there were fewer citizens in the area, thinning as if by some prearranged signal until only the guards remained within the range of Shirk's vision. "Don't make me laugh," she muttered under her breath. Jeron Eberict then strode into view, one hand resting on the pommel of the sword, scabbarded at his left hip. He did not pause, but continued on directly into the passage. The guards swept in after him, followed at last by the officer, who then slammed the gate shut behind him. Shirk walked further into the alley until she came to a rusty ladder more or less fixed to the wall of the building on her right. She climbed, ignoring the protests of fittings and weakened metal, until she reached the roof. Clambered up the slope, testing the firmness of each slab of grey slate she set her weight upon, then over the edge. Sidling along until she could look down upon the front entrance of Geron's house and part of the courtyard, she lowered herself as far as she could on the opposite side, until only her fingers, eyes, and top of her head were visible, as unlikely to be noticed as she could manage, should someone in the courtyard glance up in her direction. Jeron Eberict was standing before the doors, listening to the captain of the house guard, who was speaking at length, punctuating his statements every now and then with gestures indicating bafflement. His report was cut off when Jeron's right hand snapped out to close around his neck. Even from this distance, she could see the man's face darken to a curious shade of blue. Of course, no person with any courage would take much of that, so she was not surprised when the captain tugged a knife from his belt. Geron had been waiting for that, having palmed his own knife, with which he stabbed the captain up under the breastbone, pushing it to the hilt. The captain sagged. The Finad released his hold on the man's neck and watched him crumple to the flagstones. "It's just coin, Geron," Shirk said quietly, "and a missing brother who you killed a long time ago. Your lack of control is dismaying for your other employees, that is. For me, well, little more than confirmation of all my suspicions. There would be a bloodbath, if not tonight, then the next night. The city's countless spies and snitches, those who had remained, would be stung into frantic activity, and the great hunt for the thief would begin, all rather unpleasant." Geron's wealth had paid for the exodus of the city's indigents, meaning he would have to make most of his victims Lethery rather than Neric, Tarthanol, or Faraid. Indeed, he might find victims hard to find, besides which there was a war, and the Finad might well find his time otherwise occupied. The man's rage would be apoplectic in no time. She watched as Geron stormed into his house, guards scrambling after him. Then she lowered herself along the slope, rolled onto her back, and slid towards the edge. There was a balcony directly below. No, not any more. She fell, struck a clothesline that snapped with her weight, cannoned off the side of a ledge thick with pigeon droppings, and landed spread eagled on a heap of rubbish, where she lay for a time unmoving. That was the problem with cities. Nothing ever stayed the same. She'd used that balcony at least a half-dozen times before, when staking out the estate. She lifted an arm, then the other, drew her legs beneath her. Nothing broken thus far, and after a careful examination, nothing overly damaged. Fortunately, she concluded. The dead did not suffer much from pride, said wounding being minimal. It was then that she discovered the bar of rusty iron projecting from her forehead. Perfumed liquids were leaking out, blurring her vision. She probed the offending object with her fingertips, punched right through the bone all the way, in fact, to the back of her skull, if the grating noises the bar made when she wriggled it were any indication. "I've made a mess of my brain," she said. "But was I really using it? Probably not. Still, was I in the habit of talking to myself before? I don't think so." She stood, knee-deep in the refuse, contemplating physically removing the bar. But that might make things even messier. Less than a hand's width projected out after all. Hard not to notice, but far less egregious than, say, an arm's length. A visit to Tehol Beddict seemed incumbent, if only for endless advice she could take pleasure in rejecting. Alas, she realized she would have to wait for night, since there was no way she could get to his home without being seen. There had been a time long ago when she liked attention, admiring regards and all that, and it was always satisfying to flaunt her qualities. But a bar in the head took fashion sense to excess by any standard of measure. People would notice, and not in a good way. Disconsolate, Shirk Elale sat down in the rubbish, to await the coming of night. What happened to the legs of my bed? We needed the woodmaster. Yes, but why only 3 of them? I was saving the other one for later. I found a bag of something that might be tea. Well, Tehol sat up. I'm just amazed I slept through it. You were clearly very tired, Master. Yes, which is very understandable, given how busy I've been. I have been busy, haven't I? I could not say, having been too busy myself to take much notice, but I have faith in your proclamations, Master. You certainly slept like a man who'd been busy. Seems proof enough, I would say. I'm convinced. Now, while I've been working myself senseless, you may claim to having had many things on your table. Let's hear about them.
Very well, Master. We're more or less done with the wings of the eternal domicile. Dry foundations restored, my crews cleaning up.
There have been some complaints about the cold drafts in the fifth wing, but that's not my problem, strictly speaking. Why the cold drafts, Bugg? Presumably related to the shoring methods I employed, but they don't know that. And why should your shoring methods make it cold? Bugg, do I detect some discomfort in your demeanour?
Discomfort, Master? Not at all. Are you certain you want the details of this matter? When you put it that way, probably not. So is that all you've been doing? I've also been here and there, working through all the rumours to see if I could glean some truth. I have accordingly assembled a list of facts. A list? Wonderful. I love lists. They're so ordered. Indeed, Master. Shall I proceed?
Well, the northern frontier belongs to the Tiste Edur, as do all the coastal cities all the way down to Height and possibly Old Gideon. It is believed the Edur fleets are in the Auster Sea, opposite length, and therefore on the edge of Gedri Bay. From this one must assume they intend to sail up Lether River, possibly with the aim of arriving in concert with the land armies. It is clear that the Tiste Edur are marching on Letheras and are planning to conquer it and take the throne. Whether this will succeed in triggering the capitulation of the entire kingdom remains to be seen. Personally, I believe it will, nor do I think the protectorates will go much beyond restlessness. To do otherwise would be suicidal. If you say so, Bugg. Are the Tiste Edur that formidable, then? The manservant ran a hand through his thinning hair, then glanced over at the bodyguard who was standing, silent as ever, near the hatch. Again, Master, countless rumours? I would hazard the following observations regarding the Tiste Edur. Their new emperor is in possession of terrible power, but the sorcery the Edur are using does not come from their traditional sources. Not Curald Emulan, although it remains part of their arsenal. In the battles thus far, they have been profligate in their use of shadow wraiths and Kenilra demons, both of whom are reluctant participants. Curald, what? Kenil, who? Who's whispering these rumours anyway? Ah, that brings me to my third set of observations, having to do with the dead. The dead, of course. Go on, please. This subcontinent, the region ranging from Tiste Edur lands to the north, Bluearose and Aldan to the east, and Descent and Daliban to the south. It is a rather peculiar region, Master, and has been since the earliest times. There are no pathways for the dead, I mean for their spirits. I don't quite understand you, Bugg, Tehol said, rising from the rickety bed and beginning to pace along the rooftop. The bodyguard's gaze tracked him. The dead are just dead. Ghosts linger because they have nowhere else to go and are disinclined to go sightseeing in any case. What kind of pathways are you talking about? Into what could be called the hold of the dead? There is no hold of the dead, which is what has been so unusual. There should have been all along. Those of Kolanzi, for example, include in their worship a lord of death. You will find something similar in the Bolkando kingdom. The Bolkando kingdom. Bugg, nobody knows anything about the Bolkando kingdom. Nobody wants to. You are starting to alarm me, my dear manservant, with the breadth of your knowledge. Unless, of course, you are making it all up. Precisely, Master. To continue, there was no hold of the dead. It once existed. That is, the original tiles of the hold from the First Empire contained one, as well as a number of other holds, all of which have been discarded by and by. It would be nice indeed were a scholar to address this strange diminishment. The passage of time in a culture invites elaboration, not simplification, unless some terrible collapse triggers a fall of sorts. But the only trauma Lether has suffered came with the original fall of the First Empire and the subsequent isolation of these colonies. There was at that time some degradation leading to a short period of independent city-states. And then there were wars with the tribes south and east of Kryn and with the atavistic Andi remnants of Bluearose. But none of that was culturally disturbing, possibly because the hold of the dead could not manifest itself here. In any case, the closing of the pathways for the dead was already a fact, frozen in the very earth of this region. Worse yet, it was all an accident. Hold on, Bugg. Now I do have some pertinent questions. Your questions are always pertinent, Master. I know, but these are particularly pertinent. More so than usual. Are you suggesting that my normal pertinence is less than particular, Bugg? Of course not, Master. Now, where was I? Oh yes, the accident. In the earliest texts, those that came with the Letheria from the First Empire, there is the occasional mention made of a race called the Jaghut. There is? You are speaking to a man whose head was filled to bursting with classical education. Bugg, I've never heard of these Jaghut.
All right, they were mentioned once, and not specifically by name. Ha, I knew it. Don't try any sleight of hand with me. Sorry, Master. In any case, in the most proper sense, the Jaghut are represented by those poorly rendered, stylized images you will find on tiles of the Hold of Ice, those frog-like midgets. Only the green skin survived, alas. The Jaghut were in fact quite tall and not in the least frog-like. The point is, they manifested their sorcery with ice and cold.
It remains common to this day to consider only 4 principal elements in nature: air, earth, fire, and water. Absolute nonsense, of course. Of course. There is light, dark, shadow, life, death, and ice. There might even be more, but why quibble? The point I am making, Master, is that long ago a Jaghut did something to this land, sealed it in a manner of speaking. Using its aspected sorcery, the effect was profound, making the pathways of the dead snowbound, like a mountain pass in winter. Something like that, yes. So the dead loiter in Lether, ghosts, shades, and people like Shuk, Elale, and Kettle. Indeed, but that is all changing. Tehol ceased his pacing and faced Bugg. It is. Alas, yes, Master, the sorcery is thawing. A hold of the dead is manifesting itself. The situation is unraveling quickly. Does this mean Shuk is in trouble? No. I suspect the curse on her will remain, but the initial efficacy of that curse derives from the fact of the holds having been non-existent in the first place. All right. It's all unraveling. Have you visited Kettle lately? Interesting you should ask, Master, for it is at the site of the now-dead Azath Tower that the hold of the dead is manifesting itself. From that, one might conclude that Kettle is somehow connected with the entire event, but she isn't. In fact, she's no longer dead. Not as dead as she was, that is. It is now clear that her purpose is otherwise. As you know, there's trouble coming from the barrows. What's that smoke over there? Bugg squinted. Another riot, I think. Counter's Quarter? Well, they've been a little skittish ever since the ghosts stormed the Toll's repository. Besides which, the Tolls themselves have been tumbling with all the bad news from the north. In fact, I'm surprised it's taken this long. They could hear bells now as the city's garrison began responding to the alarm from various stations near the area. That won't last long, Bugg predicted. Yes, but I am reminded of something, Tehol said. The time has come, I think, to see Shand, Hejun, and Rissar on their way. Will they complain? Less than one might expect. This is a nervous city. The few non-Letheri remaining are being subjected to harassment, and not just by citizens. The authorities are showing their racist underpinnings with all these suspicions and the eagerness to tread over hard-won rights, proof that the freedoms once accorded non-Letheri peoples were born of both paternalism and a self-serving posturing as a benign overseer. What is given is taken away, just like that. Indeed, Bugg? Is it because, do you think, at the human core we are naught but liars and cheats? Probably. With no hope of ever overcoming our instinctive nastiness. Hard to say. How have we done so far? That's not fair. Oh, fine. It's perfectly fair. But it doesn't bode well, does it? Few things do, Master.
Well, this is uncharacteristically glum of you, Bugg. Alas, I fear the Tiste Edur won't be any better. Coin is the poison, after all, and it infects indiscriminately, as I suspected. Tehol mused. Clearly, now is not the time to destroy the economy. Either way, you're right, Master?
Of course I am. Furthermore, it seems incumbent that, for the moment at least, we should do nothing about anything. The Rat Catchers Guild has done a fine job thus far. We need make no adjustments there. I know the details of who owes what from the tolls repository, and Shand has acted with impressive facility on that information. We know the dire state of the royal treasury. You have been paid for your work on the eternal domicile, haven't you? Just yesterday, Master. Excellent. Well, that was exhausting. I think I'll go back to bed. Good idea, Master. After all, this rooftop is probably the safest place in Letheras now. Indeed. Best stay here. And you, Bugg? I thought I'd take a walk. More rumors to track down. Something like that, Master. Be careful, Bugg. They're press-ganging recruits with some ferocity. I was wondering about that, Master. No one's paid you a visit? Why, they have. But our silent bodyguard sent them away. He said something. No, it was just a look, I think. They scurried. Impressive. As for me, Master, I have ways of making myself unpalatable, even for desperate recruiters. You have always been unpalatable, it's true, Tehol noted, as he gingerly lowered himself onto his bed. Even the fleas avoid you. Just one more of those eternal mysteries, Bugg, that so endears you to me. Or is it endears me to you? The former, I think, Master. Oh, no, you don't like me. I discover this after all this time. I was only commenting on your usage of the appropriate phrase in the context of your statement and the sentiment you presumably wished to express. Of course I like you, Master. How could I not? You have a point there, Bugg. Anyway, I'm going to sleep now, so if you don't want me for anything else... Right, Master. I'll see you later, then. Rhulad Brizad was just outside the throne room, leaning against a column, his arms crossed. Brys nodded to him and was about to pass when the Queen's first consort gestured him over. The Finad hesitated, then approached. Rhulad smiled. Relax, I am no longer as dangerous as I once was, Brys Beddict, assuming that I was dangerous in the first place. First Consort, please permit me to express my sympathy. Thank you, Rhulad cut in, but it's not necessary. The prince was not the only precipitous member of the royal family. My dear Queen was. It is worth recalling at the forefront of inviting this war against the Tiste Edur. She has the arrogance of her people, after all. And are they not your people as well, First Consort? The man's smile broadened. So much of my life, Brys Beddict, here in this palace, can be characterized as fulfilling the role of objective observer in the proceedings of state, and in the domestic travails upon which, it must be said, my fortune depends. Rather depended. In this I am no different from my counterpart. The first concubine. We were present as symbols, after all, and so we behaved accordingly. And now you find yourself without a role, Brys said. I find myself even more objective as an observer than I have ever been Finad. To what end? Well, that's just it, isn't it? To no end, none at all. I had forgotten what such freedom felt like. You realize, don't you, that the Tiste Edur will conquer this kingdom? Our forces were divided before First Consort. So were theirs, Finad. Brys studied the man before him, wondering what was so strange about him, this vague air of indifference and... What? Why did she want this war, Rhulad Brizad? He shrugged. The Letheri motive was, is, and shall ever be but one thing. Wealth. Conquest as opportunity. Opportunity as invitation. Invitation as righteous claim as preordained, as destiny. Something dark glittered in his eyes. Destiny as victory, victory as conquest, conquest as wealth. But nowhere in that perfect scheme will you find the notion of defeat. All failures are temporary, flawed in the particular. Correct the particular and victory will be won the next time round, until a situation arises where there is no second opportunity. And future scholars will dissect every moment of these days, assembling their lists of the particulars, the specifics from which no generalization threatening the prime assumptions can ever be derived. It is, in truth, an exquisite paradigm, the perfect mechanism ensuring the persistent survival of an entire host of terrible, brutal beliefs. You do seem to have achieved objectivity, Duel Brizard. Do you know how the First Empire collapsed, Brys Beddict? I don't mean the revised versions every child is taught by tutors. I mean the truth. Our ancestors unleashed their own annihilation. Through a ritual run wild, the civilization tore itself apart. Of course, in our version, those who came afterwards to clean up were transformed into the aggressors, the outside agency that wrought such destruction as to obliterate the First Empire. And here is another truth. Our colonies here were not immune to the effects of that unfettered ritual. Although we succeeded in driving away the threat as far as we could into the ice wastes, where we hoped the bastards would die out. Alas, they didn't. And now, Brys Beddict, they're coming back. Who the Tiste Edur? We share nothing with them, Rhulad. Not the Tiste Edur, although much of their history, that of their path of sorcery in particular, is bound with the succession of disasters that befell the First Empire. No, Finad. I am speaking of their allies, the savages from the ice wastes, the Jek. An interesting story, Brys said after a moment, but I am afraid I do not comprehend its relevance. I am offering explanation, the first consort said, pushing himself from the column and walking past Brys. For what? Without turning, he replied, for the imminent failure, Finad, of my objectivity. Morok Nevath slowed his lathered horse as he neared the gates. To either side of the raised road, what had once been a sprawling confusion of huts and shacks had been razed, leaving only mud, potsherds and slivers of wood. Stains on the city's wall were all that remained of the countless buildings that had leaned against it for support. The crowds of refugees on the road had thinned the last few leagues, as Morosh outdistanced the leading edges. He'd seen deserters among them, and had struggled against an urge to deliver summary justice upon the cowards. But there would be time for that later. The gates ahead were open, a squad of soldiers from the merchants' battalion standing guard. Morok reined in before them. "This road will be packed by dusk," he said. "You will need at least 4 more squads to manage the flow." A sergeant scowled up at him. "And who in the errant's name are you?" "Another deserter," muttered a soldier. Morok's uniform was covered in dust and patches of old blood. He was bearded, his hair filthy and unbound. Even so, he stared at the sergeant, shocked that he had not been recognized. Then he bared his teeth. "There will be deserters, yes. They are to be pulled aside, and all those refugees of acceptable age and fitness are to be recruited. Sergeant, I am Finad Morok Nevath. I led the survivors from High Fort down to Brand's Keep, where we were attached to the artisan battalion. I go now to report to the Preda." He was pleased at the sudden deference shown once he identified himself. The sergeant saluted, then asked, "Is it true, then, sir? The prince and the queen are prisoners of the Edur? A miracle that they survived at all, sergeant." A strange expression flitted across the sergeant's features, quickly disguised, yet Morok had understood it. "Why didn't you fall defending them, Finad? You ran like all the others." "We will get them back, sir," the sergeant said after a moment. "Send for your reinforcements," Morok said, kicking his horse into motion once more. "You're right. I should have died. But you were not there, were you?" He rode into the city. Champion Ormley and Chief Investigator Ruckett were sitting on the steps of the Rat Catchers Guild, sharing a bottle of wine. Both scowled when they saw Bugg, who approached to stand before them. "We know all about you now," Ruckit said. She sneered, but added nothing more. "Well," said Bugg, "that's a relief. What more have you heard from your agents in the occupied cities?" "Oh," Ormley said, "and we're to reveal all our intelligence to you, simply because you ask for it." "I don't see why not. He has a point, the bastard," Ruckit said to the champion, who looked at her in disbelief. "No, he doesn't. You're smitten, aren't you? Tehol and his manservant, both of them. Don't be absurd. It's in the contract, Ormley. We share information. Fine. But what's this man shared? Nothing. The waiting man. What's he waiting for? That's what I want to know." "You're drunk?" Bugg said. "You haven't heard anything." "Of course we have," Ormley snapped. "Peace reigns. The shops are open once more. Coins roll. The sea lanes are unobstructed. Garrisons. Disarmed, including local constabulary. All protection and enforcement is being done by the Edur. Empty estates have been occupied by Edur families. Some kind of nobility exists with them, with those tribes. Not so different after all." "Curious," Bugg said. "No resistance. Their damned shades are everywhere. Even the rats don't dare cause trouble. And how close to Letheras are the Edur armies? That we don't know. Days away, maybe. The situation is pretty chaotic in the countryside north of here. I'm not answering any more questions, and that's that." Ormley took the bottle from Rocket and drank deep. Bugg looked round. The street was quiet. Something in the air. "We know," Rocket said. The silence lengthened. Then Bugg rubbed at the back of his neck. Without another word, he walked away. A short time later, he approached the Azath Tower. As he began crossing the street towards the front gate, a figure emerged from a nearby alley. Bugg halted. "Surprised to see you here," the man said as he drew nearer to the manservant. "But a momentary surprise, thinking on it." "Where else would you be?" Bugg grunted, then said, "I wondered when you'd finally stir yourself awake. If, better late than never. Here to give things a nudge, are you? In a manner of speaking. And what about you? Well, Bugg considered, that depends on you, I suppose?" "Oh, I'm just passing through," the man said. Bugg studied him for a long moment, then cocked his head and asked, "So how much of you was at the heart of this mess, I wonder? Feeding the Queen's greed, the prince's estrangement from his father. Did the notion of the seventh closure simply amuse you?" "I but watched." The man replied, shrugging, "Human nature is responsible as ever. That is not a burden I am willing to accept, especially from you. All right, but here you are, about to take a far more active role." "This goes back, old man. Edur or human. I do not want to see a revisiting of the Tilanimas." After a moment, Bugg nodded. "The pack, I see. I have never liked you much, but this time I am afraid I have to agree with you. That warms my heart, to be so benignly judged." "I suppose it would at that." He laughed, then, with a careless wave, walked past Bugg. The problem with gods, Bugg decided, was the way they ended up getting dragged along, wherever their believers went. This one had vanished from memory everywhere else, as extinct as the holes themselves. So Clan, Imas, the pack, and the coming of the Jek solar-taken worshippers of their ancient lord, and, from the potential resurrection of that ancient cult, a possible return of the Clan Imas, to expunge the madness. What had driven him to act now, then, in this particular matter? The answer came to Bugg, and he smiled without humour. "It's called guilt." A metallic tapping woke Trull Beddict. He sat up, looked round. It was nearing late afternoon. The tapping was repeated, and he glanced over to see his bodyguard, weapon drawn, standing at the roof's edge on the alley side. The man gestured him over, climbing gingerly from the rickety bed. Tehol tiptoed to the bodyguard's side. Down in the alley below, a shape was crawling along beneath a stained tarp of some sort. Slow but steady progress towards the corner. "I admit," Tehol said, "it's a curious thing."
But sufficient cause to wake me up. Ah, there I have doubts. The city is full of crawling things after all. Well, on a normal day, that is. Here we are, however, so perhaps it might be amusing if we follow its tortured journey. The shape reached the corner, then edged round it. Tehol and his companion tracked it from above, along the wall, then into the aisle leading to the entrance to Tehol's house. Ah, it is paying us a visit. Whatever it's selling, I'm not sure I want any.
"We are facing a conundrum, my friend. You know how I hate being rude. Then again, what if it is selling some horrible disease?" It reached the doorway, slipped inside. The bodyguard walked to the hatch and looked down. After a moment, Tehol followed. As he peered over, he heard a familiar voice call up, "Tehol, get down here, shirk," a gesturing shape in the gloom. "Best wait here," Tehol said to his guard. "I think she wants privacy. You can keep an eye on the entrance from up here, right?" "Excellent. I'm glad we're agreed." He climbed down the ladder. "I have a problem," she said when he reached the floor. "Anything I can do for you, shirk, I shall. Did you know you have a spike of some sort in your forehead?" "That's my problem, you idiot." "Ah, would you like me to pull it out?" "I don't think that's a good idea, Tehol. Not worse, surely, than leaving it there." "The issue is not as clear as it appears to be," Shirk said. "Something is holding it. It's not nearly as loose as one would hope." "Are you concentrating on it?" She said nothing. He hastily added, "Maybe it's bent or something. It goes through to the back of my skull. There may be a flange of some sort. Why not push it right through and leave the back of my head in pieces?" "Well, the only other possibility I can think of at the moment, Shirk, is to pull it out a little bit, saw it off, then push what's left back in. Granted, you'd have a hole, but you could take to wearing a bandana or headscarf, at least until we visit Selush. Not bad. But what if it starts clunking around in my head? Besides, bandanas are pathetically out of date as far as fashion goes. I would be mortified to be seen in public. Selush might well have a solution to that, Shirk. A stopper with a diamond in it, or a patch of skin sewn over the hole. A diamond-studded plug. I like that. You'll launch a new trend. Do you think Ublala will like it, Tehol?" "Of course he will. As for the clunking, well, that's a definite problem, but it seems evident that you're not using your brain. I mean, that physical stuff in there. Your soul is simply making use of the body, right? Probably out of a sense of familiarity, given that maybe we could pull it out. No. I like the idea of sawing it. And the diamond stopper. That sounds good now. Can you bring Selush here? Right now? Well, as soon as possible. I don't like walking around with it the way it is. Tell her I will pay for the inconvenience." "I'll try. Needless to say, I'm miserable." "Of course you are, Shirk. And I want Ublala. I want him now. I understand." "No, you don't. I said I want him now, but that's impossible, so you'll have to do. Me, oh dear. Does it bite?" "Only one way to find out. Trull Beddict. Get out of those stupid clothes. So long as you don't poke my eye out, don't make me, oh right. I'll be careful, I promise, just so long as you understand, Shirk. I normally don't do this with my employees, especially dead ones. I don't see why you had to bring that up. It's not like I can help it, I know, but it's, well, creepy."
"You're lovely and all that. I mean, Selush was brilliant, the best work she's ever done. Think how I feel, Tehol. Errant knows you're no Ublala." "Why, thank you. Now take your clothes off. I'm sure it won't take long anyway." The street was mostly unobstructed, allowing Moroch Nevath to make good time on his approach to the old palace. His horse would probably never fully recover from the journey down from High Fort. There was a Bluearose trainer in the palace, he had heard, although he had never seen the man who was said to heal horses.
If he found the time, he might hunt him down. A figure stepped into the street ahead. Recognizing the man, Morok reined in. Turudel Brizad, Finad. I barely recognized you. You're not alone in that first consort. Now I am off to report to the Preda. You will find her in the throne room. Finad, I may have need of you shortly. Morok scowled.
For what?
The man smiled. Specifically your skill with the sword. Who do you want me to kill, Brizad? Some irate husband? An outraged wife? I think Gerun Eberict would better suit your requirements in such matters. I wish it were that simple, Finad. Ideally I would seek out Brys Beddict, but he has other tasks before him. So do I. The Preda will assign you to protection of the royal household, such as it is. That is the task of the king's champion. Yes, meaning you will find yourself with some time on your hands. Morok's scowl deepened. I intend to accompany the Preda when she marches first consort. Turudel sighed. You are no longer trusted, Finad. You failed both the prince and the queen. It would have been preferable had you died in the endeavor at High Fort. I was injured. Separated from my charges, I could not even find them once the battle commenced. Tragic, Finad, but such stones make no splash on a frozen lake. What I offer you is an opportunity for redemption, for your name to be hailed in history. I am certain, Morok Nevath, that you will receive no comparable offer from anyone else. The Finad studied the man standing before him. He'd always made Morok's skin crawl. Too slick, too perfumed, too smug, now more than ever. There is nothing you can offer me, Finad. I want you to kill a god. Morok sneered, said nothing. Turudel Brizad smiled, then said, The god of the Jek. And where can you find this god? Why here in the city, waiting for the arrival of its savage worshippers? How do you know all this? Kill the god Morok Nevath, and the Tiste Edur will lose their allies. We will speak more on this, the Finad said in a growl. But for now I must go. Of course. You have my sympathies, by the way. I know you could have done nothing to save Quillers or Janal. Save your breath, first consort. Morok snapped the reins, sending his horse forward, forcing Turudel Brizad to step aside hastily to avoid being knocked down. Bugg found Kettle hunched against the door of the tower. She was shivering, knees drawn up, her head down. Child. A muffled reply. Go away. He crouched beside her. How bad is it? I'm hungry. My stomach hurts. The bites itch. You're alive, then. He saw her head nod. And you'd rather be dead. Another nod. We need to get you some new clothes. Some food and water. We need to find you shelter. You can't stay here any longer. But I have to. He needs my help, Bugg rose. I think I'll walk the grounds. Don't. It's too dangerous. I'll be all right, lass. No need to worry about Grandfather Bugg. And then I'll come back here, and you and I will head to the Downs Market. She looked up then, regarded him with red-rimmed eyes that looked far older than the rest of her face. I have no money.
Me neither, Bugg said, smiling. But a lot of people owe me. He headed into the grounds. The earth was hot beneath his worn sandals. Most of the insects had died or moulted, their bodies crunching underfoot. Withered roots had been pushed to the surface, split and peeling. Stained fragments of bone were visible, pieces of skull and fractured long bones, the occasional oversized vertebra. The crumpled remains of barrows were on all sides.
So much history had been lost, destroyed beneath this steaming earth. A good thing, too, since most of it was unpleasant. Unfortunately, a few hoary nightmares remained. The meanest of the lot, in fact, and one of them had sworn to help, against the others. All in all, Bugg decided, not a promising situation. A stranger among us. He halted, frowning. Who speaks? My brothers welcome you. I welcome you. Come closer, hold out your hand, draw us forth. Your rewards will be endless. So will my regret. No, I'm afraid I cannot oblige you, Toblakai. You have taken one step too many, stranger. It is too late. We shall use a surge of power rushing into Bugg's mind, seeking domination, then gone. No, not you. Come no closer. I am sorry you found me so unpalatable. Go away. You and your brothers are in for a fight, Bugg said. You know that, don't you? We cannot be defeated. Oh, how often those words are spoken. How many of your fellow prisoners said much the same at one time or another? Always the conceit of the moment. None of this is your concern. You are right, none of it is, but you should be warned the child, Kettle, is not to be harmed. She is nothing to us. Good. Make sure it stays that way. Be careful with your threats, stranger. Ah, you don't understand, do you? Attack the child, and the one hiding within her will awaken. And that one will annihilate you, and probably everyone else just for good measure. Who is it that hides within the child? Its name? I don't know, but it is for cruel assail. You are lying? The manservant shrugged, swung about, and made his way back to where Kettle waited. There was time still. He decided to go shopping. King Esgara Discanar sat on his throne, motionless, pale as dusted marble, the lids of his eyes half lowered as he regarded first eunuch Nefadas. The scene belonged to an artist, Brys decided, heavy with gravitas, the colours dark and saturated, a great fall imminent, all here in this frozen moment. The eve before the seventh closure, the painter might call it, with quiet pleasure at the multitude of meanings hidden in the title. But there was no artist, no vulture to sit on the wings of civilization's tottering construct, red-eyed and clucking. The audience consisted of Brys, first concubine Nizol, Preda Onnutal Hebaz, and 4 of the king's guard. The sun had dropped low enough outside to send shafts of lurid light through the stained glass panels set in the dome, brushing the moats with ugly hues. The air smelled of sweat and lantern smoke, and this, King Esgara finally said, is what awaits my people. The first eunuch's small eyes blinked. Sire, the soldiers do not welcome the notion of new overlords. They will fight to defend you. I have seen scant evidence of that thus far, Nefadas. The Preda spoke to that, sire. It quickly became evident that we could not match the enemy in the traditional manner, given the sorcery available to them. It was tactically incumbent that we withdraw, avoiding engagement. But now our backs are to the city's wall, Preda, with time to prepare, as we have been doing since the first unit arrived at Brand's Keep. Sire, we have never before fielded such a large army as that which is assembling there right now. Over 2,000 trebuchets, 1,500 mangonels, and 300 triple-mounted dresh ballistae. We have dug pits, trenches, traps. The mages have woven rituals across the entire battlefield. Our auxiliaries alone number over 10,000. Untrained fodder, Preda, a terrible waste of citizenry. Are they even armed? Spears and shields, sire. Leather armor. The king leaned back.
Nefadas, still no word on the fate of my wife and son. Our emissaries do not return, sire. What does he want with them? I am at a loss to answer that. The first eunuch admitted. This Tiste Edur emperor is unpredictable, sire. Despite the Preda's confidence, I believe it would be wise to begin plans for your temporary displacement. My what? Leaving Letheras, sire. Southeast, perhaps. Talis on the Isle, or truce. No.
Sire, Nefadas, if I am to fall, then it will be here. I shall not bring destruction upon other cities, for it is destruction my presence will invite. The protectorates, should I be usurped, will fall in line, peacefully with no loss of life. This Tiste Edur emperor shall have his empire, For myself, if I must die, it will be here on this very throne. Or rather, he said with a wry smile, on the one in the eternal domicile. Silence. Then the predator turned slowly to face Brys. He returned her regard dispassionately. The king had made his wishes known. If he would die on his throne, then his champion would of necessity already be dead. There was no other path to Esgara Discanar after all. It is my intention, sire, Unnotal said, that the situation you describe does not arise. The Tiste Edur will be thrown back, beaten and broken. As you say, the king replied, these were not new considerations for Brys. Ever since the first defeats up north, he had been thinking about a final stand before his king. The passage leading into the throne room in the eternal domicile was relatively narrow. With 4 of his best guards, he felt he could hold it for some time. But without relief, his death would be inevitable. The least palatable thought of all, however, was the possibility of dying beneath sorcery, against which he had no defense. The Ceda's seeming descent into madness was the most painful blow of all. Should the enemy reach the palace, the loss of Kuru Qan would be decisive. Brys wanted to die honorably, but he was helpless to choose, and that stung. The doors opened behind him, and he turned to see a guard step inside. "What now?" the king asked. "Finad Gerun Eberict, my lord," the guard announced. "Very well." The man entered and bowed before the king. "Sire, I apologize for arriving late. There were household affairs to attend to, taking precedence over an audience with your king, Finad. Sire, in my absence my estate was broken into. I am grieved to hear that. A substantial portion of my wealth was stolen, sire. Careless, Gerun. It is never wise to hoard your coin. My security measures were extreme, yet insufficient, it seems. Have you any clues regarding the brazen thief?" Gerun Ebericht's eyes flicked to Brys, then away again. "I have, sire. I believe I shall recover my losses shortly. I trust said activity will not prove too messy. I am confident, sire. And to what extent will this interfere with your duties here in the palace, Finad?" "None whatsoever, sire. I am able to resume command of my company." "Good. They have been busy quelling riots. I intend to bring an end to those riots, sire. You will have peace in Letheras by this evening. That leaves you little time, Gerun. Off you go, then. But be warned." "I do not want a bloodbath, of course, sire." Gerun Eberict bowed again, saluted the praetor, then left. The doors shut. Then Esgara said, "Brys Beddict, ready 200 of your soldiers as clean-up crews. Expect at least 1 bloodbath before the 12th bell tonight." "At once, sire?" "Not yet. Why did Gerun glance to you when I inquired about the thief who struck his estate?" "I do not know, sire. I was wondering that myself." "I trust your resident brother has not fallen to new depths." "I do not believe so, because Gerun Eberict is a formidable enemy." Brys nodded his agreement. "Sire," the praetor said, "it is time for me to join my army. Go, then, and may the errant touch you with mercy." As Unnotal bowed and strode towards the doors, Brys said to the king, "I beg my leave as well, sire. Go on, champion. Once you have detailed your soldiers, return here. I want you close from now on." "Yes, sire." In the hall outside the throne room, Unnotal Hebaz was waiting. "He suspects Tehol. I know." "Why?" Brys shook his head. "You had better warn him, Brys. Thank you for your concern, praetor." She smiled, but it was a sad smile. "I admit to a certain fondness for Tehol. I was not aware of that," Brys said. "He needs some bodyguards." "He has them, praetor. The Shavankrats." Her brows lifted. "The triplets." Then she frowned. "I've not seen them about for some time. Come to think of it, meaning you have anticipated Gerun Eberict, which in turn suggests you know more than you revealed to the king. My concern was not regarding Eberict, praetor." "Ah, I see. Well, you need not inform those brothers to be extra vigilant, since I don't think that is possible. Agreed, Praeder. She studied him briefly, then said, Would that you could join us on the field of battle, Brys? Thank you for that, Praeder.
Errant be with you? I'd rather the cedar, she said, then added, I apologize. I know he was your friend. He still is, Brys said. She nodded, then departed, her boots echoing in the hallway. Brys stared after her. In a few days from now, she might be dead. So might I. Chapter 21. The betrayer stands in the shadow of the empty throne. That is why it is empty. The casting of the tiles, Ceda Kuru Qan. The mass of refugees had forced them from the main road, but Pedak was familiar with all the old tracks winding through the countryside, the herder paths, quarry and logging roads, the smugglers' trails. They were skirting an overgrown limestone quarry 4 leagues north from Bruce as the sun sank behind the trees on their right. The Akita found herself riding alongside the mage. Corlo, I have been wondering, she said. The sorcery you use. I have never heard of magic that steals the will from its victims, that reaches into their minds. Not surprised, he said in a grunt. Here in this backwater, all the sorcery is raw and ugly. No subtlety, no refinement of the powers. Yours is a land where most of the doors are closed. I doubt there's been any innovation in the study of sorcery in the past 10,000 years. Thank you for those admiring sentiments, Corlo. Maybe you'd care to explain things for my ignorant self. He sighed. Where to start? Manipulating people's minds. Mokra. That's the Warren's name. All right. Bad idea. Go back further. What's a Warren? Well, even that's not easy to answer, lass. It's a path of magic. The forces that govern all existence are aspected, which means aspected, in the way the holds are aspected. The holds? He shook his head, sitting in a wagon with square wheels and complimenting each other on the smooth ride. That's the holds acquitter. They were created in a world long gone, a world where the forces were rougher, wilder, messier. The Warrens. Well, those are wheels without corners. You're not helping much here, Corlo. He scratched at his beard. Damned fleas. All right. Paths of aspected magic, like forces and unlike forces. Right? Unlike forces repel, and like forces hold together, you see. Same as water in a river, all flowing the same way. Sure, there's eddies, draws, and such, but it all heads down eventually. I'll talk about those eddies later. So the Warrens are those rivers, only you can't see them. The current is invisible, and what you can see is only the effect. Watch a mob in a square, the way the minds of every person in it seem to melt into one, riots and public executions, or battles for that matter. They're all hints of Mokra. They're what you can see. But a mage who's found a way into the Warren of Mokra, well, that mage can reach deeper down into that water. In fact, that mage can jump right in and swim with the current. Find an eddy and step back out in a different place from where he started. So, when you say path, you mean it in a physical sense. Only if you choose to use it that way. Mokra's not a good example. The eddies take you nowhere, mostly. Because it's sorcery of the mind, and the mind's a lot more limited than we'd care to think. Take meanness. That's another Warren. It's aspected to shadows and illusion, a child of Thyr, the Warren of light. Separate but related, open the Warren of meanness, and you can travel through shadows, unseen and fast as thought itself nearly. And illusions, well, that reveals the sisterhood to Mokra, for it is a kind of manipulation of the mind, or at least of perception, via the cunning reshaping of light and shadow and dark. Do the Tiste Edur employ this meaners? Seren asked. No, not really. Theirs is a warren not normally accessible to humans. Kurald Emolan. It's shadow, but shadow more as a hold than a warren. Besides,
Kurald Emolan is shattered, in pieces. The Tiste Edur can access but one fragment, and that's all. All right. Mokra and Minas and Thyr. There are others? Plenty, lass. Rishan, ruse, tennis, hood. Hood, you use that word when you curse, don't you? Aye, it's the warren of death. It's the name of the god himself. But that's the other thing about warrens. They can be realms, entire worlds, step through, and you can find yourself in a land with 10 moons overhead and stars in constellations you've never seen before. Places with 2 suns, or places filled with the spirits of the dead, although if you step through the gates in Hood's realm, you don't come back. Or rather, you shouldn't. Anyway, a mage finds a warren suited to his or her nature, a natural affinity, if you like, and through enough study and discipline you find ways of reaching into it, making use of the forces within it. Some people, of course, are born with natural talent, meaning they don't have to work as hard. So you reach into this Mokra, and that gets you into the minds of other people. Sort of lass. I make use of proclivities. I make the water cloudy, or fill it with frightening shadows. The victim's body does the rest. Their body? What do you mean? Say you take 2 cows to slaughter. One of them you kill quick, without it even knowing what's about to happen. The other? Well, you push it down a track in some place filled with the stench of death, with screams of other dying animals on all sides, until, stupid as that cow is, it knows what's coming, and is filled with terror. Then you kill it. Cut a haunch from each beast. Do they taste identical? I have no idea. They don't. Because the frightened cow's blood was filled with bitter fluids. That's what fear does. Bitter, noxious fluids makes the meat itself unhealthy to eat. My point is, you trick the mind to respond to invisible fears, unfounded beliefs, and the blood goes foul, and that foulness makes the fear worse, turns the belief into certainty, as if the slaughterhouse for the second cow was only an illusion, when in truth it was crossing pasture. Exactly? Seren studied the back of iron bars where he rode ahead and was silent. All right, Corlo said after a time. Now tell me what you're really on about, lass. She hesitated, then asked, Corlo, can you do anything about memories? She looked across at him. Can you take them away? In front of them, iron bars half-turned in his saddle, regarded Seren a moment, then swung back round. Ah, Corlo said, under his breath. You sure you want that? Can you? I can make you blind and senseless to them, but it'll be in your nature to fret about that strange emptiness, as if you're always on the edge of realization, but never able to reach it. It could drive you to distraction, Aquita. Besides, the body remembers. You'll react to things you see, smell, taste, and you won't know why. It'll gnaw away at you. Your whole personality will change. You've done it before, haven't you? He nodded, then hesitantly ventured, There's another option, lass. What? It's not the memories that are hurting, Aquita. It's how you feel about them. It's the you now, warring with the you then. Can't explain it any better. No, I understand you. Well, I can make you feel, differently about it. How do you mean, end the war, lass? What would I feel, Corlo? I could make you cry it out. All out, Seren. He met her eyes. And when that was done, you'd feel better. Not much better, but some. You release it all, but only once, I promise. There's a risk with crying it all out, mind you, could be as traumatic as the rape itself. But you won't fall into the trap of cycling through it over and over again. Release gets addictive, you see. It becomes a fixed behavior, as destructive as any other. Keep repeating the exercise of grief and it loses meaning. It becomes rote, false, a game of self-delusion, self-indulgence, a way of never getting over anything ever. This sounds complicated, Corlo. It is. You stop the war all in one shot, and afterwards the memory leaves you feeling nothing. A little remorse, maybe. the same as you feel for all the mistakes you left behind you during your whole life. Regrets, but no self-recrimination, because that's your real enemy, isn't it? A part of you feeling like you somehow deserved it. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak, making you want to punish yourself. Another nod. Corlo raised his voice. Avowed we might. Aye, he said, lifting a gauntleted hand. The troop halted. Corlo's hands were there, helping her down from the horse. She glared at him. You've started, haven't you? No, lass, you did. Remember what I said about natural talent. You've got it by the bucketful. I never cry, she said, as he led her off the trail into the adjacent forest. Of course not, he replied. You've got the warren right there in your head, and you've spent most of your life manipulating it like a high mage. Anything to keep going, right? She pulled up, looked behind them. Iron Bars was just visible at the trail's edge, watching. Don't mind him. He's just worried, lass. He won't be there when you... No, she said. He comes with us. Acquita. If I start beating on your chest, Corlo, I'm liable to break a rib or two. He's tougher. The mage's eyes widened, then he smiled. Avowed. Stop hovering, if you please, Warrens. It occurred to Seren Pedak much later that they were a thing not easily defined, yet simply understood. Forces of nature, proclivities, and patterns. Corlo's explanations had worked to illuminate for her those mostly hidden forces somewhat, but in the end it was the knowledge already within her that offered revelation. In a simplistic world, 4 elements are commonly identified, and things are left at that, as if the universe could be confined to 4 observable, apposite manifestations. But Corlo had mentioned others, and once that notion was accepted, then it was as if the world opened out, as if new colours rose sudden and startling in their terrible beauty. Time was such an element, she now believed, the stretch of existence between events consisting of countless other events, all strung together in complex patterns of cause and effect, all laid out like images sewn onto a tapestry, creating a sequence of scenes that once one stood back was revealed to be coexisting. Present all at once. She had been repeating scenes, a grim realization, repeating scenes for most of her life. She had imposed her own pattern, bereft of nuance, and had viewed her despair as a legitimate response. Perhaps the only legitimate response, a conceit of being intelligent, almost preternaturally aware of the multitude of perspectives that was possible in all things. And that had been the trap. All along, the sorceress incantation called grief, her invitation to the demons of self-recrimination reappearing again and again on that tapestry, different scenes, the same leering faces. Unravelling the ritual had proved frighteningly easy, like pulling a single thread. If it had been Corlo's work, then he had been subtle beyond belief, for it had seemed that the effort was entirely her own. He had sat across from her, there in the glade they'd found 30 paces from the trail. His expression both relaxed and watchful, and, oddly enough, she had felt no shame weeping in front of him. Iron Bars had begun by pacing restlessly, but his motion stilled when her first tears arrived, and eventually she found herself in the half-embrace of one of his arms, her face pressed against his neck. It might have been sordid under other circumstances. The critical part of herself could well have sneered at the contrivance, as if the only genuine gestures were the small ones, the ones devoid of an audience, as if true honesty belonged to solitude, since to be witnessed was to perform, and performance was inherently false, since it invited expectation. In the exhausted aftermath of a surprisingly short period of release, when it seemed in truth that she was empty inside, hollowed out calm, she could explore what was left, without the fetters of emotion. She had chosen to have faith in Buruk the Pale, believed, because it was easy that he would not give up on life. She never did, after all. She had refused the evidence of his sudden ease, the strange freedom in his words to her during those last few days, when he'd already made up his mind. He'd seen the war coming after all, and wanted to excise his own role in its making, cut himself from this particular tapestry. But there had been sorcery in her own self-deceit, the path to grief and guilt, and there had been a comforting familiarity to the ritual. From her failure sprang the requirement to be punished. She had not invited the rape. No sane person would do that, but she had woven the scene and all its potential horror. Not all things about oneself were likable. So she had wept for her flaws, for her weaknesses, and for her humanity. Before two witnesses, who no doubt had their own stories, their own reasons to grieve. But now it was done. There was no value in repeating this particular ritual. Exhaustion gave way to sleep, and when she awoke it was dawn. The squad had camped in the glade, and all were still asleep, with the exception of Iron Bars, who was sitting before a small hearth, intent on stirring the flames to life once more. A blanket had been thrown over her. The morning air was cool and damp. Seren sat up, drawing the wool about her shoulders, then rose and joined the avowed at the smouldering fire. He did not glance up. "Acquirer, you arrested?" "Yes, thank you. I don't know if I should apologize." "For what?" "I've been hearing horses, south of here." "That would be Brous. There's a garrison there, a small one. Brous is a city?" "A village set in the midst of stone ruins. It was once a holy site for the Tarthanal, although they didn't build it." "How do you know? The scale is all wrong for Tarthanal." "Too small?" "No, too big." He looked up, squinted, then rose. "Time to prepare a meal, I think." "You're a strange officer, Iron Bars," Seren said, smiling. "Cooking every breakfast for your soldiers." "I always wake up first," he replied, dragging close a food pack. She watched him working, wondering how often he had done this. How many glades like this one, how many mornings the first to rise among snoring soldiers, so far from anything resembling home. In a way, she understood him in that regard. There were two manifestations in the empty hold that spoke to that nature. Walker and Wanderer, the distinction between them a subtle one of motivation. The avowed, she realized, was an easy man to watch. Coughing the mage, Corlo clawed free of his blanket and stumbled over. "Where's that tea?"
"Almost ready," Iron Bars replied. "Got a headache," Corlo said. "Something's up. Heard horses earlier," the avowed said, screaming. "That's brewed enough for me." The avowed dipped a ladle into the pot, filled the tin cup. Corlo held out. Seren saw the mage's hand trembling. "May need the diadem today, sir." Rather not. Let's try to avoid that if we can." "Aye?" "The diadem," Seren asked. "The one you used to open that path in trait?" Corlo shot her a sharp look, then nodded. "But not for that. There's other rituals woven into it. 40 of them, in fact. The one we might have to use speeds us up, makes us faster than normal. But we go that way as rarely as we can, since it leaves us with the shakes, and those shakes get worse the more we use it. Is that why you're trembling now?" He glanced down at his hand after taking a sip of the herbal brew. "No, that's something else. Whatever's happening right now at Brous, I guess. Wake up the others, Corlo," Iron Bars said. "Aquita? Should we be avoiding Brous? Hard to do. There's a ridge of hills to the east of here, no tracks to speak of across them. We'd lose a day, maybe 2, if we went that way." "All right, I'll see to the horses," Seren said after a moment. The avowed nodded. "Then come back and eat." "Aye, sir." She was pleased at the answering smile, slight though it was. They were among the ruins well before the village came into view. Most were half buried, rising in humps from the forest floor. Ancient roots gripped the stone, but had clearly failed in forcing cracks into the strange rock. Causeways that had once been raised now formed a crazed web of roads through the forest, littered in dead leaves, but otherwise defying intrusion. Reaching the edge of the wood, they could see a scattering of domed buildings in the clearing ahead, and beyond it the palisade wall of Brous,
over which wood smoke hung in a sullen wreath of grey. The ancient domed buildings possessed formal entrances, a projecting arched corridor with doorways as wide as they were tall, 3 times the height of a man. Hood's breath, Corlo hissed, these dwarf even K'chain Shamala tombs. Can't say I've ever seen those. Seren began. But the mage interrupted. Then I'm surprised, since there are plenty of remnants in these lands. They were something between lizards and dragons, walking on 2 legs, lots of sharp teeth. Traits markets had the occasional stall selling the old teeth and bones. K'chain Shamal, Lass, ruled this entire continent once long before humans arrived. Anyway, their tombs look something like these ones, only smaller. Oh, it's been assumed that those were Tarthanal. Nothing was ever found inside them. The K'chain Shamal never got the chance to use them, that's why. Most of them, anyway. They fell silent as they rode past the first structure and saw on the near side of the village 100 or more soldiers and workers gathered. It appeared they were excavating into a small, longish hill, a barrow. Capstones had been dragged from the top of the barrow by teams of horses, and crowds of diggers were attacking the sides.
"Don't want to be a part of that, sir," Corlo said. They reined in. "What's in there?" Iron Bars asked. "Nothing that has anything to do with these ruins, I don't think. Picking up the dock-rat version of our language doesn't serve you well, you know," Seren said. "Fine," Corlo rasped. "What I meant was the low barrows belong to something else, and the interment was messy. Lots of wards. There's a mage in that company avowed, who's been busy dismantling them, all of them."
Almost. Left a couple in place. I think he means to bind whatever's in there. We've been noticed, Seren said. A troop of mounted soldiers was riding towards them, an officer in the lead. Recognize him? The avowed asked her. Finad Alidas Tulid, she replied. He commands the Browse garrison. Iron Bars glanced at her. And? He's not a nice man. The Finad's troop comprised 16 riders. They reined in, and Alidas nodded at Seren. Aquita.
"Thought I recognized you. You come from where?" "Trait. That's a long ride, I take it. You left before it fell." She did not contradict him. The Finad scanned the Crimson Guardsman and apparently did not like what he saw. "Your arrival is well timed," he said. "We're recruiting. They have already been recruited," Seren said. "As my escort, I am riding to Letheras for an audience with the king." Our leaders scowled. "No point in that, Akitor. The man just sits there, cowering on his throne. And the Cedar's lost his mind. That is why I decided to declare our independence. And we intend to defend ourselves against these damned greyskins." Seren's laugh was sudden, instantly regretted. "Independence, Finad, the village of Browse, with you in charge. As what? Its emperor. You have entered our territory, Aquita, meaning you and your escort are now subject to me. I am pleased to see you all armed, since I have few spare weapons." "You are not recruiting us," Iron Bars said. "And I suggest you do not make an issue of it, Finad, or in a short while you will find yourself with a much smaller army." Alidas sneered. "The 6 of you and an Aquita, Finad?" A rider nudged his horse from the troop to halt alongside Alidas. Round, hairy, small-eyed, and filthy from crawling tunnels of dirt. "That one's a mage," he pointed at Corlo. "So are you, you damned Neric halfling," the Finad snapped. "Tell him," Corlo said to the other mage. "Your name's Urga, isn't it? Tell your Finad, Urga." The half-Neric licked his lips. "He'll kill us all, sir. Every one of us. He won't even break a sweat. And he'll start with you, Finad. He'll pluck your brain out and drop it in a cauldron of boiling oil," Corlo said. "You'd best return to that barrow, Urga. Your demon's trying to get out, and it just might succeed. You'll lose your chance to bind it." The mage twisted round in his saddle. "Errant, take me. He's right. Finad, I must go. No waiting.
With that he wheeled his horse and drove heels into its flanks. Arledas glared at Seren, Iron Bars, and Corlo in turn. Then he snarled wordlessly and gestured to his soldiers. "Back to the barrow! Back, damn you!" They rode off. Seren looked over at Corlo. "You made yourself pretty scary, didn't you?" The mage smiled. "Let's get going," the avowed said, before they gather their wits.
"I'd like to learn how you do that, Corlo." His smile broadened. "You would you? There is always something ominous in dust rising from a distant road, do you not think?" Trull Sengar squinted eastward until he spied the telltale smear. "Nothing to worry about, Lilac," he said. "It's a column from my father's army, I suspect. A portion of it occupied the manse not long ago." "There was fighting there," the demon said, then sighed. "2 of my kin fell."
"I am sorry for that," Trull said. They were camped on the outskirts of Tehol, preparing for the fast extended march down to First Reach, where their army would join up with the Emperor's before striking southeast to Letheras. Tomad's army would march down Mappa's road to approach the capital city from the north. The Letheri forces were fleeing before them along every approach. Even so, one more battle lay ahead, probably outside the walls of Letheras.
Trull glanced over at his company. A dozen or so warriors were gathered round Sergeant Kanath, who was in the midst of a gesture-filled tirade of some sort. Trull's captain, Alrada An, stood nearby, apart yet listening. Since Trull had acquired his demon bodyguard, the other warriors had kept their distance, the squad leaders reluctant to stand still, even when Trull approached with orders. There was something wrong, clearly, with singling out a demon, with making it obvious that the creature was intelligent, an individual, understandable given the usual treatment of the Kennel Ra by their Tiste Edur masters. But he well knew there was more to it than that. During their march down from High Fort, Trull Sengar had found himself mostly shunned by his warrior kin and by the women. No official sanction had yet been pronounced, but silent judgment had already occurred, and it was these unspoken forms of punishment that maintained the necessary cohesion of the Edur tribes. Rejection of aberrant behavior must be seen, the punishment one of public participation, the lesson clear to all who might harbor similar dangerous impulses. Trull understood this well enough and did not rail against it. Without the demon at his side, it would have been far more painful, far more lonely than it was. Yet even with Lilac, there was a truth that stung. The demon was not free, and had it been so, it would not now be here at his side. Thus the premise of companionship was flawed, and Trull could not delude himself into believing otherwise. Fear had not spoken to him once since High Fort. Orders were conveyed through Binaga, who was indifferent to or unaware of the tensions swirling about Trull. Nearby sat their 2 charges, the Queen and her son, for whom Trull and his company had provided escort down from High Fort. They had been carried by ox-drawn wagon, the prince's minor wounds tended to by a Lethery slave, the Queen provided with a female slave of her own to cook meals and do other chores as required, an indulgence permitting the king's wife to resume her haughty demeanor. Even so, the 2 prisoners had said little since their capture. Alrada An made his way over. Trull spoke first. "Captain, what has Sergeant Kanath so animated?" The dark-skinned warrior frowned. "You, Trull Sengar? Ah, and you've come to warn me of insurrection." The suggestion clearly offended him. "I am not your ally," he said. "Not in this matter. Kanath intends to approach Fear and request a new commander." "Well, that would be a relief," Trull said. "What is it you want, then?" "I want you to excuse yourself before Kanath delivers his request." Trull looked away. Southward, the sprawl of farms on the other side of Tehol. No livestock, no workers in the fields. The rains had been kind, and all was a luscious deep green, a Blue Arose slave, wasn't she? Your mother, which was why you were always apart from the rest of us. "I am ashamed of nothing, Trull Sengar. If you are seeking to wound me,
He met Alrada's hard gaze. "No, the very opposite. I know you do not like me. Indeed, you never have, long before I struck a woman. Oddly enough, I have always admired you. Your strength, your determination to rise above your birth, rise above." Alrada's grin was cold. "I suffered under no such compulsion, Trull Sengar. Before she died, my mother told me many secrets.
The Blue Arrows are the survivors from a war in which it was supposed there were no survivors. It was believed the Eda had killed them all. You see, it was necessary to believe that." "You have lost me, Alrada An," Trull said. "What war are you speaking of?" "I am speaking of the betrayal. When the Eda and the Andi fought as allies against the Kitchain Shamala, the betrayal, which was not as the Eda histories would have it. The Andi were the ones betrayed, not the Eda." Skabandari Bludai stabbed Silkas Ruin in the back. "All that you learned as a child and hold true to this day, Trull Sengar, was a lie." His smile grew colder. "And now you will accuse me of being the liar." "The Blue Arrows are Tiste Andi. The blood is thinned, but it remains." Trull looked away once more. After a time he slowly nodded to himself. "I see no reason, Alrada An, to call you a liar. Indeed, your version makes more sense. After all, had we been the ones betrayed, then we should have been as the Andi today, mere remnants of a broken people. Not as broken as you think," Alrada said. "You do not think Blue Arrows will capitulate? Is it not already a protectorate of the Letheras, a nation of subjugated people? They have been waiting for this, Trull Sengar. After all, the truth cannot be hidden. Once the Edur occupy Blue Arrows, it will be discovered that its ruling class possess Andi blood. Probably." They were silent for a time. Then Alrada An said, "I hold no particular hatred for you, Trull Sengar. My hatred is for all the Tiste Edur. I understand. Do you? Look upon the shadow wraiths, the ghosts who have been bound to the Edur, who are made to fight this war, to find oblivion beneath swords of Letheras steel, the fatal iron against which they have no defense. They are Tiste Andi, the shades of those who fell in that betrayal long ago." The demon Lilac spoke. "It is true, Trull Sengar. The wraiths are compelled, as much as we Kenil Ra. They are not your ancestors to all of this," Trull said. "I can do nothing." Without another word, he strode away. Through the camp, deftly avoided by all, his path appearing before him devoid of any obstruction, as if by the hand of sorcery. Trull was not immune to regret. He would have liked to have taken back that moment when he'd lost control, when his outrage had broken through. The woman had been right, he supposed. The wounded Edur must be healed first and foremost. There was no time for demons. He should not have struck her. No one cared for his reasons. The act was inexcusable, as simple as that. He approached the command tent and saw that the riders they'd seen earlier on the road had arrived. Among them, Uruth, his mother. She was standing beside her horse. Fear emerged from the tent and strode to her. Uruth was speaking as Trull arrived. "I can barely stand. Should we run low on food on our march south? Allow me to be the first to suggest we slaughter the horses." She noted Trull and faced him. "You have made terrible mistakes, my son. Nonetheless, this overreaction on the part of the women in this camp will not be tolerated. It is for me to sanction you, not them," she returned her attention. "To fear. Are the warriors naught but children? Grubby hands on their mothers' skirts? Did your brother Trull reveal cowardice on the field of battle?" "No," Fear replied. "There was no question of his courage. For you and your warriors, Fear, nothing else obtains. I would have thought better of you, my eldest son. Your brother sought the healing of a fallen comrade, a demon. And did not demons fight at high fort? Did not many of them give their lives to win victory? Healers are to accede to the wishes of the warriors after a battle. They are not to make judgments on who is worthy of healing. Had I been here, I myself might well have struck her for her impudence. Shall every Eda woman now assume the flaws of our Empress Mayan? Not if I have a say in the matter. Now, fear you will correct your warriors' attitudes. You will remind them of Trull's deeds during the journey to retrieve the Emperor's sword. You will tell them to recall his delivery of the news of the Letheri harvest of the tusked seals. Most importantly, fear you will not turn away from your brother. Do you challenge my words? It seemed a vast weight lifted from fear as he straightened with a wry smile. I would not dare, he said. Trull hesitated, then said, Mother, fear's anger with me has been over my disagreement with the necessity of this war. I have been careless in voicing my objections. A crisis of loyalty to the Emperor is a dangerous thing, Uruth said. Fear was right to be angry, nor am I pleased by your words. Only the Emperor has the power to halt this conquest, and he will not do that. Neither fear nor I nor anyone else, Trull, are capable of responding to your doubts. Do you not see that only Rhulad, and he is not here? I understand, Trull said. He looked to Fear. Brother, I apologize. I shall save my words for Rhulad. He is not interested in hearing them, Fear said. None the less. They studied each other. Uruth sighed. Enough of this, Trull. Is that the demon in question? Trull swung round to where Lilac stood, 5 paces back. Yes. His mother approached the demon. Kenelra, do your kin still rule over you in your home realm? A deferential nod. The tyrants remain, mistress, for the war continues, yet you were not a soldier. Lilac shrugged. Even the Kenrila must eat, mistress. We found few soldiers among those we summoned. Uruth said, we are losing the war. 4 of the Kenrila towers have fallen. Corvalerai's ships were seen far up the Shirod River. I must leave to join the Emperor tomorrow morning, Uruth said. Which leaves us this night. For what? Trull asked. A conversation with a Kenrila tyrant, she replied, her regard still on the demon. Perhaps the time has come for a formal alliance. Lilac spoke. They are not pleased with your thefts, Tiste Edur. Uruth turned away. You are a peasant, demon. All I need from you is the path into your realm. Keep your opinions to yourself. Trull watched his mother stride into the command tent. He glanced at Fear and saw his brother staring at him. Did you come here to speak to me about something? Trull hesitated, then said, My warriors are about to come to you seeking a new commander. I thought to anticipate them by resigning. Fear smiled. Resigning. I suppose we are indeed an army now in the Letheri fashion. Sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and commanders. There will be no resignations, Trull. Very well expect Kanath to request an audience soon. And he shall have one, although he will not leave pleased. Fear stepped close. We will soon be joining our brothers. I know you will have words you will want to say to Rhulad. Be careful, Trull. Nothing is as it once was. Our people have changed. I can see that, Fear. Perhaps. But you do not understand it, do you?
Trull challenged. Fear shrugged, made no reply. A moment later, he walked back to his command tent. Your mother, Lilac said, would play a dangerous game. This is the Emperor's game, Lilac, Trull said. He faced the demon. Your people are at war in your home realm. I am a caster of nets. Yet, should the need arise, your tyrant masters could call you into military service. The Kenrila have ruled a long time, Trull Sengar, and have grown weak with complacency.
They cannot see their own impending demise. It is always the way of things, such blindness. No matter how long and perfect the succession of fallen empires and civilizations so clearly writ into the past, the belief remains that one's own shall live forever, and is not subject to the indomitable rules of dissolution that bind all of nature. The small, calm eyes of the demon looked down steadily upon Trull. I am a caster of nets. Tyrants and emperors rise and fall. Civilizations burgeon then die, but there are always casters of nets, and tillers of the soil, and herders in the pastures. We are where civilization begins, and when it ends, we are there to begin it again. A curious speech, Trull reflected. The wisdom of peasants was rarely articulated in such clear fashion. Even so, claims to truth were innumerable. Unless, Lilac, all the casters and tillers and herders are dead. I spoke not of ourselves, Trull, but of our tasks. Kenilra, Edur, Letheri, the selves are not eternal. Only the tasks, unless everything is dead. Life will return eventually. It always does. If the water is foul, it will find new water. My mother said she would make use of you to fashion a path. Trull said, "How will this be done? I will be sacrificed. My blood shall be the path. I did not have you healed only to have you sacrificed, Lilac. There is nothing you can do, Trull Sengar. There must be. Is there no way of setting you free?" The demon was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Your blood can create a new binding. Myself to you in exclusion of all else. Then you could command me to do what? Return to your realm." "Yes, and could you then be summoned again? Only by you, Trull Sengar, you would have me as your master, Lilac. The alternative is death, which you said earlier you'd prefer to slavery. Between the choices of fighting this war or dying, yes, but returning home, that is preferable to all else, Trull Sengar." The Tiste Edur drew out his knife. What must I do? Trull entered the command tent a short while later. He found Fear and Uruth in the center chamber. "Mother." She turned, frowned. "What have you done? I sent my demon away. You will have to find another." Her gaze dropped to his left hand, narrowed on the broad, still dripping cut across the palm. "I see. Tell me, son, will your defiance never end? I paid a high price to save that demon's life." "What of it? You intended to use him to create your path into his realm? And, to do that, you would have to sacrifice it." "The demon told you that. It lied, Trull. In fact, killing it would have severed its link to its own world. It deceived you, son. But you are bound now, the two of you. You can summon it back and deliver your punishment." Trull cocked his head, then smiled. "You know, Mother, I think I would have done the same were I in its place. No, I have sent it home, and there it shall stay, where it may well find itself fighting in another war." "Not for me to decide," Trull said, shrugging. "You are difficult to understand," Uruth said, "and the effort wearies me." "I'm sorry," Trull said. "This alliance you will attempt with the demon tyrants. What is the Emperor seeking from it? What does Rhulad plan to offer in return? Are you truly interested, son?" "I am." Uruth shot Fear a glance, then sighed. "The Corvalari are seafarers. They are reaching into the Kenril lands via a vast river, and even now approach the heart in a fleet carrying all the Corvalari. Rhulad's power is such that he can divert that river for a time. The invading fleet will be destroyed in the conflagration. Achieving such a thing would in turn serve Edur needs as well. In return, we are given more demons for our war, perhaps a minor Kenrilla or two, who are far better versed in the arts of battle than their subject Kenil-Ra." She turned to Fear. "I will need another demon." "Very well. And then a place of solitude." Fear nodded. "Trull, return to your company." As he was walking back to where his warriors were camped, Trull found himself smiling. Lilac's pleasure, moments before it vanished, had been childlike. Yet the demon's mind was not simple. It must have known there was a risk that upon discovering the deception, Trull would summon it back in a fit of rage and inflict terrible punishment. For some reason Lilac had concluded that such an event was unlikely. My weakness, so plain and obvious even a demon could see it. Perhaps he was not a warrior, after all, not a follower of commands, capable of shutting out all unnecessary thoughts in service to the cause. Not a leader either, to stride ahead. Certainty, a blinding fire, drawing all with him. Worse yet, he was suspicious of Rhulad's transformation. Fear, in his youth, had displayed none of Rhulad's strutting arrogance. His posing and posturing, all of which might well suit a leader of warriors, but not in the manner that fear led warriors. Rhulad had been bluster, whilst fear was quiet confidence, and Trull was not sure if that essential character trait had changed in Rhulad. "I do not belong." The realization shocked him, slowed his steps. He looked around, feeling suddenly lost. Here, in the midst of his own people. The Tiste Edur have changed, but I haven't. South, across the region known as the Swath, a deforested scrubland which had once been part of Outcry Wood, past the burnt-out town of Siege Place and onto the slowly climbing lookout track towards the hills of Lookout Climb. 3 days crossing the old hills, a range thoroughly denuded by wild goats onto Moss Road, marching northeast along the banks of the Moss River to the ford town of Ribs. Retreating Letheri forces had stripped the countryside ahead of the Emperor and his army. The military food and materiel caches that Hull Beddict knew of were all emptied. If not for the shadow wraiths supplying the Tiste Edur army would have been impossible, the invasion would have stalled. Unacceptable, Rhulad had decided. The enemy was reeling. It was necessary to keep it so. Udinas remembered eating smoked eel from Moss River one time when the trader ship had docked in Dresh. Delicious. Once one got used to the furry skin which was to be chewed but not swallowed. He had since heard from another slave that the eels had been transplanted into Dresh Lake, producing a strain that was both bigger and nastier. It had turned out that those eels captured in Moss River were juveniles, and few ever reached adulthood since there was a razor-jawed species of predatory fish resident in the river. No such fish in Dresh Lake. Adolescent swimmers from Dresh started disappearing before anyone realized the adult eels were responsible. Razor-jawed fish were netted from the river and tossed into the lake, but their behavior changed, turning them into frenzy feeders. Adult swimmers from Dresh started vanishing. The slave who had been relating all this then laughed and finished with, "So they poisoned the whole lake, killed everything, and now no one can swim in it." From this, Udinas surmised, various lessons could be drawn, should one be inclined to draw lessons from multiple acts of stupidity. They had camped on the road, a day's march west of Ribs. The Emperor was suffering from some kind of fever. Healers were tending to him, and the last Udinas had heard, Rhulad was sleeping. It was late afternoon, and the sun's light was painting the river's surface red and gold. Udinas walked along the stony strand, flinging rocks out onto the water every now and then, shattering the lurid hues. At the moment he was not feeling anything like a slave or an indebted. He marched in the shadow of the Emperor for all to see, for all to wonder at. He heard boots crunching on pebbles and turned to see Hull Beddict scrambling down onto the strand, a big man on whom every oversized muscle seemed to brood somehow. There was fever in his eyes as well, but unlike Rhulad, this heat had nothing to do with illness. Udinas. The slave watched the man approach, fighting his instinctive urge towards deference. The time for that was past, after all. He just wasn't sure what belonged in its stead. "I have been looking for you." "Why?" "The Emperor's condition." Udinas shrugged. "A marsh fever, nothing more." "I was not speaking of that, slave. I am not your slave, Hull Beddict." "I am sorry."
"You are right." Udinas collected another stone. He wiped the grit from its underside before throwing it out over the water. They watched it splash. Then Udinas said, "I understand your need to distinguish yourself from the other Letheri marching with this army. Even so, we are all bound to servitude, and the varying shades of that are not as relevant as they once were." "Perhaps you have a point, Udinas, but I don't quite understand what you're getting at." He brushed the grit from his hands.
Who better to teach the newly conquered Lethere than the Edur's original Lethere slaves? You anticipate a new status for you and your fellow slaves, then? Maybe. How are the Tiste Edur to rule? Much remains to be answered. Trull Beddict, I gather you intend to involve yourself in that particular reshaping if you can. The man's smile was sour. It seems I am to have little or no role in much of anything, Udinas.
Then the errant looks kindly upon you, Udinas said. I am not surprised you might see it that way. It is a waste of time, Trull Beddict, to fashion intricate plans for restitution. What you did before, all you did before, the mistakes, the bad decisions, they are dead, for everyone but you. None of it has purchased a future claim to glory, none of it has earned you anything. Has not the Emperor heeded my advice? In this war, when it suited him?
But I trust you're not expecting any consideration in return. Udinas turned, met Hull's eyes. Ah, I think you are. Reciprocity, Udinas. Surely the Tiste Edur understand that, since it is so essential within their own culture. There is no reciprocity when you display expectation. Trull Beddict. Poof, it vanishes. And that was just my point earlier. There is much that we can teach the future conquered Lethere.
I am blood-bound to Benadas, Hull said, yet you accuse me of insensitivity to the mores of the Tiste Edur. His expression was wry. I am not often chastised in such things. You remind me of Seren Pedak, the Akita who escorted you. I saw her in trait. Hull stepped close, suddenly intent, during the battle. Udinas nodded. She was in bad shape, but alive she'd found a worthy escort of her own. I have no doubt she still lives. An escort of her own. Who?
I'm not sure, foreigners. One of them killed Rhulad and his chosen brothers. Udinas collected another stone. Look at that. Trull Beddict, a river of gold, flowing into the sunset. He flung the stone, broke the mirrored perfection momentarily. You witnessed that killing. I did. Whoever that foreigner was, he was terrifying. More terrifying than Rhulad's return. Udinas said nothing for a time. Then he stepped away, down to the water's edge. He stared into the shallows, saw the muddy bottoms swarming with newborn eels. Do you know what is coming, Trull Beddict? No, do you? Dresh Lake, that's what's coming. I don't understand. Doesn't matter. Don't mind me, Trull Beddict. Well, I'd best return the Emperor is awake. Hull followed him up from the strand. Things like that, he said. He's awake. How do you know? A stirring in the shadows. Udinas said, Rhulad sets the world to a tremble. Well, he amended. A small part of it. But it's growing. In any case, his fever has broken. He is weak, but alert. Tell me, Hull said as they walked into the vast camp about Featherwitch. Udinas grimaced. Why? She is no longer Mayan's slave. She now serves the Edur healers. Was that your work, the Emperor's command, Trull Beddict? You claim no influence on him. Few would believe that now. Reciprocity. And in return you give Rhulad what? Friendship? I do not advise him, Trull Beddict. I do not seek to influence him. I cannot answer your question. Rather, I won't. She affects to hold only hatred for you, Udinas. But I am not convinced. Oh, I am. I think perhaps she has given her heart to you, yet would fight it for all the pointless prohibitions and prejudices of our people. What is the extent of your debt, Udinas? My debt, my father's debt, 722 docks from the day I was taken as a slave. Hull reached out and stopped him. That's it. A Beddict might well say that. For most Lethere, that is insurmountable, especially given the interest. Udinas resumed walking. Hull came up alongside him. Who holds it? A minor lender in Letheras. Why are you asking? The lender's name. Huldo. Huldo, after a moment. Hull snorted. You find that amusing? I do. Udinas, my brother Tehol, owns Huldo. Maybe once. As I understand it, Tehol owns nothing these days. Let me tell you a story about my brother. He was, I guess, around 10 years old when a family debt was purchased by a particularly unscrupulous lender. The plan was to force us to relinquish a certain holding, and so the debt was called. We couldn't pay, not all at once, and of course the lender knew it now. It was at the time assumed by all that Tehol was at school every day during this crisis, and indeed that, young as he was, he had no idea of the trouble our parents were in. Only much later did certain facts come to light. The fact that Tehol had finessed a debt of his own over his tutor. Nothing large, but he was able to coerce the tutor into saying nothing about his absences, whilst he operated a business venture of his own down at a flow-out on the river. 2 employees, both Neric, sifting sewage. This particular outflow issued from an estate district, extraordinary what treasures could be recovered. Jewellery, mostly. Rings, earrings, pearls. In any case, it seemed there was a windfall, a necklace, and the result was Tehol and his 2 Neric employees found themselves suddenly flush. By selling the necklace? Oh no, from the reward. Their business was returning lost items. Shortly thereafter, the lender pressuring our family received payment in full on our debt, and was then subsequently financially gutted when a host of holdings on him were called. Udinas grunted. Grateful patrons indeed. Probably. We never found out, and Tehol never explained a damned thing. It took me over a year to piece some of it together. My point is, Udinas, Tehol's genius, is of the diabolical kind. Destitute? Not a chance. Retired from business dealings? Impossible. I am now quite skilled at tracking my brother. You see, Holdo's not the only lender Tehol owns. So Udinas said as they approached the Emperor's tent. I am indebted to the Beddicts. Not any more, Hol said. I am clearing it right now.
I'm sure Tehol will forgive me, assuming I ever get a chance to corner him. Udinas looked over at the man. Then he nodded. I see reciprocity. I am without expectation, Udinas. Good. I knew you were a fast learner. Hull Beddict halted outside the entrance. I enjoyed speaking to you, he said. Udinas hesitated, then smiled.
Seated on his throne, sweat streaming down between and over the gold coins on his face, neck and chest, some horrible insight burning in his eyes. The Emperor trembled as if rabid. Udinas, he croaked. As you can see, we are well. These Southlands, Emperor, hold strange diseases. We were not sick. We were travelling. They were alone in the chamber. Hannan Mosag was overseeing the warriors where some old feuds between tribes were threatening to breach the unity. Mayan was cloistered among the women, for it was said that Trull Sengar was coming, summoned via the Kirisnan. The air in the tent smelled of sour sweat. A long and difficult journey then, Udinas said. Do you wish some wine food? No, not yet. We have done something, a terrible thing to achieve an alliance. When we strike the Letheri army outside Letheras, you shall see what has been won this day. We are pleased. Yes, pleased. Yet frightened by your own power. The eyes flickered, fixed on Udinas. We can hide little from you, it seems. Yes, frightened. I have drowned an entire world, a fragment of Kurald Emurlan, upon which our ships will soon travel, seeking our lost kin and champions. He clawed at his face. I drowned a world. The subject needed deflection. Udinas decided. Champions, I do not understand, Emperor. A moment to recover, then a nod. Worthy foes, Udinas, skilled fighters, capable of killing us. They are needed for your power to grow yet stronger? Yes, stronger. It is necessary. So many things are necessary now. Udinas risked a glance away as he said, It is right to fear then, Emperor.
It is. Explain.
Fear bespeaks of wisdom, recognition of responsibility. Wisdom, yes, it must be so, mustn't it? We had not considered that before. We fear because we are becoming wise. Oh, you poor lad, how can I do this? How will you incite these champions? Rhulad shivered, then raised the sword in his right hand. Who among them will turn away from such a challenge? Those who do are not worth fighting? Or, if they are yet reluctant, they will be compelled. This world is vast, Udinas, far vaster than you might think. There are other lands, other empires, there are formidable peoples, races. We will search far, we will find those useful to us, and then, one day, we will conquer every kingdom, every continent. You will need to deceive those champions, Emperor, into believing that killing you means their victory. You will have to make it seem that it is your ego that forces such challenges. They must know nothing of the sword's power, of its demands upon you. Yes, you speak true, Udinas. Together we will shape the future. You will want for nothing. Emperor, I want for nothing now. I need no promises, please. I did not mean to offend by that. What I meant was, there is no need for promises. Sudden pain in Rhulad's dark eyes, a grief and sorrow that rent at Udinas, somewhere deep inside. It was all he could do to continue meeting the Emperor's gaze. We would have some wine now, Udinas, a tone of profound sorrow, 2 goblets for you and me. We shall drink and think of nothing. We shall talk, perhaps, of inconsequential matters. Udinas strode to the table where sat a jug of Letheri wine. I visited Dresh once, he said as he poured out 2 cups full, and ate smoked Moss River eel. Would you like me to tell about Moss River eels, Emperor? He carried the 2 goblets over to the Eda seated on the throne. Is it inconsequential? Udinas hesitated, then nodded. It is. Then yes, Udinas, we would. Seren Pedak and the Crimson Guardsmen rode at a canter. Half a league ahead was the town of Descent. It had once been walled, but local builders had dismantled most of the stonework long ago. The town had since grown outward in a mostly chaotic manner, swallowing commons and nearby farms. But now Descent was barely visible, devoured in turn by at least 3 encamped armies. Crimson Rampant Brigade, Seren said, scanning the distant banners, Snakebelt Battalion and the Riven Brigade. Can we ride straight through? Iron Bars asked. She glanced across at him, then nodded. I think so.
My apologies. I'm a little shocked, that's all. If this is all that's left of the frontier armies, the ground ahead is not ideal for a battle, the avowed judged. I'd be surprised if the king intended to await the Edur here. Can you think of anywhere else close by that might be better suited? Bran's Keep in the hills, a few leagues northeast of Descent. And Descent is the nearest major town, apart from Letheras itself, Seren said. Then this is temporary encampment.
When the Tiste Edur draw closer, those 3 armies will march to Bran's Keep, assuming the warlord commanding them has any wits at all. In any case, Aquit or other Letheri forces might already be waiting there, at Bran's Keep. It's a question of logistics, keeping these ones here. I hope you're right, then again. I wonder if it will make any difference. We're far from the sea, Seren, Iron Bars said. That demon the Edur have chained can't reach here, and that evens things some. A worthy try, Iron Bars. Another day to outkeep, then we should reach Letheras the following day, well before dusk. Could we hasten that, Akuta? These soldiers camped ahead. Might they be prepared to exchange horses? If I insist, yes, based on your desire to speak to the king. Yes. And will you? Speak to the king, that is. No. He said nothing for a time whilst she waited. Then, and in Letheras, what will you do once you've arrived? I expect I will have some dusting to do. Sorry, my house is closed up. I've not had a chance to send a message to my staff, all 2 of them. That doesn't sound very secure. No one to guard your possessions. She smiled. I have nothing of value. Iron Bars, thieves are welcome to it.
Well, I'd prefer if they left me my furniture. My neighbours are diligent enough, I suppose, to prevent anything like that. The avowed stared ahead for a moment.
We must needs depart your company then, Akita, to make contact with our new employer. Presumably we'll be shipping out soon after, before the city's occupied and sealed up. I imagine so. There might be room aboard. I am Letheras. Iron bars. She shook her head. I'm done with travelling for a time, I think. Understandable. Anyway, the offer's open. Thank you. So here I run again. Corlo, riding behind them, called out, "Easy on that, lass. Mokra's dangerous when you don't control it." The avowed turned his head, studied her. She shrugged.
Chapter 22. An old man emerged from the ditch, a creature of mud and wild autumn winds, capering like a hare across a bouldered field, across and through the stillness of time unhinged, that sprawls patient and unexpectant in the place where battle lies spent, unmoving, and never again moving bodies strewn, and death twisted like lost languages, tracking contorted glyphs on a barrow door, and he read well the aftermath. The disarticulated script rent and dissolute, the pillars of self toppled like termite towers, all spilled out round his dancing feet, and he shouted in gleeful revelation the truth he'd found in these red-fleshed pronouncements. "There is peace,"
he shrieked. "There is peace, and it was no difficult thing, where I sat in the saddle above salt-rimmed horseflesh, to lift my crossbow aim and loose the quarrel, skewering the madman to his proclamation. Now, said I, in the silence that followed, now there is peace. The lay of Skinner Fisher Kel Tath, on facing hills, the smouldering ruins of First Reach in the low, flat floodplain between the two armies of the Tiste Edur, came within sight of one another. Wraiths swarmed through the ashes, weapons were lifted high, triumphant cries piercing the still morning air. The convergence was, of course, incomplete. The third, easternmost force, led by Trull Sengar and Benadas, was still striking south down Mappa's Road towards White Point. It would join with these two armies, Trull knew, somewhere close to Bran's Keep, and there the fate of Lether, and indeed of the Edur Empire, would be decided in a single battle. He stood leaning on his spear, feeling no inclination to join his voice to the fierce tumult buffeting him from all sides. Just north of the ruins in the floodplain below, 100 or more starlings cavorted and wheeled, their own cries drowned out, a detail that somehow transformed their dance into a fevered, nightmarish display. In the distant line of warriors opposite, a space was clearing, a single dominant standard bobbing forward, beneath it a figure flashing gold, holding high a sword. The war cries redoubled. Trull flinched at the deafening sound. He pulled his gaze away from Rhulad on that far hilltop and saw fear approaching. "Trull, Benaga, you and I, horses await us. We ride now to our emperor." He nodded, uneasy with the ferocity evident in Fear's eyes. "Lead on, brother." The ride across to Rhulad's army was a strange experience. Trull did not like horses that much, and liked riding them even less. He was jolted again and again, jarring the scene on all sides. They rode across burnt ground, heaps of the remains of butchered livestock lining the tracks approaching the town, and the roaring of the warriors was a wave at their backs, pushing them onwards. Then, halfway across, the sensation shifted, spun entirely round as the voices of the warriors in the Emperor's army engulfed them. Their horses balked, and it was a struggle to make them resume the approach. As they climbed the slope, Trull could see his brother Rhulad more clearly. He was barely recognizable, hulking now beneath the weight of the coins. His forehead was exposed, revealing skin the color of dirty snow, the contrast darkening the pits of his eyes. His teeth were bared, but it seemed as much a grimace of pain as anything else. Hannan Mosag stood on the Emperor's left, the slave Udinas on the right. Trull Beddict was positioned 3 paces behind the warlock king. Mayan and Uruth were nowhere to be seen. Arriving, they reined in and dismounted. Slaves appeared to lead the horses away. Fear strode forward to kneel before the emperor. Across the valley, another surge of sound. "My brother," Rhulad said in his rasping, broken voice. "Rise before us." The emperor stepped close and settled a coin-backed hand on Fear's shoulder. "There is much I must say to you, but later, as you command, Emperor." Rhulad's haunted eyes shifted. Trull. He knelt and studied the ground before him. "Emperor, rise."
We have words for you as well.
"No doubt." "Mother arrived safely?" A flash of irritation. She did. It seemed he would say something more to Trull, but then he changed his mind and faced Benaga. "The Jek are well, Benaga." A fierce grin. "They are. Emperor, we are pleased. Hannan Mosag would speak to you regarding the impending lie of battle. A tent has been prepared for such matters. Trull Beddict has drawn us detailed maps." Benaga bowed, then walked to the warlock king. The two departed, trailed by Trull Beddict. "Our brothers," Rhulad said, the sword shaking in his left hand. "Come, we will take food and drink in our own tent. Udinus, precede us." The slave strode into the mass of warriors. The Edur melted back before the nondescript Letheri, and into his wake walked the Emperor, Fear, and Trull. They reached the command tent a short while later, after traversing an avenue walled in flesh, waving weapons and frenzied war cries. Wraiths stood guard to either side of the entrance. As soon as the slave and the three brothers entered, Rhulad spun round and halted Trull with one hand. "How far do you intend to push me, Trull?" He looked down at the hand pressed against his chest. "It seems you are the one doing the pushing, Rhulad?" A moment of taut silence. Then his brother barked a laugh and stepped back. "Words from our past?" "Yes, as we once were before a wave of the sword, all this." His ravaged gaze fixed on Trull for a moment. "We have missed you," he smiled at Fear. "Missed you both, Udinas. Find us some wine." "A leathery drink," Fear said. "I have acquired a taste for it, brother." Trull and Fear followed Rhulad into the inner chamber, where the slave was already pouring 3 cups of dark wine into leathery-made goblets of silver and gold. Trull felt unbalanced, the sudden breach in Rhulad's facade shocking him, hurting him somewhere inside for reasons he could not immediately fathom. Eschewing the throne dominating the center of the room, the Emperor settled down in a leather-slung tripod chair near the food-laden table along one wall. 2 identical chairs flanked him. Rhulad gestured. "Come, brothers, sit with us." "We know. We understand. Well, it seemed all we were was but ashes, and the love we shared as brothers was so sadly strained." Then Trull could see that even Fear was stunned as they sat down in the low chairs. "We must not run from our memories," Rhulad said, as Udinas brought him his cup. "The blood of kin need not always burn, brothers. There must be times when it simply warms us." Fear cleared his throat. "We have missed you as well, Emperor. Enough. No titles." Rhulad. "So our father named me, as he named all his sons, each in turn from the host of ancestors of the Sengar line. It is too easy to forget." Udinas set a cup into Fear's hand. Fingers closed of their own accord. Trull glanced up as the slave approached him with the last cup. He met the Letheri's eyes, was startled by what he saw in them. He reached out and accepted the wine. "Thank you, Udinas." A flinch from Rhulad. "He is mine," he said in a tight voice. Trull's eyes widened. "Of course, Rhulad." "Good, yes, Fear. I must tell you of Mayen." Slowly leaning back, Trull studied the wine trembling in the cup in his hands. The slave's gaze, the message it seemed to convey, all is well. "I did not," Fear ventured hesitantly. "See her earlier. No, nor our mother. Mayen has been unwell." Rhulad shot Fear a nervous glance.
I am sorry, brother. I should not have done that. And now, well, you see, he drained his wine in a single motion.
Udinas more? Tell him. Explain, Udinas, so that fear understands. The slave refilled the cup, then stepped back. She is with child, he said, meeting fear's gaze. There is no doubt now that her heart belongs to you. Rhulad would have wished otherwise at first, in any case. But not now. He understands, but the child that has made matters difficult, complicated.
The cup in Fear's hand had not visibly moved, but Trull could see that it was close to spilling, as if a numbness was stealing the strength of the limb. "Go on," Fear managed. "There is no precedent, no rules among your people," Udinas resumed. "Rhulad would relinquish his marriage to her. He would undo all that has been done. But for the child, do you see, Fear Sengar? That child will be heir," Rhulad interrupted with a harsh laugh. "No heir, Fear, ever, don't you see? The throne shall be my eternal burden." Burden. By the sisters, what has awakened you, Rhulad? Who has awakened you? Trull snapped his gaze back to Udinas and mentally reeled in sudden realization. Udinas? This slave? Udinas was nodding, eyes still on Fear's own. The warrior that raises that child will be its father in all things but the naming. There will be no deception. All will know. If there is to be a stigma, it will be for me to deal with, Fear said. Should I choose to stand beside Mayan, once wife to the Emperor, with a child not my own to raise as my wife's firstborn? It is, as you say, Fear Sengar, Udinas said. Then he stepped back. Trull slowly straightened, reached with one hand and gently righted the cup in Fear's grip. Startled. His brother looked at him, then nodded. "Rhulad, what does Mother say to all this? Mayan has been punishing herself with white nectar. It is not an easy thing to defeat such dependency." Ureth endeavours. A soft groan from Fear as he closed his eyes. Trull watched Rhulad stretch out as if to touch Fear, watched him hesitate, then glance across to Trull, who nodded. Yes, now, a momentary contact that seemed to shoot through Fear, snapping his eyes open. "Brother," Rhulad said. "I am sorry." Fear studied his youngest brother's face, then said, "We are all sorry, Rhulad, for so much. What has Ureth said of the child? Is it well?" "Physically, yes, but it knows its mother's hunger. This will be difficult. I know you do not deserve any of this fear, perhaps, Rhulad, but I will accept the burden for Mayan. And for you." No one spoke after that. Not for some time. They drank their wine, and it seemed to Trull that something was present. Some part of his life he'd thought not long gone, but non-existent in the first place. They sat, the three of them, brothers, and nothing more. Night descended outside. Udinas served food and still more wine. Some time later, Trull rose, the alcohol softening details, and wandered through the chambers of the tent, his departure barely noticed by Rhulad and Fear. In a small room, walled in by canvas, he found Udinas. The slave was sitting on a small stool, eating his own supper. He looked up in surprise at Trull's sudden arrival. "Please," Trull said, "resume your meal. You have earned it, Udinas. Is there something you wish of me, Trull Sengar?" "No. Yes, what have you done?" The slave cocked his head. "What do you mean? With him? What have you done, Udinas?" "Not much, Trull Sengar. No, I need an answer. What are you to him?" Udinas set down his plate, drank a mouthful of wine. "A subject who's not afraid of him, I suppose. That's all." "Wait. Yes, I see. But then I wonder, why? Why are you not afraid of him?" Udinas sighed, and Trull realized how exhausted the slave was. "You, all the Eder, you see the sword, or the gold. You see the power, the terrifying, brutal power." He shrugged. "I see what it takes from him.
What it costs, Rhulad. I am Letheri after all, he added with a grimace. I understand the notion of debt. He looked up. Trull Sengar, I am his friend. That is all. Trull studied the slave for a half-dozen heartbeats. Never betray him, Udinas. Never. The Letheri's gaze skittered away. He drank more wine. Udinas, I heard you, the man said in a grating voice. Trull turned to leave, then he paused and glanced back. I have no wish to depart on such terms. So, Udinas, for what you have done, for what you have given him, thank you. The slave nodded without looking up. He reached down to retrieve his plate. Trull returned to the central chamber to find that Hannan Mosag had arrived and was speaking to Rhulad. Hull believes it lies near a town downriver from here.
A day's journey, perhaps. But, Emperor, a necessary journey nonetheless.
Rhulad looked away, glared at the far wall. The armies must go on to Bran's Keep. No delays, no detours. I will go, and Fear and Trull as well. Hull Beddict to guide us. Udinas, of course. A Crisnan, the warlock king, said, and our new demonic allies, the two Kenrilla. Very well, those as well. We shall meet you at Bran's Keep. What is it? Trull asked. What has happened? Something has been freed, Hannan Mosag said, and it must be dealt with. Freed by whom and for what purpose? The warlock king shrugged. I know not who was responsible, but I assume it was freed to fight us. A demon of some sort. Yes, I can only sense its presence, its will. I cannot identify it. The town is named Bruce. Trull slowly nodded. Would that Benadas were with us, he said. Rhulad glanced up. Why? Trull smiled, said nothing. After a moment, Fear grunted, then nodded. Rhulad matched Trull's smile. Yes, he said, would that he were. Hannan Mosag looked at the three of them in turn. I do not understand. The Emperor's laugh was harsh, only slightly bitter. You send us on another quest, Warlock King. Hannan Mosag visibly blanched. Seeing that, Rhulad laughed again, this time in pure amusement. After a moment, both Fear and Trull joined him, whilst Hannan Mosag stared at them all in disbelief. They had drunk too much wine, Trull told himself later. That was all. Far too much wine. Seren Pedak and the Crimson Guardsmen guided their horses down from the road across the ditch and drew rein at the edge of a green field. The vanguard of the merchants' battalion had emerged from the city's gates, and the Aquator could see Preda Unnutal Hebaz at the forefront, riding a blue-grey horse, white-maned, that tossed its head in irritation, hooves stamping with impatience. If she's not careful, Iron Bars observed, that beast will start bucking, and she'll find herself on her arse in the middle of the road. That would be an ill omen indeed, Seren said. After a moment, the Preda managed to calm the horse. I take it we have something of a weight before us, Iron Bars said. King's Battalion and Merchant's Battalion at the very least. I don't know what other forces are in Letheras. I wouldn't think the South Battalions and Brigades have had time to reach here, which is unfortunate. She thought for a moment, then said, If we cross this field, we can take the river road and enter through Fisher's Gate. It will mean crossing 2/3 of the city to reach my home. But for you, Avowed, well, presumably the ship you're signed on with will be close by. Iron Bars shrugged. We're delivering you to your door, Aquator. That's not necessary. Even so, it is what we intend to do. Then, if you don't mind, Fisher's Gate it shall be, lead on, Aquator. The rearguard elements of the King's Battalion had turned in the concourse before the Eternal Domicile and were now marching up the avenue of the 7th closure. King Esgara Discanar, who had stood witness on the balcony of the first wing since his official dispatch of the Preda at dawn, finally swung about and made his way inside. The investiture was about to begin, but Brys Beddict knew he had some time before his presence was required. 4 of his own guard were on the balcony with him. Brys gestured one over. "Find me a messenger." "Yes, sir." Brys waited, staring out over the city. The air was oppressive with more than just humidity and heat. After the passing of the battalion's rearguard, few citizens ventured into its wake. The battle at Brand's Keep was still days away, but it seemed that most of the city's residents, those who remained, had elected to stay in their homes as much as possible. The messenger arrived, a woman he had employed often, and one he knew he could trust. "Deliver a missive to my brother Tehol at his home. He will be on his roof." "I expect so, and that is the message. He is to stay there." Now, an additional message to the Shavankrat brother guarding Tehol, a name Jerun Eberict.
"That is all. Yes, sir. Go, then."
She quickly left. Brys strode into the narrow corridor that tracked the length of the wing on the second tier. At the far end, steps descended to an antechamber that was part of the central dome complex. There he found Finad Morok Nevath, sitting on a stone bench. "Brys, I have been waiting for you. Not too long, I hope. What do you wish of me, Finad? Do you believe in gods?" Startled, Brys was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid I do not see the relevance of that question." Morok Nevath reached into a pouch at his hip and withdrew a battered tile, such as might be found among market readers. "When did you last speak with Turudal Brizad? The first consort has not been in the palace, either palace, since yesterday," Brys said. "First Eunuch Nefardus ordered an extensive search, and it has been concluded that Turudal has fled."
Not entirely surprising. Morok tossed him the tile. Instinctively, Brys caught it in his left hand. He looked down at the ceramic plaque, yellowed at the edges, latticed with cracks, the illustration reduced to a series of stylized scratches that Brys nonetheless recognized the tile of the errant. "What of it, Morok?" The soldier rose to his feet. He'd lost weight, Brys noted, and seemed to have aged 10 years since joining the treaty delegation. "He's been here all along."
The bastard's been right under our noses, Brys Beddict. What are you talking about? The errant, the first consort, Turudal Brizad. That is ridiculous. I have a somewhat harsher word for it, Brys. The champion glanced away from the man standing before him. How did you come to this extraordinary conclusion, Moroch? There have been Turudal Brizads every generation. Oh, different names, but it's him, scenes on tapestries, paintings.
"Walk the royal collection, Brys. Everything's out in the hallway, about to be moved. It was right there for anyone to see, should they find reason to look." "And what reason did you have, Moroch?" A grimace. "He asked me to do something for him," Brys grunted. "He's a god, supposedly. Why should he need your help? Because he says you will be too busy." Brys thought back to his last conversation with Turudal Brizad, "the end of my objectivity." Something like that as the man was walking away. "I admit to some skepticism, Morok Nevath." "Set it aside for the moment, Brys. I am here to ask your advice. Assume the worst. A god asks for your help. I suppose one must consider possible motivations and the consequences of accepting or rejecting the request. Yes, will doing as he asks be to the benefit of Lether? He says it will. Where is he now? In the city, somewhere. He was watching the last of the refugees allowed in this morning, on the wall, or so one of my guards reported. Then I would think, Moroth, that you must do as he asks over the duty of protecting the king. I imagine the god assumes that task will be mine. We are almost equal, you and I, Brys. I know you may believe that you are the better between us. I believe otherwise. The decision was not ours to make, Morok. Morok studied him for a half-dozen heartbeats, then said, I thank you for the advice, Finad. I hesitate to say it, Morok Nevath, but the errant be with you. Not funny, The swordsman muttered. As he strode away, Brys made his way into the dome complex. He came to the main corridor, halting to study the layout once more. The walls had been scrubbed, the dust on the floor mopped away. Guards and functionaries were moving about, readying for the investiture. Many glances were cast in the direction of the figure sleeping halfway down the corridor, curled up on the centre tile. Sighing, Brys approached Kuru Qan. Ceda. The old man made a sound, then turned over so that his back was to Brys. "Wake up, Ceda, please." Head lifting, Kuru Qan groped for the twin lenses lying on the floor nearby, drew them to his face. "Who calls?" "It is Brys Beddict." "Ah, Finad." Kuru Qan twisted round and peered up. "You look well." "You do not." "Ceda, the investiture is about to begin. Unless you would have King Esgara Diskanar step around you during his solemn march, you will have to move." "No." The old man spread himself out on the flagstone. "I must not. This is mine, my place. You insist that he step to one side on his approach. Ceda, you risk the king's anger, relevant not in the least." His fingers scrabbled on the stone. "This is mine. Warn him, Finad. Warn the king." "About what?" "I will not be moved. Any who would try will be blasted into ashes." Ashes, Brys Beddict. Brys glanced around. A small crowd had gathered to listen to the exchange. The Finad scowled. "Be on your way, all of you." People scrambled. Temporarily alone once more, Brys crouched down before the Ceda. "You had paints and brushes with you last time. What happened to them?" Paints and brushes? The eyes blinked behind the lenses. "Gone. Gone away. The king wants you now, Finad. He is ready to begin the procession. Nefardus is coming. He will complain, but no matter. It will be a small audience, won't it?" "Relevant? Oh, yes. Best the king ignore me. Explain that to him, Brys." The Finad straightened. "I shall, Ceda." "Excellent. Now, be on your way. This doesn't smell right." Trull looked over at the Kenrilla demon that had spoken. It was taller than the Tiste Edur on their horses. A face of sharper features than those on Lilac, black as chiselled basalt, the upper and lower canines protruding and glinting silver. A fur-lined collar, a vest of bronze scales, salt-rimed and dark with patination. A heavy leather belt on which was slung a huge scabbarded tulwar, leather leggings, grey and supple. The other demon, standing at its side, differed only in the choice of weapons, a massive matlock gripped in two gauntleted hands. This second Kenrilla bared its teeth.
"Making me hungry. Split bones," the other said. "Marrow." The stench the two were referring to was that of rotting corpses. They had reached the edge of the clearing, beyond which was the palisade wall of the town of Brous. In the field were barrows and one long excavated trench. There was no one in sight. "Brothers," the Emperor said, "dismount and ready your weapons." Trull swung down from his horse. He turned. "Krishnan, can you sense anything?"
The young Arapae warlock's face was sickly. He nodded. "In the town, I think. It knows we're here." Rhulad closed both hands on the grip of his sword and raised it to centre guard position. "Udinas, remain with the horses. Fear on my left. Trull, my right. Krishnan, stay behind us, 5 paces. Demons out to either side. Can't we eat first, or pee?" "I need to pee." "You should have thought of that before we left," the first demon said. "And you should have eaten." "We've plenty of spare horses, you know," the Emperor hissed. "Silence, both of you. We've had to listen to you the entire journey. No more, lest I decide to kill you first." "That wouldn't be wise," the second Kenrilla said. "I smell more than meat. I smell the one thing still alive in there, and it isn't pleasant. I taste it," the first demon said, "and it makes me want to retch." "You should have thought of retching before we left," the second one said. "I think of retching every time I look at you." "Enough! I apologize for my brother," the first demon said. "And I for mine," the second one added. Strange tyrants, Trull unslung his spear and strode to Rhulad's side. They made their way across the clearing. Reaching the pit, they saw the first of the bodies, broken and tossed at the base of the deep, ragged excavation like an open mass burial, workers and soldiers. Flesh dark and bloating in the heat, flies swarmed. They skirted the pit and approached the town. The gates opposite them had been knocked down inward, the heavy doors shattered. Somewhere in the town a dog was barking. The street was strewn with corpses just inside the wall. The doors of every house and building within sight had been stove in. Ahead and to the right, 2 horses stood yoked to a wagon that had been knocked over. Exhaustion and the strain of the yokes had driven one of the beasts into an awkward sitting position. Trull hesitated, then walked over to them, drawing the knife at his belt. The others paused and watched as he cut the horses loose. Neither animal was in any condition to flee, but they slowly made their way outside on trembling, uncertain legs. Trull returned to his position beside Rhulad. "It's coming," the first demon said. Further down the main street, a flock of starlings swirled into view, spinning between the buildings. In a mass of black, the birds seemed to boil towards the Tiste Edur and the Kenrilla. Striding in the midst of the birds, a tall figure, spectral, its skin white, its hair pallid yellow and hanging in limp strands. It was wearing a leather harness that looked wrinkled and blackened with rot. There was something strange about its limbs. "He is unarmed," Fear said. Yet the Kristnan hissed behind them. "He is the one." The starlings spun higher, alighting on roof edges to either side, as the figure halted 10 paces away. "Peaceful," it said in Letheras, "is it not?" Rhulad spoke. "I am Emperor Rhulad of the Tiste Edur. Who and what are you, stranger? I am Forkrul Assail. I am named Serenity." "You are a demon, then?" the head cocked. "I am. This is not your world." "It isn't?" Rhulad half turned. "Kristnan, banish him." "I cannot, Emperor." "The tumult of your presence invites discord," Serenity said. Watching the Forkrul Assail's movements, Trull realized that it possessed extra joints in the arms and the legs, and there was some kind of hinge across the creature's breastbone. Its motion was oddly loose. "Discord?" Rhulad asked. "I desire peace once more." Fear spoke. "If it is peace you seek, Serenity, then you need only turn and walk away. Leave. To leave here is to arrive elsewhere. I cannot retreat from disorder, for it shall surely follow. Peace must be asserted where one finds oneself. Only when discord is resolved will there be peace." The Forkrul Assail then stepped forward. "Where?" one of the demons snarled. Serenity surged closer, even as the starlings exploded skyward once more. Trull's weapon possessed the greatest reach, but he did not attempt to stab the creature. Its arms were lifted to fend off the attack, and Trull chose to batter at those with a high sweep of the spear shaft. Like a serpent, Serenity's right arm writhed around the shaft, binding the weapon. A sudden flex, and the blackwood cracked, then splintered, the red core welling into view down the length of the split. Trull had little time to feel shock as Serenity's left hand lashed out. 2 fingertips touched Trull's temple. He was already pitching himself to the side, but at the contact he felt his neck wrenched round. Had he remained standing, had he resisted, his neck would now be broken. As it was, ducking, shoulder dipping, he was flung downward, thrown off his feet. Fear had charged in low, a beat behind Trull's high attack, slashing diagonally down and in to take the Forkrul Assail at the knee. But the leg folded back, the knee reversing its angle, whilst at the same time Serenity reached down with his left hand and grasped the sword blade. The Forkrul Assail plucked it from Fear's hand, fingers clenching, crushing the iron. For all their failures, Trull and Fear had done what was demanded of them. Their flank attacks had preceded Rhulad's with the intention of opening Serenity to the Emperor's attack. Rhulad's mottled sword was a blur, whistling in the air, yet not once making contact as the fork-ruler's sail seemed to simply flow around it. Flinging Fear's bent sword aside, Serenity stepped in and plunged his fingers like spikes into Rhulad's chest, pushing past the coins, sliding between ribs and piercing his heart, then snapping back out. The Emperor crumpled. Serenity swung to face Fear, then leapt back, 8 paces or more through the air, narrowly avoiding a matlock that struck the dirt of the street and sank deep. Serenity back-pedalled further as the other demon pursued, the massive tulwar dancing like a dagger in its hands. Trull scrambled to his feet. He spun, intending to collect another spear from the cache he'd left, strapped to his horse, and found Udinas rushing towards him, the weapons cradled in his arms. Trull pulled one free, then turned once more, leaping over Rhulad's body ahead. The fork-rule assail had darted to the left, ducking beneath a slash of the tulwar, hands lashing out even as the demon kicked it hard in the side. Serenity was thrown by the blow, thudded on the ground and rolled twice before regaining its feet. But Trull had heard the crack of ribs in that kick. The demon closed once more from the fork-rule assail's right. A moment before they closed, Trull launched his spear. Serenity did not see it coming. Struck solidly just below the left collarbone, the creature was spun round by the impact. The demon's tulwar chopped down into its right thigh, ringing as it bit into bone. The demon wrenched it loose. Trull reached back and another spear was placed in his hand. He moved closer. Staggering back, the fork-rule assail had plucked the spear from its shoulder and was fending off the tulwar slashes with its hands, pushing against the flat of the blade. The other demon was rushing in from the other side, matlock raised high. Pale bluish blood streaming from the 2 wounds, which seemed to be closing even as Trull watched. Serenity leapt back once more, then turned and ran. The Kenrila prepared to pursue. "Halt!" Trull shouted. "Leave it!" Udinas was standing above Rhulad's body. A few paces away stood the Krishnan, his young face frozen into an expression of terror. He was shaking his head in denial again and again. Krishnan wild eyes fixed on Trull. It threw me back. My power, when the Emperor died, all flung back. The demons approached. "Leave it to us," the first one said, whipping blood from the tulwar. "Yes," nodded the other. "We've never before heard of these fork-rule assail, but we've decided—" "We don't like them," the first demon said. "Not in the least. We will hunt it down and tell it so." "Fear," spoke Udinas. "How long?" His eyes were on Rhulad. "Not long," the slave replied. "Do we wait?" "It would be best, I think," said Udinas, rubbing at his face. Fear walked over to his sword. He picked it up, examined it, then tossed it aside. He looked across at Trull. Trull said, "It broke Blackwood. A grimace. I saw that second spear. That was well thrown, brother." Still the brothers knew without the Kenrila they would now be dead. The first demon spoke. "May we pursue now?" Fear hesitated, then nodded. "Go." The 2 Kenrila swung round and headed up the street. "We can eat on the way." "Good idea, brother. Somewhere in the town, the dog was still barking." "We have to help him," Sandalath Drukolat said. Withal glanced over at her. They were standing on the sward's verge overlooking the beach. The Tiste Edur youth was curled up in the sand below, still shrieking. "It's not his first visit," Withal said. "How is your head?" she asked, after a moment. "It hurts." The Tiste Edur fell silent, shuddering. Then the youth's head jerked up. He stared at Withal and the Tiste Andi woman standing beside the Mekros weaponsmith, then back again. "Withal?" The smith's brows rose, although the motion made him wince, and he said, "He normally doesn't talk to me much." To the youth, Rhulad, I am not so cruel as to say welcome. Who is she? Who is that betrayer? Sandalath snorted. Pathetic. This is the god's sword-wielder, a mistake. If it is, Withal said in a low voice, I have no intention of telling him so. Rhulad clambered to his feet. It killed me. Yes, Withal replied. It did, whatever it was, a forcral assail. Sandalath stiffened. You should be more careful, Edur, in choosing your enemies. A laugh close to hysteria, as Rhulad made his way up from the beach. Choose, woman. I choose nothing. Few ever do, Edur. What is she doing here withal? The crippled god thought I needed company, beyond 3 insane narcs. You are lovers? Don't be absurd, Sandalath said, sneering. Like she said, Withal added. Rhulad stepped past them. I need my sword, he muttered, walking inland. They turned to watch him. His sword, Sandalath murmured. The one the god had you make? Withal nodded. But I am not to blame. You were compelled. I was. It's not the weapon that's evil. It's the one wielding it. He studied her. I don't care if you crack my skull again. I am really starting to hate you. I assure you my sentiments are identical regarding you. Withal turned away. I'm going to my shack. Of course you are, she snapped behind him. To beg and mumble to your god, as if it'd bother listening to such pathetic mewling. I'm hoping, Withal said over his shoulder, that it'll take pity on me. Why should it? He did not reply, and wisely kept his answering smile to himself. Standing 10 paces to the side of the throne, Brys Beddict watched as King Esgara Discanar walked solemnly into the domed chamber. Distracted irritation was on the king's face, since his journey had required a detour around the prone, shivering form of the Ceda Kuru Qan. But that was behind him now, and Brys saw Esgara slowly resume his stern expression. Awaiting him in the throne room was a handful of officials and guards. First eunuch Niphadas was positioned to the right of the throne, holding the Lether crown on a blood-red pillow. First concubine Nisol knelt at the foot of the dais on the left side. Along with Brys and 6 of his guardsmen, Finad Gerun Eberict was present with 6 of his own soldiers of the palace guard, and that was all. The investiture on this, the day of the 7th closure, or close enough since no one could agree on that specific date, was to be witnessed by these few. Not as originally planned, of course, but there had been more riots, the last one the bloodiest of them all. The king's name had become a curse among the citizenry. The list of invitations had been truncated as a matter of security, and even then, Brys was nervous about Gerun Eberict's presence. The king neared the dais, his robes sliding silken on the polished marble floor in his wake. This day, Niphadas intoned, Lether becomes an empire. The guards executed the salute reserved for the royal line and held it motionless as statues. Esgara Discanar stepped up onto the dais and slowly turned round. The first eunuch moved to stand before him and raised the pillow. The king took the crown and fitted it onto his head. This day, Niphadas said, stepped back. Lether is ruled by an emperor. He turned Emperor Esgara Discanar. The guards released their salute. And that is it. Esgara sat on the throne, looking old and frail and lost. The windows were shuttered tight. Weeds snarled the path. Vines had run wild up the walls to either side of the stepped entrance. From the street behind them came the stench of smoke, and a distant roar from somewhere in the Creeper Quarter inland, beyond Settle Lake, indicated that yet another riot had begun. From the Fisher's Gate, Seren Pedak and the Crimson Guardsmen had walked their horses down littered streets. Signs of looting, the occasional corpse, a soldier's dead horse, and figures scurrying from their path into alleys and side avenues. Burnt-out buildings, packs of hungry feral dogs drawn in from the abandoned farmlands and forests. Refugee families huddled here and there, The king's city of Lether seemed to have succumbed to depraved barbarity, with the enemy still leagues beyond the horizon. She was stunned at how swiftly it had all crumbled, and more than a little frightened. For all her disgust and contempt for the ways of her people, there had remained somewhere buried deep a belief in its innate resiliency. But here before her was the evidence of sudden, thorough collapse. Greed and savagery unleashed, fear and panic triggering brutality and ruthless indifference. They passed bodies of citizens who had been long in dying, simply left in the street while they bled out. Down one broad avenue near the canal, a mob had passed through, perhaps only half a day earlier. There was evidence that soldiers had battled against it and had been pushed back into a fighting withdrawal. Flanking buildings and estates had been trashed and looted. The street was sticky with blood, and the tracks of dozens of wagons were evident, indicating that here, at least, the city's garrison had returned to take away corpses. Iron Bars and his guardsmen said little during the journey, and now, gathered before her home, they remained on their horses, hands on weapons, and watchful. Seren dismounted. After a moment, Iron Bars and Corlo did the same. "Don't look broken into," the mage said. "As I said," Seren replied, "nothing inside is worth taking." "I don't like this," the avowed muttered. "If trouble comes knocking, Aquitor—" "It won't," she said. "These riots won't last. The closer the Edur army gets, the quieter things will become. That's not what happened in Trait." "True, but this will be different. I don't see why you'd think so," Iron Bars said, shaking his head. "Go, find your ship, avowed," Seren said. She turned to the others. "Thank you, all of you. I am honored to have known you and travelled in your company." "Go safe, lass," Corlo said. She settled a hand on the mage's shoulder, held his eyes, but said nothing. He nodded. "Easy on that. You heard?" "I did, and I've the headache to prove it. Sorry. Try to remember, Seren Peddak, Mokra, is a subtle warren. I will try." She faced Iron Bars. "Once I've found our employer and planted my squad," he said. "I'll pay you another visit so we needn't get all soft here and now." "All right. A day, no longer. Then I'll see you again, Akita." She nodded. The avowed and his mage swung themselves back into their saddles. The troop rode off. Seren watched them for a moment, then turned about and walked up the path. The key to the elaborate lock was under the second flagstone. The door squealed when she pushed it back, and the smell of dust swept out to engulf her. She entered, shutting the door, gloom and silence. She did not move for a time, the corridor stretching before her. The door at its end was open, and she could see into the room beyond, which was lit by cloth-filtered sunlight coming from the courtyard at the back. A high-backed chair in that far room faced her, draped in muslin cloth, one step, then another, on, down the corridor. Just before the entrance to the room, the mouldering body of a dead owl lying as if asleep on the floor. She edged round it, then stepped into the room, noting the slight breeze coming from the broken window where the owl had presumably entered from the courtyard. Ghostly furniture to either side, but it was the chair that held her gaze. She crossed to it then, without removing the cloth, she sat down, the muslin drawing inward as she sank down into the seat. Blinking, Seren looked about. Shadows. Silence. The faint smell of decay. The lump of the dead owl lying just beyond the threshold. Seren Peddak's empire, she whispered. And she had never felt so alone. In the city of Letheras, as companies of Jeron Ebericht's soldiers cut and chopped their way through a mass of cornered citizens who had been part of a procession of the king's loyalists on their way to the eternal domicile to cheer the investiture, citizens whose blood now spread on the cobbles to mark this glorious day. As starlings in their tens of thousands wheeled ever closer to the old tower that had once been an azath and was now the hold of the dead, as Tehol Beddict, no longer on his roof,
made his way down shadowy streets on his way to Selush at the behest of Shurk Elale, as the child Kettle, who had once been dead but was now very much alive, sat on the steps of the old tower, singing softly to herself and plaiting braids of grass, as the rays of the sun lengthened to slant shafts through the haze of smoke. The bells began ringing, pronouncing the birth of the empire, the end of the seventh closure. But the scribes were in error. The seventh closure had yet to arrive. 2 more days, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed near the old palace, the first consort, Rhulad Brizad, the god known as the Errant, looked skyward at the cloud of starlings as the bells sounded, low and tremulous. Unpleasant birds, he said to himself. Starlings? 2 more days. A most tragic miscalculation, I fear. Most tragic, chapter 23. A vast underground cavern yawned beneath the basin, the crust brittle and porous. Could one have stood in that ancient cave, the rain would have been ceaseless. Even so, 11 rivers fed into the marshlands that would one day be the city of Letheras, and the process of erosion that culminated in the collapse of the basin and the catastrophic draining of the rivers and swamps was a long one. Thus, modest as Settle Lake is, it is worth reminding oneself of its extraordinary depth. The lake is indeed like a roof hatch with the enormous cavern the house beneath. So, the pulling down into the deep of Burdos' fishing boat, the sole fisher of Settle Lake, nets and all, should come as no surprise. Nor should the fact that since that time, when so many witnessed Burdos' demise, no other fishing boat has plied the waters of Settle Lake. In any case, I was, I believe, speaking of the sudden convergence of all those rivers, the inrush of the swamp's waters, said event occurring long before the settlement of the area by the colonists. Fellow scholars, it would have been a dramatic sight, would it not? Excerpt from the Geologic History of Letheras, a lecture given by Royal Geographer Thula Redsand at the Qatar Academy 19th Annual Commencement. Moments before the great collapse of the Academy ceiling, comments recounted by sole survivor Ebal the Dart. There was nothing natural in the dust that loomed like a behemoth above the Ida armies as they came down from the north and began moving into positions opposite Bran's Keep. The ochre cloud hovered like a standing wave in a cataract, fierce winds whipping southward to either side, carrying ashes and topsoil in a dark, ominous onslaught against the waiting Letheri armies and the barren hills behind them. The emperor of the Tiste Edur had found the glory of rebirth yet again. Every death was a tear in his climb to unassailable domination. Resurrection, Udinas now understood, was neither serene nor painless. It came in screams, in shrieks that rent the air. It came in a storm of raw trauma that tore at Rhulad's sanity as much as it would anyone's suffering the same curse. And there was no doubt at all in the slave's mind. The sword and its gift were cursed, and the god behind it, if it was a god in truth, was a creature of madness. This time, Rhulad's brothers had been there to witness his awakening. Udinas had not been surprised at the horror writ on their faces with the emperor's first ragged scream, the convulsions racking Rhulad's body of smudged gold and dried blood, the cold unearthly light blazing anew in his terrible eyes. He had seen them frozen, unable to draw closer, unable to flee, standing witness to the dreadful truth. Perhaps afterwards, when they had thawed, when their hearts started beating once more, there was sympathy. Rhulad wept openly, with only the slave's arm across his shoulders for comfort. And Fear and Trull had looked on, the Krishnan sitting hunched and mute on the ground behind them, until such time as the emperor found himself once more the child and brother and newly blooded warrior he'd once been before the sword found his hands, discovered, still cowering, but alive within him. Little had been said on the return journey, but they had ridden their horses into the ground in their haste, and for all but Udinas the ride had been a flight, not from the forecruel sail and its immutable fascination for the peace of cold corpses, but from the death
and the rebirth of the Emperor of the Tiste Edur. They rejoined the army 5 leagues from Bran's Keep and received Hannan Mosag's report that contact had been established with the Krishnan in the other 2 armies, and all were approaching the fated battlefield, where shadow wraiths witnessed the Letheri forces awaited them. Details, the trembling skein of preparation, Udinas was indifferent to them. The whisper of order in seeming chaos. An army marched like some headless migration, each beast bound by instinct the imperatives of violence. Armies marched from complexity into simplicity. It was this detail that drove them onward. A field waited on which all matters could be reduced, on which dust and screams and blood brought cold clarity. This was the secret hunger of warriors and soldiers, of governments, kings and emperors. The simple mechanics of victory and defeat, the perfect feint to draw every eye, every mind lured into the indulgent game. Focus on the scales, count the measures and mull over balances, observe the stacked bodies like stacked coins, and time is devoured. The mind exercised in the fruitless repetition of the millstone, and all the world beyond was still and blurred for the moment, so long as no one jarred the table. Udinas envied the warriors and soldiers their simple lives. For them, there was no coming back from death. They spoke simply in the language of negation. They fought for the warrior, the soldier, at their side, and even dying had purpose, which was, he now believed, the rarest gift of all. Or so it should have been, but the slave knew it would be otherwise. Sorcery was the weapon for the battle to come. Perhaps it was, in truth, the face of future wars the world over, senseless annihilation, the obliteration of lives in numbers beyond counting. A logical extension of governments, kings and emperors. War as a clash of wills, a contest indifferent to its cost, seeking to discover who will blink first, and not caring either way. War, no different an exercise from the coin-reaping of the merchants' tolls, and thus infinitely understandable. The Tiste Edur and their allies were arraying themselves opposite the Letheri armies, the day's light growing duller, muted by the hovering wave of suspended dust. In places sorcery crackled, shimmered the air, tentative escapes of the power held ready by both sides. Udinas wondered if anyone at all, would survive this day. And among those who did, what lessons would they take from this battle? Sometimes the game goes too far. She was standing beside him, silent and small and wrapped in a supple undied deer hide. She had said nothing, offered no reason for seeking him out. He did not know her mind, he could not guess her thoughts. Unknown and profoundly unknowable. Yet now he heard her draw a shuddering breath. Udinas glanced over. "The bruises are almost gone," he said. Featherwitch nodded. "I should thank you. No need. Good." She seemed to falter at her own vehemence. "I should not have said that. I don't know what to think." "About what?" She shook her head. "About what he asks. For errant's sake, Udinas. Lether is about to fall. Probably. I have looked long and hard at the Letheri forces. I see what must be mages, standing apart here and there, but not the cedar. He must be here. How could he not be?" Udinas said nothing. "You are no longer an indebted. And that matters?" "I don't know." They fell silent. Their position was on a rise to the northwest of the battlefield. They could make out the facing wall of Bran's Keep itself, a squat, formidable citadel leaning up against a cliff carved sheer into a hillside. Corner towers flanked the wall, and on each stood large fixed mangonels with their waiting crews. There was also a mage present on each tower, arms raised, and it was evident that a ritual was underway binding the two on their respective perches. Probably something defensive, since the bulk of the king's battalion was positioned at the foot of the keep. To the west of that battalion, A ridge reached out from the hills a short distance, and on its other side were positioned elements of the king's heavy infantry, along with the Riven Brigade. West of that waited companies of the Snakebelt Battalion, with the far flanking side protected by the Crimson Rampant Brigade, who were backed to the westernmost edge of the Brands Hills and to the course of the Descent River to the south. It was more difficult to make out the array of Lethery forces east of the King's battalion. There was an artificial lake on the east side of the keep, and north of it, alongside the battalion, was the Merchants' Battalion. Another seasonal river or drainage channel wound northeast on their right flank, and it seemed the Lethery forces on the other side of that intended to use the dry ditch as a line of defence. In any case, Rhulad's own army would present the western body of the Edur advance. Central was Fear's army, and further to the east, beyond an arm of lesser hills and old lake beds, approached the army of Tomad and Trull Sengar, on their way down from the town of 5 Points. The rise Udinas and Featherwitch stood on was ringed in shadow wraiths, and it was clear to Udinas that protective sorcery surrounded them. Beyond the rise, out of sight of the facing armies, waited the Edur women, elders and children. Mayen was somewhere among them, still cloistered, still under Uroth Sengar's direct care. He looked once more at Featherwitch. "Have you seen Mayen?" he asked. "No, but I have heard things, such as, she is not doing well, Udinas, she hungers, a slave was caught bringing her white nectar, the slave was executed. Who was it, Bethra?" Udinas recalled her, an old woman who'd lived her entire life in the household of Mayen's parents. She thought she was being kind, Featherwitch continued, then shrugged. "There was no discussion. I imagine not. One cannot be denied all white nectar," she said. "One must be weaned, a gradual diminishment, I know. But they are concerned for the child she carries, who must be suffering in like manner." Featherwitch nodded. Uruth does not heed the advice of the slaves. She met his eyes. "They have all changed, Udinas. They are as if fevered, a fire behind their eyes, yes, they seem unaware of it. Not all of them, Featherwitch. Who?" He hesitated, then said, "Trull Sengar. Do not be deceived," she said. "They are poisoned one and all. The empire to come shall be dark. I have had visions. I see what awaits us, Udinas. One doesn't need visions to know what awaits us." She scowled, crossed her arms, then glared skyward. "What sorcery is this?" "I don't know," Udinas replied. "New or old? What do you sense from it, Featherwitch?" She shook her head. "It belongs to Hannan Mosag," Udinas said after a moment. "Have you seen the Krisnan? Those from Fear Sengar's army are malformed, twisted by the magic they now use. Uruth and the other women cling to the power of Kureld Emulan," Featherwitch said. "They behave as if they are in a war of wills, I don't think." "Wait," Udinas said, eyes narrowing. "It's beginning." Beside him, Alarada An bared his teeth. "Now, Trull Sengar, we stand in witness, and this is what it means to be an Edur warrior today. We may do more than wait," Trull said. "We may also die." The dark dust was spiralling upward in thick columns now, edging forward towards the killing field between the armies. Trull glanced behind him. Fear stood in the midst of Hiroth warriors. 2 Krisnan were before him, one a mangled, hunched survivor from High Fort, the other sent over from Rhulad's army. Grainy streams of what seemed to be dust were rising from the 2 sorcerers, and their faces were twisted in silent pain. The crackle of lightning came from the other side of the killing field, drawing Trull's attention round once more. Coruscating waves of blinding white fire were building before the arrayed Lethery mages, wrought through with flashes of lightning that arced among them. Far to the right, Rhulad began moving the mass of his warriors forward, forming a broad wedge formation at the very edge of the killing field. Trull could see his brother, a hazy, blurred figure of gold. Further right was Hannan Mosag and his companies, and beyond them, already moving south alongside the basin's edge, were thousands of Solitaken Jek and at least a dozen Kenrilla, each leading a score of their peasant subjects. The route they were taking had been noted, and the flanking Crimson Rampant Brigade was manoeuvring round to face the threat. There would be nothing subtle in this battle. No deft brilliance displayed by tactical geniuses. The Letherai waited with their backs to the steep hills. The Tiste Edur and their allies would have to come to them. Such were the simple mechanics, seemingly incumbent and inevitable. But sorcery spoke with a different voice. The spiraling pillars of dust towered into the sky, each one keening, the wind shrieking so loud that Edur and Letherai alike began to cower. The Letherai white fire surged upward, forming its own standing wall of bridled mayhem. Trull was finding it difficult to breathe. He saw a hapless raven that had made the mistake of flying over the killing field tumble and flutter to the ground, the first casualty of the day. It seemed a pathetic harbinger to his mind, rather 1,000. 10,000 ravens caterwauling through the sky. The pillars leaned, staggered, lurched forward, and began toppling. A rush of wind from behind battered Trull and his fellow warriors, blessedly rich and humid in the wake of the advancing columns of dust. Faint shouts on all sides as weapons were readied. The spiraling pillars were a long time in coming down. Shadow wraiths were suddenly flowing across the ground, a dark, low flood. Udinas could feel their terror and the dread compulsion that drove them forward. Fodder. It was too early to launch an attack. They would be beneath the clash of sorcery. As the columns toppled, the wave of Letherai fire rose to meet them. Featherwitch hissed, the empty hold, the purest sorcery of the Letherai errant. I can feel it from here. Not enough, Udinas muttered. Positioned with the king's battalion, Preda Onutul Hebaz saw the day's light fade as the shadows of the falling pillars swept over the soldiers. She saw her men and women screaming, but could not hear them, as the roar of the dust thundered ever closer. The Letherai ritual was suddenly released, the spitting, hissing fire sweeping over the heads of the cowering ranks, the tumbling froth surging upwards to meet the descending pillars. Rapid concussions shaking the earth beneath them, tearing fissures up the hillsides. And from Bran's keep a dull groaning unnuttle spun round, even as she was pushed to the ground. She saw impossibly the lake beside the keep lift in a mass of muddy water and foam. Saw as the front wall of the keep bowed inward, pulling away from the flanking towers, dust shooting outward like geysers and vanishing back into a billowing cloud. Then the east tower swayed, enough to pitch from the edge the mangonel atop it, taking most of the crew with it, and the mage, Jirid Ataract. All, plunging earthward. The west tower leaned back, its enormous foundation stones pushed outward, and suddenly it vanished into a cloud of its own rubble. The mage, Nassan Methuda, disappeared with it, twisting, Unnutl glared skyward, to see the white fire shattering, dispersing, to see the pillars plunge through, sweeping the Letherai sorcery aside. One struck the centre of the merchant's battalion, the dark dust billowing out to the sides and rolling up against the hill. For a moment she could see nothing. Then the pillar began to reform, yet not as it had been. Now it was not dust that began spiralling upward, but living soldiers, whose flesh blackened like rot, even as she watched. They were screaming as they were lifted skyward, screaming as their flesh peeled away, screaming. The shadow above Unnutl Hebaz deepened. She looked up and closed her eyes. Whirling in a frenzy, a huge fragment of Letherai's sorcery slanted off the side of a collapsing pillar, plunged down and tore a bloody swath through the core of the marooned warriors, 1,000 paces to Trull's left. The warriors died where they stood in red mist. The white fire, now stained pink, rolled through the press towards the Krisnan on that side. The young sorcerer raised his hands at the last moment. Then the magic devoured him. When it dwindled, wavered, then vanished, the Krishnan was gone, as were those Edur who had been standing too close. The ground was blackened and split. On the other side of the killing field, columns were rising once more, filled with spinning bodies. Higher, the mass of writhing flesh dimming into a muddy hue, then giving way to white bone and polished iron. The pillars rose still higher, devouring more and more soldiers, entire companies torn from the entrenchments and dragged into the twisting maw. Arn reached out and pulled Trull close. He must stop this. Trull pulled savagely away, shaking his head. This is not Rhulad. This is the warlock king, Hannan Mosag. Do you now vie for insanity's throne? Around them, the world was transformed into madness. Seething spheres of Letheri magic were thundering down here and there, tearing through ranks of Tiste Edur, devouring shadow wraiths by the hundreds. One landed in the midst of a company of demons and incinerated every one of them, including the Kenrilla commanding them. Another raced across the ground towards the rise to the west of the Emperor's forces. There was nothing to oppose it as it swept up the slope and struck the encampment of the Edur women, elders and children. Trull staggered in that direction, but Arn dragged him back. Letheri soldiers, nothing now but bones, spun in the sky above the hills. The Merchants' Battalion, the Riven Brigade, the Snake Belt Battalion, the King's Battalion, all those lives gone. And the columns had begun moving, each one on an independent path, eastward and westward, plunging into the panicked ranks of more soldiers, devouring, the hunger unending, the appetite insatiable.
War. This is not war. We're moving forward.
Trull stared at Arn. The warrior shook him. Forward, Trull Sengar. Udinas watched the deadly sorcery cut through the shadow wraiths, then rolled towards the rise where he stood with Featherwitch. There was nowhere to run, no time. It was perfect. A cold wind swept over him from behind, an exhalation of shadows rushing forward, colliding with the Letheri magic 20 paces downslope, entwining the shadows, closing like a net, trapping the wildfire. Then shadow and flame vanished. Udinas turned. Uroth and 4 other Edur women were standing in a line 15 paces back. As he stared, 2 of the women toppled, and Udinas could see that they were dead. The blood boiled in their veins. Uroth staggered, then slowly sank to her knees. All right, not so perfect. He faced the battlefield once more. The Emperor was leading his warriors across the blistered, lifeless basin. The enemy positions on the hillsides opposite looked virtually empty. To either side, however, the slave could see fighting, or rather slaughter. Where the pillars had yet to stalk, Letheri lines had broken of their own accord, and soldiers were fleeing, even as solar-taken Jek dragged them to the ground, as demons ran them down, and squads of Edur pursued with frenzied determination. To the east, the dry river gully had been overrun. To the west, the Crimson Rampant Brigade was routed. Hannan Mosag's terrible sorcery continued to rage, and Udinas began to suspect that it was, like the Letheri magic, out of control. Pillars were spawning smaller kin for lack of flesh. They began tearing up the ground, earth and stones spinning ever higher. 2 bone-shot columns clashed near what was left of Brand's Lake and seemed to lock in mutual obliteration that sent thunderous concussions that visibly battered the hills beyond. Then they tore each other apart. The bases of many of the pillars broke contact with the ground, and this triggered an upward plunge that ended in their dissolution into white and grey clouds. All at once, even as ragged companies of Tiste Edur crossed the killing field, bones and armour began raining down, limbs, polished weapons, helms, skulls, plummeting in murderous sweeps across the basin. Warriors died beneath the ghastly hail. There was panic. Figures running. 60 paces ahead and below, along the very edge of the slope, walked Trull Beddict. He held a sword in one hand. He looked dazed. A helm-wrapped skull, minus the lower jaw, thumped and bounded across Hull's path, but it seemed he did not notice as he stumbled on. Udinas turned to Featherwitch. For Erin's sake, he snapped, "See what you can do for Uruth and the others." She started, eyes wide. "They just saved our lives, Featherwitch." He added nothing more and left her there, making his way down to Trull Beddict. Bones were still falling, the smaller pieces, fingers, rib fragments. Teeth rained down 30 paces ahead, covering the ground like hailstones, a sudden downpour, ending as quickly as it had begun. Udinas moved closer to Trull Beddict. "Go no further, Hull," he shouted. The man halted, slowly turned, his face slack with shock. "Udinas, is that you, Udinas?" The slave reached him, took his arm. "Come, this is done. Trull Beddict, a sixth of a bell, no more than that. The battle is over. Battle, slaughter, then. A squalid investment, wouldn't you say? Training all those soldiers, those warriors, all that armor, weapons. I think those days are over, don't you? He was guiding the man back up the slope. Tens of thousands of dead Letheras. No point in even burying what's left of them. 2, maybe 3,000 dead Tiste Edur. Neither had the chance to even so much as lift their weapons. How many shadow wraiths obliterated? 50, 60,000. We must stop. There is nothing. No stopping now, Hull. Onward to Letheras, like a rushing river. There will be rear guards to cut down, gates to shatter, streets and buildings to fight over, and then the palace and the king. His guard, they'll not lay down their weapons. Even if the king commands it, they serve the kingdom, after all. Not Isgara Discanar, Letheras, Trull Beddict will be ugly. Not ugly the way of today here, but in some ways worse. I would, stop, slave, stop talking, else I kill you. That threat does not bother me much, Trull Beddict. They reached the rise. Featherwitch and a half-dozen other slaves were among the Edur women. Now Uruth was lying prone, suffering convulsions of some sort. A third woman had died. "What's wrong, Trull Beddict?" Udinas asked, releasing the man's arm. "No chance to lead a charge against your foes, those press-ganged indebteds and the desperate fools who'd found dignity in a uniform, the hated enemy." Trull Beddict turned away. "I must find the Emperor. I must explain." Udinas let the man go. The rain of bones had ceased, finally, and now only dust commanded the sky. The ruined keep was burning, heaving black smoke that would be visible from the walls of Letheras. The slave strode over to Featherwitch. "Will Uruth live?" She looked up, her eyes strangely flat. "I think so. That was Kurald Emulan, wasn't it?" "Yes." Udinas turned away. He studied the basin, the masses of Edur wandering here and there among the burnt bodies of their kin, amongst the bright white bones and shining iron. A bloodless battlefield. Solitaken Jek ranged the distant hillsides, hunting stragglers, but those who had not already fled were corpses or mere remnants of corpses. A few score wraiths drifted here and there. He saw Rhulad, surrounded by warriors, marching back across the field towards Hannan Mosag's position. The slave set off to intercept the Emperor. Words were about to be exchanged, and Udinas wanted to hear them. Trull and his company stood at the edge of the dry river gully. The bodies of soldiers littered the other side all the way to the ridge of hills, paralleling the course. 1,500 paces to their left, the lead elements of Tamad and Trull Sengar's army were approaching. There were signs that they had seen battle. In the traditional manner, sword against sword. "They have captured the artisan battalion's standard," Al-Rada An said, pointing. Trull looked back to the field east of the gully. Who was here then? Whitefinder and Riven, I think. They broke when they witnessed the fate of merchants and the kings, and the pillars began moving towards them. Feeling sick, Trull looked away, but there was no direction available to ease him. On all sides, the slowly settling ashes of madness. "The Tiste Edur," said Rhulad An, "have won themselves an empire." His words were heard by Sergeant Kanath, who strode up to them. "You deny half your blood, Rhulad. Do you find this victory bitter? I see now why you stand at Trull Sengar's side. I see now. We all see," he added with a gesture encompassing the warriors behind him, "why you so defend Trull, why you refuse to side with us." Kanath's hard eyes fixed on Trull. "Oh yes, Trull Sengar. Your friend here possesses the blood of the betrayers. No doubt that is why the two of you are such close friends." Trull unslung the spear at his back. "I am tired of you, Kanath. Ready your weapon." The warrior's eyes narrowed. Then he grinned, reaching for his own spear. "I have seen you fight, Trull. I know your weaknesses. Clear a space," Trull said, and the others moved back, forming a ring. Rhulad An hesitated. "Do not do this." "Trull, Kanath, retract your accusations. They are unfounded. It is forbidden to provoke your commander." "Enough," Kanath snapped. "I will kill you next betrayer." Trull assumed a standard stance, then settled his weight and waited. Kanath shifted his grip back a hand's width, then probed out, the iron tip at throat level. Ignoring it for the moment, Trull slid his hands further apart along the shaft of his spear. Then he made contact, wood against wood, and held it as he stepped in. Kanath disengaged by bringing the iron point down and under, perfectly executed, but Trull was already inside, forcing Kanath to pull his weapon back, even as the sergeant swung the butt end upward to block an expected upsweep, which did not come. Instead, Trull lifted his spear high and horizontal and drove it forward to crack against Kanath's forehead. The sergeant thumped onto his back. Trull stood over him, studying the man's dazed expression, the split skin of his forehead leaking tendrils of blood. The other warriors were shouting, expressing disbelief with Trull's speed. With the stunning, deceptive simplicity of the attack, he did not look up. Rhulad An stepped close. "Finish him, Trull Sengar." All of Trull's anger was gone. "I see no need for that. Then you are a fool. He will not forget. I trust not. Fear must be told of this. Kanath must be punished." "No, Rhulad An, not a word." He raised his gaze, looked northward. "Let us greet Benadas and my father. I would hear tales of bravery, of fighting." The dark-skinned warrior's stare faltered, flickered away. "Sisters, take me, Trull, so would I." There were no old women to walk this field, cutting rings from fingers, stripping lightly stained clothing from stiffening corpses. There were no vultures, crows, and gulls to wheel down to the vast feast. There was nothing to read of the battle now past, no sprawl of figures cut down from behind. Not here, in the center of the basin, no last stands writ in blood-splashed heaps and encircling rings of bodies. No tilted standards, held up only by the press of cold flesh, with their sigils grinning down, only bones and gleaming iron, white teeth, and glittering coins. The settling dust was a soft whisper, gently dulling the ground and its random carpet of human and Edur detritus. The Emperor and his chosen brothers were approaching the base of the slope as Udinas reached them. Their crossing of the field had stirred up a trail of dust that hung white and hesitant in their wake. Rhulad held his sword in his left hand, the blade wavering in the dim light. The uneven armor of gold was dark, tracked with sweat. The bare fur on the Emperor's shoulders, the muted silver of clouds. Udinas could see in Rhulad's face that the madness was close upon him. Frustration created a rage capable of lashing out in any direction. Behind the Emperor, who began climbing up the slope to where Hannan Mosag waited, scrambled Letheras and Middick Boone, Coram Irad, Kolb Harat, and Matra Brith. All but Theridas had been old followers of Rhulad, and Udinas was not pleased to see them. Nor, from the dark looks cast in his direction, were they delighted with the slave's arrival. Udinas almost laughed. Just take the palace in Letheras. The factions take shape. As Udinas moved to catch up to Rhulad, who'd yet to notice him, Theridas Boone stepped into his path as if by accident, then straight-armed the slave in the chest. He stumbled back, lost his footing, and fell onto the slope, sliding back down to its base. The Edur warriors laughed. "A mistake!" The Emperor spun round, eyes searching, recognizing Udinas through the clouds of dust. It was not difficult to determine what had just happened. Rhulad glared at his brothers. "Who struck down my slave?" No one moved. Then Theridas said, "We but crossed paths, sire. An accident." Udinas? The slave was picking himself up, brushing the dust from his tunic. It was as Theridas Boone said, "Emperor." Rhulad bared his teeth. "A warning to you all. We will not be tried this day." He wheeled round and resumed his climb. Theridas glared at Udinas and said in a low voice, "Do not believe I now owe you, slave." "You will discover," the slave said, moving past the warrior, "that the notion of debt is not so easily denied." Theridas reached for his cutlass, then let his hand drop with a silent snarl. Rhulad reached the crest. Those still below heard Hannan Mosag's smooth voice. "The day is won, Emperor. We found no one left to fight. The kingdom lies cowering at your feet. Sire, thousands of Edur are dead, warlock king, demons, wraiths. How many Edur mothers and wives and children will weep this night? What glory rises from our dead, Hannan? From this dust, Udinas reached the summit and saw Rhulad advancing upon the warlock king, the sword lifting into the air. Sudden fear in Hannan Mosag's red-rimmed eyes. Emperor, Rhulad whirled, burning eyes fixing upon Udinas. We are challenged by our slave. The sword blade hissed through the air, although 10 paces spanned the distance between them. "No challenge," Udinas said quietly as he approached, until he stood directly in front of the Emperor. "I but called out to inform you, sire, that your brothers are coming." The slave pointed eastward where figures were crossing the edge of the basin. "Fear, Benadas and Trull, Emperor, and your father Tomad," Rhulad squinted, blinking rapidly as he studied the distant warriors. "Dust has blinded us, Udinas. It is them." "Yes, Emperor." The Edur wiped at his eyes. "Yes, that is well." "Good. We would have them with us now." "Sire," Udinas continued, "a fragment of Letheri sorcery sought out the encampment of the women during the battle. Your mother and some others defeated the magic. Urith is injured, but she will live. 3 Hiroth women died." The Emperor lowered the sword, the rage flickering in his frantic, bloodshot eyes, flickering, then fading. "We sought battle, Udinas. We sought death. I know, Emperor. Perhaps in Letheras." A shaky nod. "Yes."
"Perhaps. Yes. Udinas." Rhulad's eyes suddenly bored into the slave's own. "Those towers of bone, did you see them? The slaughter, their flesh." The slave's gaze shifted momentarily past the Emperor, found Hannan Mosag. The warlock king was staring at Rhulad's back with dark hatred. "Sire," Udinas said in a low voice, "your heart is true to chastise Hannan Mosag. When your father and brothers arrive, cold anger is stronger than hot rage." "Yes, we know this, slave."
"The battle is over. All is done," Udinas said, glancing back over the field. "Nothing can be taken back. It seems that time has come to grieve. We know such feelings, Udinas. Grief, yes. Yet what of cold anger? What of? The sword flinched, like a hackle rising, like lust awakened, and the slave saw nothing cold in Rhulad's eyes. "He has felt its lash already, Emperor," Udinas said.
All that remains is your disavowal of what has just passed.
Your brothers and your father will need to hear that, as you well know. From them to all the Edur, to all the allies, to Uruth, he added in a rough whisper, they would complicate you, sire. Those gathered and gathering even now about you and your power, but you see clear and true, for that is the terrible gift of pain. Rhulad was nodding, staring now at the approaching figures. Yes, such a terrible gift, clear and true, sire, Hannan Mosag called out. A casual wave of the sword was Rhulad's only response. Not now, he said in a rasp, his gaze still fixed on his father and brothers. Stung, face darkening with humiliation, the warlock king said no more. Udinas turned and watched the warriors of the Sengar line begin the ascent. Do not slave. Deny your own thoughts on this. That bastard Hannan Mosag needs to be killed. And soon. Theradas Boon, standing nearby, then said, A great victory, sire.
We are pleased, Rhulad said, that you would see it so, Theradas Boon, errant take me. The lad learns fast. Reaching the crest, Binardas moved ahead and settled to one knee before Rhulad. Emperor Binardas, on this day were you ours, or were you Hannan Mosag's clear and true? A confused expression as Binardas looked up. Sire, the army of Trull Sengar has yet to find need for sorcery. Our conquests have been swift.
The battle this morning was a fierce one, the decision uncertain for a time. But the Edur prevailed. We suffered losses, but that was to be expected, though no less regretted for that. Rise, Binardas, Rhulad said, sighing heavily beneath his gold armour. Udinas now saw that Trull Beddict was approaching in the wake of the Sengar warriors. He looked no better than before, walking like a man skull-cracked and half-senseless. Udinas felt some regret upon seeing his fellow Letheri, for he'd been hard on the man earlier. Tomad spoke, Emperor, we have word from Uruth. She has recovered. We are relieved. Rhulad cut in. Her fallen sisters must be honoured. Tomad's brows rose slightly, then he nodded. The Emperor strode to Fear and Trull. Brothers, have the two Kenrilla returned? No, sire, Fear replied, nor has the Forkrul Assail appeared. We must, I think, assume the hunt continues. This was good, Udinas decided. Rhulad choosing to speak of things few others present knew about, reinforcing once more all that bound him to Fear and Trull. A display for Tomad, their father. For Binardas, who must now be feeling as if he stood on the narrowest of paths balanced between Rhulad and the Warlock King, and would soon have to choose. Errant, save us, what a mess awaits these Tiste Edur. Rhulad set a hand on Trull's shoulder, then stepped past. Trull Beddict, hear us. The Lethery straightened, blinking, searching until his gaze found the Emperor. Sire, we grieve this day Trull Beddict, these ignoble deaths. We would rather this had been a day of honourable triumph, of courage and glory revealed on both sides. We would rather Trull Beddict this day had been clean. Cold anger indeed. A greater mercy perhaps would have been a public beating of Hannan Mosag. The future was falling out here and now, Udinas realized. And was that my intention better, I think? Had I let Rhulad cut the bastard down where he stood? Clean and simple, the only one fooled into believing those words is Rhulad himself. Here's two better words, vicious and subtle. We would retire until the morrow, the Emperor said, when we march to claim Letheras and the throne we have won. Udinas, attend me shortly. Tomad, at midnight the barrow for the fallen shall be ready for sanctification. Be sure to see the burial done in all honour. And father, he added, those Lethery soldiers you fought this day, join them to the same barrow. Sire, father, the Lethery are now our subjects, are they not? Udinas stood to one side, watching various Edur departing the hilltop. Binardas spoke with Hannan Mosag for a time, then strode to Trull Beddict, for the formal greeting of the blood-bound. Then Binadas guided the Litheri away. Fear and Tomad departed to arrange the burial details. Veradas, Boon, and the other chosen brothers set off for the Herot encampments. In a short time, there were only two left, Udinas and Trull Sengar. The Edur was studying the slave from about 15 paces away, with sufficient intent to make the slave begin to feel nervous. Finally, Udinas casually turned away and stared out towards the hills to the south. A dozen heartbeats later, Trull Sengar came to stand beside him. "It seems," the Edur said after a time, "that you, for all that you are a slave, possess talents verging on genius. Master. Enough of this master shit, Udinas. You are now what is the title? A Chancellor of the Realm? Principal Advisor? Or some such thing? First Eunuch, I think?" Trull glanced over. "I did not know you'd been." "I haven't." "Consider it symbolic." "All right, I understand, I think." "Tell me, are you so certain of yourself, Udinas, that you would stand between Rhulad and Hannan Mosag, between Rhulad and Theradas Bun, and those rabid pups who are the chosen brothers of the Emperor? You would stand indeed between Rhulad and his own madness? Sister knows I'd thought the Warlock King arrogant. It is not arrogance, Trull Sengar. If it was, I'd be entirely as sure of myself as you seem to think I am. But I am not. Do you believe I have somehow manipulated myself into this position? By choice. Willingly. Tell me, when have any of us last had any meaningful choices, including your young brother? The Edur said nothing for a while. Then he nodded. Very well. But nonetheless, I must know your intentions. Udinas shook his head. Nothing complicated, Trull Sengar. I do not want to see anyone hurt more than they already have been. Including Hannan Mosag, the Warlock King has not been hurt. But we have seen, this day, what he would deliver upon others. Rhulad was distressed, furious, but not, alas, for admirable reasons. No, he just wanted to fight and die. The other, more noble sentiments had been borrowed from me. That answer leaves me feeling relief, Udinas, which is why I gave it. Udinas? Yes. I fear for what will come in Letheras. Yes. I feel the world is about to unravel. Yes. Then we shall have to do our best, Trull Sengar, to hold it all together. The Tiste Edur's eyes held his. Then Trull nodded. Beware your enemies, Udinas. The slave did not reply. Alone once more he studied the distant hills, the thinning smoke from the fires somewhere in the belly of the fallen keep rising, like mocking shadows from earlier this day. All these wars. Chapter 24. 5 wings will buy you a grovel. There at the errant's grubby toes, the eternal domicile crouching low, in a swamp of old where rivers ran out, and royal blood runs in the clearest stream around the stumps of rotted trees, where forests once stood in majesty. 5 roads from the empty hold will lay you flat on your back, with altar knives and silver chased, the buried rivers gnawing the roots, all Aswirl in eager caverns beneath, where kingly bones rock and clatter in the silts, and 5 are the paths to and from this chambered soul, for all you lost hearts bleeding out, into the wilderness. Day of the domicile, Fintrothus, the obscure. The fresh, warm water of the river became the demon's blood, a vessel along which it climbed, the current pushing round it. Somewhere ahead, it now knew, lay a heart, a source of power at once strange and familiar. Its master knew nothing of it, else he would not have permitted the demon to draw ever closer, for that power, once possessed, would snap the binding chains. Something waited. In the buried courses that ran ceaselessly beneath the great city on the banks of the river, the demon was tasked with carrying the fleet of ships, an irritating presence plying the surface above to the city. This would be sufficient proximity, the demon knew, to make the sudden lunge to grasp that dread heart in its many hands, to feed, then rise, free once again and possessing the strength of 10 gods, to rise like an elder from the raw, chaotic world of long ago, dominant, unassailable, and burning with fury. Through the river's dark silts, clambering like a vast crab, sifting centuries of secrets, the bed of an ancient river held so much, a multitude of tales written in layer upon layer of detritus. Muddy nets snagged upon older wreckage, sunken ships, the sprawl of ballast stones, ragged rows of sealed urns, still holding their mundane riches. Bones rotting everywhere, gathered up in sinkholes where the currents swirled, and deeper still, in silts thick and hardening and swallowed in darkness, bones flattened by pressures and transformed into crystalline lattices arrayed in skeletons of stone. Even in death, the demon understood nothing was still. Foolish mortals, short-lived and keen with frenzy, clearly believed otherwise as they scrambled swift as thought above the patient dance of earth and stone. Water, of course, was capable of spanning the vast range of pace among all things. It could charge, outrunning all else, and it could stand seemingly motionless. In this it displayed the sacred power of gods, yet it was of itself senseless. The demon knew that such power could be harnessed. Gods had done so, making themselves lords of the seas, but it was the river that fed the seas, and springs from the layers of rock. The sea gods were, in truth, subservient to those of the rivers and inland pools. The demon, the old spirit god of the spring, intended to right the balance once more, with the power awaiting it beneath the city. Even the gods of the sea would be made to kneel. It savoured such thoughts, strange with clarity as they were, a clarity the demon had not possessed before. The taste of the river, perhaps, these bright currents, the rich seep from the shores. Intelligence burgeoning within it. Such pleasure! Nice stopper. She turned and stared, and Tehol smiled innocently. If you're lying, Tehol Beddict. Brows lifted. I would never do that, shirk. Tehol rose from where he'd been sitting on the floor and began pacing in the small, cramped room. Selush, you have a right to be proud. Why, the way you tucked in the skin around the gem, not a crease to be seen. Unless I frown, Shirk Elal said. Even then, he replied, it would be a modest pucker.
Well, Shirk said, you'd know. Selish hastened to pack her supplies back into the bag. Oh, don't I know what's coming? A spat. Express your gratitude, Shirk, Tehol said, fingertips probing the gem in its silver setting in her forehead. Shirk Elale hesitated, then sighed. Thank you, Selish. Not the spat I was talking about, the wild-haired woman said. Those Tistians, they're coming. Lether has been conquered, and I dread the changes to come.
Grey skin. That will be the new fashion, mark my words. But I must maintain my pragmatism, she added, suddenly brightening. I'm already mixing a host of foundations to achieve that ghastly effect. A pause, a glance over at Shirk Elale. Working on you was very helpful, Shirk. I thought I'd call the first line Dead Thief of the Night. Cute. Nice. But don't think that means you're taking a cut of my profits, Shirk. I wouldn't dream of it. I have to be going now, Selush said, straightening with her bag slung over one shoulder. I intend to be hiding in my basement for the next few days, and I would advise the same for you two. Tehol looked round. I don't have a basement, Selush. Well, it's the thought that counts, I always say. Goodbye. A swish of curtain and she was gone, Shirk Elale asked. How late is it? Almost dawn. Where's your manservant? I don't know somewhere, I would think. Really? Tehol clapped his hands. Let's head onto the roof. We can see if my silent bodyguard changes expression upon seeing your beauty. What has he been doing up there all this time? probably standing directly above the doorway here in case some unwelcome visitor arrived, which fortunately did not happen. Brys's messenger girl hardly qualified. And what could he have done about some attacker from up there? I imagine he would have flung himself straight down in a flurry of swords, knives and clubs, beating the intruder senseless in an instant. Either that, or he'd shout then, run back to the ladder, climb down and exact revenge over our corpses. Your corpse, not mine. You're right, of course. My mistake. I am not surprised you are confused now, Tehol, Shirk said, sweeping back her hair with both hands, the gesture admirably flinging out her chest. Given the pleasure you discovered in my wares earlier. Your wares, indeed. A good term to use, since it could mean virtually anything. Now, shall we head up to greet the dawn? If you insist. I can't stay long. Ublala will be getting worried. Harlest will advise him how the dead have no sense of time, Shurk. No need to fret. He was muttering about dismembering Harlest just before I left them. They walked to the ladder, Shurk taking the lead.
I thought he was trapped in a sarcophagus. Tehol pointed out. We could still hear him, dramatic hissing and scratching on the underside of the lid. It was, even for me, somewhat irritating. Well, let's hope Ublala did nothing untoward. They climbed. The sky was paling to the east, but a chill remained in the air. The bodyguard stood facing them until he had their attention. Then he pointed towards the river.
The Edur fleet crowded the span, hundreds of raider craft and transports, a dark sweep of sails. Among the lead ships, oars had appeared, sliding out from the flanks of the hulls. The landings would begin within the bell. Tehol studied them for a moment. Then he faced northwest. The white columns of the battle the day before were gone, although a stain of dark smoke from the keep lingered, lit high above the horizon by the sun's first shafts. Above the west road was a streak of dust drawing closer as the sun rose. It was some time before either Tehol or Shurk spoke. Then the latter turned away and said, "I have to go." "Stay low," Tehol said. She paused at the top of the ladder. "And you, Brys Beddict, stay here, on this roof." With that guard standing close. Sound plan, Shurk Elele. Given the chance, Jerun Eberict will come for you. And you. From the far west gate, a raucous flurry of bells announced the approach of the Edur army. The thief disappeared down through the hatch. Tehol stood facing west. His back grew warmer, and he knew that this day would be a hot one. One of her hands rested on the king's shoulder, but Brys could see that Nizol was near collapse. She had stood vigil over Isgara Diskanar most of the night, as if love alone could guard the man against all dangers. Exhaustion had taken the king into sleep, and he now sat the throne like a corpse, slumped, head lolling. The crown had fallen off some time in the night and was lying beside the throne on the dais. The Chancellor, Tribun Gnoll, had been present earlier, but had left with the last change of guards. Ghost-like since the loss of the Queen and the Prince, and to Rhulad Brizad he had grown suddenly ancient and withered, drifting down corridors, speaking to no one. Finad Moroch Nevath had disappeared, although Brys trusted that the swordsman would arrive when the time came. For all that he had suffered, he was a brave man, and none of the rumours concerning his conduct at High Fort were, to Brys's mind, worth the spit needed to utter them. First eunuch Nifadas, along with Brys Beddict, had assumed the responsibility for what remained of the soldiers in the palace. Each wing entranceway was now barricaded by at least 30 guards, with the exception of the king's path, where the Ceda in his madness had forbidden anyone to remain, barring himself. In the city beyond, Finad Gerun Eberict and the city garrison were positioned throughout Letheras, their numbers insufficient to hold the gates or walls, yet prepared to fight nonetheless. At least, Brys assumed that was the case, since he had not left the throne room in some time, and Gerun had not reappeared since the man assumed command of the garrison. Spelled by Nefadas, the king's champion had rested on a bench near the throne room's grand entrance, managing a half-dozen bells of surprisingly sound sleep. Servants had awakened him with breakfast, beginning the day to come with surreal normality. Chilled in sweat-damp clothes beneath his armour, Brys quickly ate, then rose and walked to where Nefadas sat at the bench opposite. "First eunuch, it is time for you to rest. Champion, there is no need for that." "I have done very little, and am not in the least fatigued." Brys studied the man's eyes. They were sharp and alert, quite unlike the usual sleepy regard with which Nefadas commonly presented. "Very well," he said. The first eunuch smiled up at him. "Our last day, Finad." Brys frowned. "There is no reason to assume, Nefadas, that the Edur will see cause to take your life. As with the Chancellor, your knowledge will be needed." "Knowledge, yes. A worthy assumption, Finad." The first eunuch added nothing more. Brys glanced back at the throne, then strode towards it. He came close to Nizal. "First concubine, he will sleep a while yet." He took her arm. "Don't worry," he said as she began to resist. "Just to that bench over there, no further." "How, Brys? How could it all collapse? So fast I don't understand." He remembered back to the secret meetings where Nizal and Unnutal Hebaz and Nefadas and the king planned their moves and counter-moves in the all-devouring games of intrigue within the royal household. Her confidence then had seemed unassailable, the cleverness bright in her eyes. He remembered how the Letheras saw the Tiste Edur and their lands, a pearl ripe for the plucking. "I don't know, Nizal." She let him guide her down from the dais. "It seems so quiet. Has the day begun?"
"The sun has risen. Yes, he won't leave the throne, I know. He is frightened here. Nizal, lie down here. Use these cushions. Not ideal, I know." "No, it's fine, thank you." Her eyes closed as soon as she settled. Brys stared down at her for a moment. She was already sleeping. He swung round and walked down to the grand entrance, strode into the low-ceilinged corridor where he intended to make his stand. Just beyond, the cedar was lying, curled up in sleep. On the centre tile, and standing near Kuru Qan, was Gerun Eberict. With sword in hand, staring down at the cedar, Brys edged closer. Finad. Gerun looked up, expressionless. "The king's leave does not absolve you from all things, Gerun Eberict." The man bared his teeth. "He has lost his mind, Brys. It would be a mercy, not for you to judge." Gerun cocked his head. "You would oppose me in this?" "Yes." After a moment, the Finad stepped back, sliding his sword back into the scabbard at his hip. "Well timed, then. 10 heartbeats later." "What are you doing here?" Brys asked. "My soldiers are all in position. What else would you have me do? Command them." A whistling snort from him. "Then I have other tasks awaiting me this day." Brys was silent, wondering if he should kill the man now. It seemed Gerun guessed his thoughts, for his scarred sneer broadened. "Recall your responsibilities, Brys Beddict." He gestured, and a dozen of his own estate guards strode into the chamber. "You are supposed to die defending the king, after all. In any case," he added as he slowly backed away, "you have just confirmed my suspicions, and for that I thank you, blood or honour. I know what you believe, Gerun Eberict, and so I warn you now you will not be permitted the leave in this. You speak for the king." "Brys Beddict? That is rather presumptuous of you, don't you think? The king expects you to command the garrison in defence of the city, not abandon your responsibilities in order to conduct your own crusade. Defence of the city? Don't be an idiot, Brys. If the garrison seeks heroic final stands, it is welcome to them. I intend to survive this damned conquest. The Tiste Edur do not frighten me in the least." He turned about then, and surrounded by his guards, left the chamber. "Blood or honour? I have no choice in this, Tehol. I'm sorry." Bugg was not entirely surprised to find himself virtually alone on the wall.
His ascent had not been challenged, since it seemed all the garrison guards had withdrawn to various choke points in the city. Whether those soldiers would rise to stubborn defence remained to be seen, of course. In any case, their presence had kept the streets empty for the most part. The manservant leaned on a merlin and watched the Edur army approach down the west road. An occasional glance to his left allowed him to monitor the closing of the fleet and the vast, deadly demon beneath it, a presence spanning the width of the river and stretching back downstream almost half a league. A terrible, brutal creature straining at its sorcerous chains. The west gate was open and unguarded. The lead elements of the Edur army had closed to within 1,000 paces, advancing with caution, ranging to either side of the column, in the ditches and across the fields. The first of the sorely taken wolves came into view. Bugg sighed, looked over at the other occupant along the wall. "You will have to work fast, I think." The artist was a well-known and easily recognized figure in Letheras. A mass of hair that began on his head and swept down to join with the wild beard covering jaw and neck. His nub of a nose and small blue eyes, the only visible features on his face. He was short and wiry and painted with agitated capering, often perched on one leg, smearing paint on surfaces that always seemed too small for the image he was seeking to capture. This failing of perspective had long since been elevated into a technique, then a legitimate style, insofar as artistic styles could be legitimate. At Bugg's comment, he scowled and rose up on one leg, the foot of the other against the knee. "The scene, you fool! It is burned into my mind here behind this eye, the left one. I forget nothing, every detail. Historians will praise my work this day, you'll see."
"Praise? Are you done then?" "Very nearly, very, very nearly. Yes, nearly done."
"Every detail, I have done it again. That's what they will say." "Yes, I have done it again. May I see?" "Sudden suspicion," Bugg added. "I am something of an historian myself." "You are? Have I read you? Are you famous?" "Famous, probably, but I doubt you've read me, since I've yet to write anything down." "Ah, a lecturer, a scholar, swimming across the ocean of history. I like that. I could paint that. So, may I see your painting?" A grand gesture with a multicolored hand. "Come along then, old friend. See my genius for yourself." The board perched on its easel was wider than it was high, in the manner of a landscape painting, or indeed a record of some momentous vista of history, at least 2 arm-lengths wide. Bugg walked round for a look at the image captured on the surface, and saw 2 colours divided in a rough diagonal, scratchy red to the right, muddy brown to the left. "Extraordinary," Bugg said. "And what is it you have rendered here? What is it? Are you blind?" The painter pointed with a brush. "The column, those approaching Edur, the vast army, the standard, of course, the standard." Bugg squinted across the distance to the tiny patch of red that was the vanguard's lead standard. "Ah, of course. Now I see. And my brilliance blinds you, yes? Oh, yes, all comprehension has been stolen from my eyes indeed." The artist deftly switched legs and perched pensively, frowning out at the Edur column. "Of course they're closer now. I wish I'd brought another board so I could elaborate yet further on the detail." "Well, you could always use this wall." Bushy brows arched. "That's clever. You are a scholar indeed. I must be going now." "Yes, yes. Stop distracting me. I need to focus, you know, focus." Bugg quietly made his way down the stone stairs. "A fine lesson," he muttered under his breath as he reached street level. "Details, so many things to do this day." He walked deserted streets, avoiding the major intersections where barricades had been raised and soldiers moved about in nervous expectation. The occasional furtive figure darted into and out of view as he went on. A short time later, the manservant rounded a corner, paused, then approached the ruined temple. Standing near it was Rhulad, who looked over as Bugg reached his side. Any suggestions? The god known as the Errant asked. What do you mean? The mortal I requested for this task has not appeared. Oh, that's not good, since the Yek are at the gates even as we speak. And the first Eder from the ships have disembarked. Yes. Why not act for yourself? Bugg asked. I cannot. My aspect enforces certain prohibitions. Ah, the nudge, the pull, or the push.
Yes, only that. You have been about as direct as you can be.
The errant nodded.
Well, I see your dilemma, Bugg said. Thus my query, do you have any suggestions?
The manservant considered for a time, whilst the god waited patiently. Then he sighed and said, Perhaps. Wait here. If I am successful, I will send someone to you. All right. I trust you will not be over long. I hope not. Depends on my powers of persuasion. Then I am encouraged. Without another word, Bugg headed off. He quickened his pace as he made his way towards the docks. Fortunately, it was not far, and he arrived at Front Street to see that only the main piers had been commandeered by the landing warriors of the Tiste Edur. They were taking their time, he noted, a sign of their confidence. No one was opposing their landing. Bugg hurried along Front Street until he came to the lesser berths, where he found his destination a two-masted, sleek colt of a ship that needed new paint but seemed otherwise relatively sound. There was no one visible on its deck, but as soon as he crossed the gangway he heard voices, then the thump of boots. Bugg had reached the middeck when the cabin door swung open and two armed women emerged, swords out. Bugg halted and held up his hands. Three more figures appeared once the two women stepped to either side. A tall, grey-maned man in a crimson surcoat, and a second man who was clearly a mage of some sort. The third arrival Bugg recognized. "Good morning, Shand. So this is where Tehol sent you. Bugg, what in the errant's name do you want? Well said, lass. And are these fine soldiers Shirk Elale's newly hired crew? Who is this man?" the grey-haired man asked Shand. She scowled. "My employer's manservant, and your employer works for my employer. His arrival means there's going to be trouble. Go on, Bugg. We're listening. First, how about some introductions, Shand?" She rolled her eyes. "Iron bars, an avowed of the Crimson Guard," Bugg cut in, smiling. "Forgive me. Go on, please. Corlo, his high mage. Again, forgive me, but that will have to do. I have very little time. I need these guardsmen." "You need us for what?" Iron Bars asked. "You have to kill the god of the Solitaken Jek." The avowed's expression darkened. "Solitaken. We've crossed paths with Solitaken before." Bugg nodded. "If the Jek reach their god, they will of course protect it. How far away?" "Just a few streets in an abandoned temple." Iron Bars nodded. "This god, is it Solitaken or Divers?" "Divers." The avowed turned to Corlo, who said, "Ready up, soldiers. We've some fighting ahead." Shand stared at them. "What do I tell Shirk if she shows up in the meantime?" "We won't be long," Iron Bars said, drawing his sword. "Wait." Shand swung to Bugg. "You! How did you know they'd be here?" The manservant shrugged. "Errant's nudge, I suppose. Take care, Shand, and say hello to Hejun and Rissar for me, won't you?" 50 paces worth of empty cobbled road between them and the yawning gates of Letheras. Trull Sengar leaned on his spear and glanced over at Rhulad. The Emperor, fur-shouldered and hulking, was pacing like a beast, eyes fixed on the gateway. Hannan Mosag and his surviving Krishnan had advanced 10 paces in the midst of shadow wraiths, the latter now sliding forward. The wraiths reached the gate, hovered a moment, then swept into the city. Hannan Mosag turned and strode back to where the Emperor and his brothers waited. "It is, as we sensed, Emperor. The Ceda's presence is nowhere to be found." There are but a handful of minor mages among the garrison. The wraiths and demons will take care of them. We should be able to carve our way through the barricades and reach the eternal domicile by noon. A fitting time for you to ascend the throne." "Barricades," Rhulad said, nodding. "Good. We wish to fight. Udinas, here." The slave stepped forward. "This time, Udinas, you will accompany the household under Uruth's charge. Emperor, we shall not risk you, Udinas. Should we fall, however, you will be sent to us immediately." The slave bowed and stepped back. Rhulad swung to where stood his father and 3 brothers. "We shall enter Letheras now. We shall claim our empire. Ready your weapons, blood of ours." They began moving forward. Trull's gaze held on Hannan Mosag for a moment longer, wondering what the warlock king was hiding. Then he followed his brothers. Trull Beddict was among the second company to enter Letheras, and 20 paces in from the gate he stepped to one side and halted, watching as the wary Edur marched on. None paid him any attention. From the nearby buildings, pallid faces looked down from windows and through slightly parted shutters. From out over the docks, gulls wheeled and cried out in a cacophony of panic. Somewhere ahead, down the main avenue, the fighting began at the first barricade. There was a thump of sorcery, then screams, a meaningless waste of life. He hoped not all the garrison soldiers would be so foolishly brave. There was no longer any reason for fighting. Lether was conquered. All that was left was to depose the ineffectual king and his treacherous advisers, the one truly just act of this war as far as Trull Beddict was concerned. His grieving for his brother Brys was done. Although Brys was not yet dead, his death was none the less as certain an outcome as could exist. The king's champion would die defending the king. It was tragic and unnecessary, but it would be the last tradition acted out by the Letherai, and nothing Trull or anyone else could do or say would prevent it. All the ashes had settled in Trull's mind. The slaughter behind them, the murder waiting ahead of them. He had betrayed to see an end to the corrupt insanity of his people. That the victory demanded the death of Brys offered the final layer of ash to shroud Trull's soul. There would be no absolution. Even so, one responsibility remained with Trull. As the 3rd company of Tiste Edur entered through the gates, he turned and made his way down a side alley. He needed to speak to Tehol to explain things, to tell his brother that he knew of the deceptions, the schemes Tehol was. He hoped the one man in Letheras who would not hate Trull for what he had done. He needed to speak to him. He needed something like forgiveness, for not being there to save their parents all those years ago, for not being there to save Brys now. Forgiveness, a simple thing. Udinas stood among the other slaves of the Sengar household, awaiting their turn to enter Letheras. Word had already come that there was fighting ahead, somewhere. Uruth stood nearby, and with her was Mayen, wrapped in a heavy cloak, her face looking ravaged, eyes like a thing hunted. Uruth remained close, as if fearing an escape attempt from the younger woman. Not out of compassion for Mayen, however. The child was all that mattered now. Poor Mayen. He knew how she felt. Something like a fever gripped him, an urgency in his blood. Sweat trickled down his body beneath his tunic. His skin felt on fire. He held himself still on the edge. He feared of losing control. The sensation had come on suddenly, like an inner wave of panic, a faceless terror. Worsening. Head spinning, it was a moment before he realized what was happening. Then horror flooded through Udinas. The Wyval, it was coming to life within him. Banaga in the lead, the Hjek entered the city. Solatakan, loping with heads sunk low, one and all, seeking the scent of their god, and finding it within the fierce hour currents drifting through Letheras, an impatience, a sentience consumed with rage. Gleeful howls rising to fill the city, reverberating down the streets.
from over 9,000 wolves, striking terror amongst cowering citizens. 9,000 wolves, white-furred, racing on a score of convergent routes towards the old temple, an inward rush of bestial madness. Banaga joined his voice to the chilling howls, his heart filled with savage joy. The pack awaited them. Demons, wraiths, Tiste Edur, and damned emperors were as nothing now, momentary allies of convenience. What would rise here in Letheras was the ascension of the Jek, an empire of Solitaken with a god-emperor upon the throne. Rhulad torn to pieces, every Edur sundered into bloody, sweet-tasting meat, rich marrow from split bones, skulls broken open, brains devoured. This day would end in such slaughter that none who survived would forget. This day, Banaga told himself with a silent laugh, belonged to the Jek. 73 of his company's finest soldiers formed a shield wall behind Morok Nevath. They held the principal bridge crossing Main Canal, a suitable site for this pathetic drama. Best of all, the third tiers were arrayed behind them, on which citizens had now appeared. Spectators, a Letheri talent. No doubt wagers were being made, and at least Morok Nevath would have an audience. The hooded looks, the rumours of his cowardice at High Fort, would cease this day. It wasn't much, but it would suffice. He recalled he had promised to do something for Turudul Brizad, but the man's outrageous claims had not quite convinced Morok. Tales of gods and such, coming from a painted consort at that. Well, that would have to wait another day, another lifetime. Leave the foppish lover of the lost queen and that obnoxious chancellor to fight his own battles. Morok wanted to cross blades with the Tiste Edur, if they let him. A squalid death beneath a wave of sorcery was more likely. A grunt from one of his soldiers. Morok nodded, seeing the first of the Eder approaching from the main avenue. "Hold that shield wall," he said in a growl, moving to stand 5 paces in front of it. "It's a small company. Let's send their souls to the errant's piss-hole." In answer to his bold words, shouts from the soldiers, voices made ugly with bloodlust, swords hammering shield rims. Morok smiled. "They've seen us. Look at them, comrades. See how they hesitate." Bellowed challenges from the soldiers. The Tiste Edur resumed their march. In their lead, a warrior draped in gold, whom Morok had seen before. "Errant, bless me," he whispered, then spun round. "The Emperor, the one in gold," and turned back, taking 4 more strides until he was at the very edge of the bridge, raising his sword. "Rhulad of the Edur," he shouted, "come and face me, you damned freak. Come forward and die." Bugg pointed down the street. "See that man? That's Turudul Brizad. That is who you are doing this favour for. If he's not grateful, give him an earful. I have to get going, but I will be back shortly." The air filled suddenly with howling, coming from the north and west. "Oh, damn," Bugg said. "You'd better get going, and I'd better stay too," he added, heading off towards the errant. Corlo iron bars snapped as they followed the manservant. "Oh, it's befuddled some, avowed. Can't hear a thing besides." Iron bars nodded. "Weapons ready. We're wasting no time on this. How many in there, Corlo?" 6, their favourite number. "Let's go." Bugg had moved ahead and was 15 paces from Turudul, who had turned to face him when the avowed and his squad thumped past, gaining speed, as they closed on the errant, the god, brows lifting, pointed towards the entrance to the ruined temple. The Crimson Guardsmen shifted course, reaching full sprint as they passed Turudul Brizad. Bugg heard iron bars say to the god, "Pleased to meet you, see you later," and then the avowed and his soldiers were past. Straight for the dark entrance, then plunging inside. Bestial screams, human shouts, the deafening thunder of sorcery. "He's mine," Rhulad said in a snarl, lifting his sword and stalking towards the lone Letheri swordsman at this end of the bridge. Hannan Mosag called, "Emperor, leave these to my Krisnan." Rhulad spun round. "No," he shrieked.
We shall fight. We are warriors. These Letheras deserve to die honourably. We will hear nothing more from you." The Emperor swung back. This brave swordsman, I want him. Beside Trull, Fear muttered, "He wants to be killed by him. I recognize that Letheras. He was with the delegation." Trull nodded. The Finad, a Letheras captain and bodyguard to Prince Quillis, he could not recall the man's name. It was clear that Rhulad had not recognized him. Mottled sword held at the ready, the Emperor approached. Moroch Nevath smiled. Trull Sengar, who had died, only to return. If the rumors were true, he had died again in trait. But this time, I will make him stay dead. I will cut him to pieces. He waited, watching the Emperor's approach. Favouring the right side, the right foot edging ahead of the other, a detail telling Moroch that Rhulad had been trained to use a single-handed sword rather than this two-handed monstrosity now wavering about before him like an oversized club. The sudden charge was not unexpected. Only the speed of that weapon as the blade whirled towards Moroch's head. He barely managed to avoid getting his skull sliced in half, ducking and pitching to his right. A deafening clang, the shock ripping through him as the sword bit into his helmet, caught, then tore it from his head. Moroch sprang back, staying as low as possible, then straightened once more. The top third of his own sword was slick with blood. He had met the charge with a stop hit. Opposite him, Rhulad staggered back, blood pulsing from his right thigh. The lead leg was always vulnerable. "Let's see you dance now, Emperor." Moroch shook off the numbing effects of the blow to his head. Muscles and tendons in his neck and back were screaming silent pain, and he knew that he had taken damage. For the moment, however, neither arm had seized in answer to the trauma. A shriek as Rhulad attacked once more, two-handed thrust, broken timing, a moment's hesitation, sufficient to avoid Moroch's all-too-quick parry, then finishing in a full lunge. The Finad twisted his body in an effort to avoid the sword point, searing fire above his right hip as the mottled blade's edge soared deep. A wet, red rush, spraying out to the side. Now inside the weapon's reach, Moroch drove his own sword in from a sharp angle, stabbing the tip into the Emperor's left armpit. The bite of gold coin, the grating resistance of ribs, then inward, gouging along the inside of Rhulad's shoulder blade, striving for the spine. The mottled sword seemed to leap with a will of its own, reversing grip, hands lifting high, point down. A diagonal thrust entering above Moroch's right hip bone, down through his groin. Rhulad pushed down from the grip end, the point chewing through the Finad's lower intestines, until the pommel clunked on the paving stones beneath them. Then the Emperor straightened, pushing the weapon back up, through Moroch's torso, alongside his heart, through his left lung, the point bursting free just behind his clavicle on that side. Dying, Moroch threw the last of his strength against his own weapon, seeing Rhulad bow around its embedded point. Then a snap as the Emperor's spine broke. Crimson smile broadening, Moroch Nevath sagged to the slick stones, even as Rhulad pitched down. Another figure loomed over him. Then one of Rhulad's brothers, who spoke as if from a long distance away. "Tell me your name, Finad." Moroch sought to answer, but he was drowning in blood. "I am Moroch Nevath, and I have killed your damned Emperor. Are you the king's champion in truth? Your soldiers on the bridge seem to be yelling that king's champion. Is that who you are, Finad? No, you bastards have not met him yet." With that pleasing thought, Moroch Nevath died. So swift the healing, so terribly swift the return of life. Surrounded by the wolf howls reverberating through Letheras in a chorus of the damned, the Emperor voiced a scream that tore the air. The company of soldiers on the bridge were silenced, staring as Rhulad, sheathed in blood, staggered upright, tugging the sword from the Finad's body, then skidding with a lurch as he stepped to one side, righting himself, his eyes filled with madness and terror. Udinas, desperately alone, a soul writhing in agony. Udinas, 200 paces away on the main avenue, Trull Sengar heard her son's frantic cry. She spun, seeking the slave among those walking in her wake. At that moment, Mayen shrieked, pushed her way clear of the other women, and was suddenly running into an alley, and gone. Frozen, Trull hesitated, then with a hiss returned her attention to the slaves cowering in front of her. Udinas, where are you? Blank, terrified looks met her familiar faces, one and all, but among them nowhere could she find Udinas. The slave was gone. Trull plunged among them, fists flailing. "Find him! Find Udinas!" A sudden hate raged through her. For Udinas, for all the Letheras, betrayed. My son is betrayed. Oh, how they would pay. She could hear sounds of fighting now throughout the city as the invaders poured into the streets and were met by desperate soldiers. Frightened, moving about from one place of cover to the next in the overgrown yard, the child Kettle began to cry. She was alone. The 5 killers were almost free. Their barrow was breaking apart, thick fissures welling in the dark, wet earth, submerged rocks, grinding and snapping together. The muted sounds of 5 voices joined in a chant as heavy as drums, rising, coming ever closer to the surface. "Oh," she moaned, "where is everybody? Where are my friends?" Kettle staggered over to the barrow containing her only ally. He was there, so very close. She reached down and was dragged in a heaving passage of hot soil, then through, stumbling, slipping on a muddy bank. Before her sprawled a fetid swamp beneath a grey sky, and, almost within arm's reach, a figure was climbing from the dark water. White-skinned, long hair smeared with mud, Kettle, the voice a strained grasp. "Behind you, reach." She turned round, 2 swords points thrust into the mud. "Kettle, take them, give them." A wet gasp, and she spun back to see the bared arms of another figure, clawing up to wrap about her friend. A woman's arms, lean, ribboned in muscle. He was dragged back. She saw him drive an elbow into the fiercely twisting, black-streaked face that rose suddenly from the slime, connecting hard in a splatter of blood. But the clutching hands would not let go, and they both sank back into the swirling foam. Whimpering, Kettle crawled over to the swords. She tugged them from the mud, then clambered back to the water's edge. Limbs appeared amidst the thrashing waves. Shivering, Kettle waited. So easy now, a slave once more as the Wyval suffused his body, stealing the will of every muscle, every organ, the charging blood in his veins. Udinas could barely see through his own eyes, as street after street blurred past. Sudden moments of brutal clarity as he came upon 3 solar-taken wolves, which turned as one with snarls and bared fangs, and was among them, his hands now talons, the thumb-long claws tearing into wolf flesh, curling round ribs and ripping them loose. A massive, gnarled fist slamming into the side of a lunging, snapping head, breaking bone, the wolf's head suddenly lolling, the eyes blank in death. Then, motion once more, his master needed him. Needed him now. No time to lose. A slave, absolved of all responsibility, nothing more than a tool, and this Udinas knew was the poison of surrender. Close now, and closing. There is nothing new in being used. Look upon these sprawled corpses after all. Poor Letheras soldiers lying dead for no reason, defending the corpse of a kingdom, citizens once more, every one of them. The kingdom that does not move, the kingdom in service to the god of dust. You will find the temples in crooked alleys, in the cracks between cobbles. You will find, my friends, no sweeter world than this,
where honour and faith and freedom are notions levelled one and all, layers as thin as hate, envy and betrayal, every notion vulnerable to any sordid breeze, stirred up, stirred together, a world without demands to challenge the confused haze of holy apathy.
The god of dust rises dominant, ahead, a dozen wolves charging straight for him. There would, it seemed, be a delay. Udinas bared his teeth. "How are you managing it?" Bugg asked. The errant glanced over. "The wolves, they're everywhere but here, and they should have arrived long ago." The god shrugged. "I keep nudging them away. It's not as difficult as I feared, although their leader is too clever by far, much harder to deceive. Besides, the beasts keep running into other opposition." What kind of opposition? Other. The shouts from within the temple ceased then. Silence, no movement from the dark doorway, a half-dozen heartbeats then, a muttering of voices and swearing. The mage Corlo appeared, backing out and dragging a limp body in his wake, a body leaving twin trails of blood from its heels. Concerned, Bugg stepped forward. "Is she alive?" Corlo, himself a mass of cuts and bruises, cast the manservant a slightly wild look. "No, damn it! I'm sorry for that," the errant murmured. More guardsmen were emerging from the doorway. All were wounded, one of them badly, his left arm torn loose at the shoulder and dangling from a few pink-white tendons. His eyes were glazed with shock. Corlo glared at Turudel Brizad. "Can you do any healing? Before the rest of us bleed out." Iron Bars stepped from the ruined temple, sheathing his sword. He was covered in blood, but none of it was his. His expression was alarmingly dark. "We were expecting wolves. Damn you," he said in a low growl as he stared at the errant, who had closed to lay hands upon the most grievously injured soldier, raising new flesh to bind the arm once more to the shoulder as the soldier's face twisted with pain. Turudal Brizard shrugged. "There was little time to elaborate on what you were about to fight," avowed, "in case you have forgotten." "Damned cats," he said. "Lizard cats, you mean," one of the guardsmen said, spitting blood onto the street. "Sometimes I think nature is insane." "You got that right, Halfpeck," Corlo said, reaching down to close the eyelids of the dead woman lying at his feet. Iron Bars suddenly moved, a blur past the errant, both hands lifting as a huge white wolf, claws skittering, pitched round from an alley mouth, and head ducking, lunged towards Turudel Brizad, who had only just begun to turn round. The avowed caught it in mid-leap, left hand closing on its right leg, just beneath the shoulder, right hand clutching its neck beneath the beast's jaws. He heaved the wolf high, pivoted and smashed it head first onto the street, crushing snout, skull and shoulders, limbs kicking spasmodically. The Solitaken flopped onto its back, yellow vomit spurting, urine arcing as it died. A moment later, all movement from the limbs ceased, although the urine continued to stream, the arc dwindling, then collapsing. Iron Bars stepped back. Halfpeck suddenly laughed. "It pissed on you? Be quiet," Iron Bars said, looking down at his wet legs. "Hood, take me. That stinks. We should get back to the ship," Corlo said. "There's wolves all over the place, and I don't think I can keep them away much longer." Turudal Brizad. "But I can. Especially now," Bugg asked. "What's changed, apart from the pack getting chopped to pieces?" The errant pointed down at the dead Solitaken. That was Benaga, the leader of the Jek. He shot Bugg a look astonished and half disbelieving. "You chose well," he said. "This squad managed to escape a sail," Bugg said, shrugging. The god's eyes widened. He turned to Iron Bars. "I will ensure you a clear path to your ship." "Oh, damn!" Bugg cut in, slowly turning. "They're getting out." "More trouble?" Iron Bars asked, looking round, his hand drifting close to the sword at his hip. Not here, Bugg said, but not far. He faced the avowed gauging. Iron Bars frowned, then said, Corlo, take the squad back to the ship. All right, old man, lead the way. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. With that wolf pissing on me, I feel the need to lose my temper. It's another fight, isn't it? Bugg nodded. Might make the pack seem like kittens, Iron Bars. Might, will it or won't it? All right, we might well lose this one. Fine, the avowed snapped. Let's get it over with. The manservant sighed. Follow me, then. It's a dead Azoth house we're heading to. Dead hood, take me. A garden feet. A garden feet. Dear me, I like this man, and we're inviting ourselves, avowed.
Still with me? Iron Bars looked across at Corlo, who had stopped to listen, his face bloodless, as he repeatedly shook his head in denial. The avowed grunted. Once you've dropped him off, come and find us, Corlo, and try and make your arrival timely. Avowed, go. Bugg glanced at the errant. You coming? In spirit, he replied. There is another matter I must attend to, I am afraid. Oh, he added, as Bugg and Iron Bars turned to go, dear manservant, I thank you.
And you as well, avowed. Tell me, Iron Bars, how many of the avowed remain among the Crimson Guard? No idea. A few hundred, I'd imagine. Scattered here and there. The grey-haired soldier smiled. For the moment, Bugg said, we shall have to run, I think. Can you keep up? Iron Bars asked. As swift as a charging wave. That's me, Bugg said. Brys stood alone in the corridor. The howling was, thankfully, over. It was the only sound that had managed to penetrate the walls. There was no way to know if the garrison was fighting in the city beyond the eternal domicile. It seemed such a pointless thing. His breath caught upon hearing a strange sound. Brys lowered his gaze, fixed it upon the Ceda, who was lying curled tight in the chamber beyond, with his back to Brys and the throne room behind him. Kuru Qan's head shifted slightly, then rose a fraction from the floor. And, from the Ceda, there came low laughter. The path was unmistakable, keening with glee. The demon drew itself to the cave's entrance, contracting its massive, corpulent presence, the bloated flesh of its body, away from the river's broad span. Inward gathering, hovering before the tunnel beneath the city, where old swamp water still flowed putrid and sweet, a flavour like sweet nectar to the demon. Ready now, at last, for the lunge, the breaking away from the grip of its master, who was so regrettably preoccupied at the moment. Now, surging forward, filling the cave, then into the narrow, twisting tunnel, to the heart, the wondrous, blessed heart of power, joy and hunger burning like twin fires within it. Close, so close now, squirming down, the path narrowing, squeezing with the vast pressure of overlying stone and earth. A little further, reaching out, the space suddenly opening, blissfully wide and high, spreading out to all sides, the water welcoming in its warmth. A storm of long, still silts sweeping up, blinding shadows of dead things cavorting before its countless eyes. The heart, the enormous cavern beneath the lake, the city's very soul, the power. And Brys heard Kuru Qan speak. Now, friend Bugg. 30 paces from the overgrown yard of the Azath Tower, Bugg skidded to a halt. He cocked his head, then smiled, ahead. Iron Bars slowed, then turned round. What? Find the girl, the manservant said. I'll join you when I can. Bugg, in a moment avowed, I must do something first. The Crimson Guardsman hesitated, then nodded and swung back. Bugg closed his eyes. Jaghert witch, hear me. Recall my favour at the quarry. The time has come for reciprocity, she replied in his mind, distant yet swiftly closing. I hear you, little man. I know what you seek. Ah, you are a clever one indeed. Oh, I cannot take all the credit this time. The demon expanded to fill the cavern. The heart was all about, the power seeping in to enliven its flesh. The chains of binding melted away. Now it need only reach out and grasp hold. The strength of 1,000 gods awaited it, reaching, countless grasping, clutching hands, finding nothing. Then a mortal's voice, from the Ceda 2 more words, uttered low and clear. "Got you! A lie! Illusion! Deceit!" The demon raged, spun in a conflagration of brown silt, seeking the way out, only to find the tunnel mouth sealed, a smooth surface, fiercely cold, the cold burning the demon recoiled. Then the lake overhead, upward, fast, faster. Hubat and his sometime lover Pinosel were both drunk as they awaited the fall of Letheras. They had been singing, celebrating the end of their debts, sprawled on the mouldy walkway surrounding Settle Lake amidst nervous rats and head-jutting pigeons. When the wine ran out, they began bickering. It had begun innocently enough, as Pinosel loosed a loud sigh and said, "And now you can marry me." It was a moment before her words registered, upon which, bleary-eyed, he looked over in disbelief. "Marry you? Was wrong with, how it is now, Cherry Tart? What's wrong? It's respectable I want you, fat flea-bit oaf. I earned it, respectable. You marry me, Hubat, now that the Edurians done conquered us. Marry me. All right, I will. When, she demanded, sensing the out he was angling towards. When? Ha! He had his answer, and at that instant the fetid green water of Settle Lake sprawled out before them like a turgid plain of seaweed fertilizer paled into murky white, and clouds began rising from its now frozen surface. An icy breeze swept over Hubat and Pinosel. There was a sudden deep thump from somewhere beneath the frozen lake's ice, although not a single crack showed. Hubat stared, disbelieving, opened his mouth, then closed it. Then his shoulders sagged. "Today, love, I'll marry ya today." Chapter 25. When the gods of dust were young, they swam in blood.
Whiteforth's dream on the day of the 7th closure. Fever witch. Shirk Elala walked down the tunnel to the crypt door. Her thoughts were on Jeron Eberict. Her concern was for Tehol Beddict. The Finad was of the most vicious sort after all, and Tehol seemed so helpless. Oh, fit enough, probably quite capable of running fast and far should the need arise. But it was clear that Tehol had no intention of running anywhere.
The silent bodyguards Brys had assigned to him was some comfort, although the way Jeron worked they might prove little more than a minor inconvenience. If that was not troubling enough, there was the ominous silence from Kettle at the dead Azarth Tower. Was that a result of the child's returning to life, thus severing the link that bound the dead? Or had something terrible happened? She reached the portal and pushed it open. Light flared from a lantern, and she saw Ublala seated on the sarcophagus, the lantern on his lap as he adjusted the flame. She saw his expression and frowned. "What is wrong, my love? There's no time," he said, rising, bumping his head on the ceiling, then ducking into a hunch. "Bad things, I was about to go." He set the lantern down on the lid. "Couldn't wait for you any longer. I've got to go." "Where?" "It's the Serigal," he mumbled, hands wringing. "It's bad." "The Serigal?" "The old Tarthanol gods?" "Ublala, what are you talking about?" "I have to go." He headed for the doorway. "Ublala, what about Harlist? Where are you going?" The old tower. He was in the tunnel, his words dwindling. "I love you, Shorkalale." She stared at the empty doorway. Love? That sounded final. Shorkalale went to the sarcophagus and slid the lid to one side. "Arr! Hiss! 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 Stop that, Harlist!" She batted the clawing hands away. "Get out of there."
"We have to go." "Where?" Harlist slowly sat up, practicing baring his long fangs and making growling sounds. She studied him for a moment, then said, "A cemetery." "Oh," Harlist sighed, "that's perfect." Sitting in the street, in a pool of darkening blood, the Emperor of the Tiste Edur had one hand held against his face, and seemed to be trying to claw his eyes out. He still screamed every now and then, a shrill, wordless release of raw anguish.
On the bridge, 30 paces distant, the Letheria soldiers were silent and motionless behind their shields. Other citizens of the city were visible along the edge of the canal on the other side, a row of onlookers, their numbers growing. Trull Sengar felt a hand settle on his shoulder, and he turned to find Uruth, her face twisted with distress. "Son, something must be done. He's losing his mind. Udinas, the damned slave who had become so essential, so integral to Rhulad, to the young Edur's sanity, had vanished. And now the Emperor railed, recognizing no one, froth on his lips, his cries, those of a panicked beast. He must be hunted down, Trull said. That slave, there is more. Hannan Mosag had moved to stand close to Rhulad, and now spoke, his words carrying easily. Emperor Rhulad, hear me. This is a day of dark truths. Your slave, Udinas, has done what we would expect of a Lethery. Their hearts are filled with treachery, and they serve none but themselves. Rhulad, Udinas has run away. He paused, then said, From you? The triumph was poorly hidden as the warlock king continued. He has made himself into your white nectar, and now leaves you in pain. This is a world without faith, Emperor. Only your kin can be trusted. Rhulad's head snapped up, features ravaged with hurt, a dark fire in his eyes. Trusted you, Hannan Mosag? My brothers? Mayen. Blood-smeared gold, matted bare fur, sword blade threaded through bits of human meat and intestines. The Emperor staggered upright, chest heaving with emotion. You are all as nothing to us? Liars, cheats, betrayers, all of you. He whipped the sword, spattering red and pink fragments onto the cobbles and against the shins of those standing nearest him, and bared his teeth. The Emperor shall reflect his people, he rasped, an ugly grin spreading. Reflect, as it must be. Trull saw fear take a step forward, halting as Rhulad's sword shot upward, the point hovering at fear's throat. Oh no, brother, we want nothing from you. We want nothing from any of you, except obedience. An empire must be shaped, and that shaping shall be by the Emperor's hands. Warlock king, sire? The sword slid away from fear's throat, waved carelessly towards the soldiers blocking the bridge. Get rid of them! Binadas among them, the Krishnan shambled forward at Hannan Mosag's gesture. Behind them were 4 slaves with 2 large leather sacks, which they dragged over the cobbles to where the Krishnan waited in a row. Noting the sacks, the warlock king shook his head. Not here, I think. Something simpler. He faced the Emperor. A moment, sire, in which to prepare. I shall do this myself. Uruth tugged Trull round again. It is more than just Udinas, she said. Mayen has escaped. He stared at her, not quite comprehending. Escaped. We must find her. She ran away from us, from her own people. It is the hunger, Trull. Please. After a moment he pulled away, looked round until he saw a company of warriors grouped behind Theridas and Middick Boone. Trull walked over to them. Theridas scowled. What do you want, Trull Sengar? The Emperor's mother has orders for you and your warriors, Theridas. His expression lost its ferocity, was replaced with uncertainty. What are they? Mayen is lost, somewhere in the city. She must be found. As for Udinas, if you see him... If we see him, he will die terribly, Trull Sengar. He betrayed Rhulad. When I warned him, Trull glanced over at Rhulad. A return from this madness? Not likely. It was too late. As you like, Theridas. Just find Mayen. He watched them head off, then turned and met Uruth's eyes. She nodded. The soldiers on the bridge knew what was coming. He saw them duck lower behind their shields. Pointless. Pathetic. Yet there was courage here among these Letherii. Udinas, I did not think you would. A seething, spitting grey wave rose suddenly at the foot of the bridge, churning higher. The shield wall flinched back, contracted. The wave plunged forward from the banks of the canal. To either side citizens shrieked and scattered as the sorcery rushed over the bridge, striking the soldiers in a spray of blood and strips of flesh. A heartbeat then passed, spreading out to wash over the fleeing citizens, devouring them in writhing hunger. Trull saw it strike nearby buildings, smashing down doors and bursting through shuttered windows. Screams, "Enough!" Rhulad roared, stepping towards Hannan Mosag, who lowered his arms, which looked twisted and gnarled. The sorcery vanished, leaving only heaps of bones, polished shields and armour on the bridge. From the sundered buildings, silence. Hannan Mosag sagged, and Trull saw how misshapen he had become beneath his furs. The Emperor suddenly giggled. "So eager, Hannan Mosag. Your secret god is so eager." Secret god? Trull looked over at Fear and found his brother staring back. "Brothers," the Emperor cried, waving his sword, "we march to the eternal domicile, to the throne. None can deny us, and should they dare, their flesh shall be rendered from their bones. They will know pain, they will suffer. Brothers, this shall be a day of suffering." He seemed to find sweetness in tasting the word for all who would oppose us. "Now walk with your sire. He is transformed, lost to us, and all for the treachery of a slave, an overgrown yard, just visible through the old battered stones of the gateway. From the skeletal twisted branches of leaning trees, something like steam billowed upward. There was no one about. Iron bars slowed his steps and looked back up the street. That manservant had yet to appear from beyond the corner of the building he had jogged round moments earlier. "Fine, then," the avowed muttered, drawing his sword. "We'll just have to see for ourselves." He approached the gateway, strode onto the winding stone path. The squat, square tower was opposite, stained and leaning and dead. From his left, the sounds of stones grinding together, the snap of wood, and thumps that trembled the ground beneath his feet. Over there, then. Iron bars walked into the yard, round a mud-smeared barrow, over a fallen tree, to come to a halt 10 paces from what had once been an extensive, elongated mound, now torn apart and steaming mud, sliding down as 5 huge figures dragged themselves free. Flesh darkened by peat, skin mapped by the tracks of countless roots, dangling hair the colour of copper. Tugging weapons free, massive 2-handed swords of black polished wood, the 5 were chanting. Iron bars grunted. "Tartheno Toblakai, hood-damned fen." Well, this won't be fun. One of the warriors heard him and fixed black, murky eyes on the avowed. The chant ceased, and it spoke. "A child, my brothers, the one who spoke through the earth?" another asked. "I don't know, does it matter? It would not help us, that child. We have promised a terrible death. Then let us." The Toblakai's words were cut short as iron bars rushed forward. A roar, a keening sweep of a wooden sword flung into the path of the avowed's own weapon, which slid under, point gliding back round and over the warrior's enormous wrist, following in its swishing wake to intercept the instinctive backswing, slashing through hard, thick skin, the edge scoring against muscle tough as wood, a huge presence lunging in from the avowed's right. But iron bars continued forward, ducking beneath the first Toblakai's arm, then pivoting round as the second attacker slammed into the first warrior. Disengaging his sword, thrusting upward, seeking the soft space between the lower mandibles, a jerk of the giant's head, and the avowed sword point speared its right eye, plunging deep in a spurt of what seemed to be swamp water. A shriek. Iron bars found himself scrambling over the ruined barrow, the other Toblakai stumbling as they swung round to face him again, with a heap of boulders, mud, and ripped-up roots in the way. The avowed leapt down onto level ground once more, black blood dripping from one arm,
A hand pressed over a gouged socket and burst eye. The Toblakai he had attacked was staggering back. The other four were spreading out, silent now, intent. Until they could edge round the entire barrow, their approach would be difficult, the footing treacherous. One down. Iron Bars was pleased, and then the fifth one shook itself and straightened, one-eyed, but turning to face the Avowed once more. "You hurt our brother," one said. "There's more to come," Iron Bars said. "It's not good hurting gods." "Gods, we are the Serigal," the lead Toblakai said. "Before you hurt us, you might have begged for mercy. You might have knelt in worship, and perhaps we would have accepted you. But not now." "No," the Avowed agreed. "I suppose not. That is all you would say." He shrugged. "Nothing else comes to mind. You are frowning. Why?" "Well, I've already killed a god today," Iron Bars said. "If I'd known this was going to be a day for killing gods, I might have paced myself better." The five were silent for a moment. Then the first one said, "What god have you killed this day, stranger?" The pack, a hiss from the Toblakai on the far right. "The ones that escaped us, the fast ones?" "They were fast," Iron Bars said, nodding. "But not, it seems, fast enough." "Divers?" "Yes," the Avowed said. "6 of them, and only 5 of you." The first Toblakai said to its brothers, "Careful with this one then." "We are free," the one-eyed one growled. "We must kill this one to remain so true. This is cause enough." They began advancing again. Iron Bars inwardly sighed. At least he'd made them nervous, and that might serve to keep him alive a little while longer. Then again, he reminded himself, he'd faced worse. Well, maybe not. Maybe. Who am I kidding? He shifted his weight, rising to the balls of his feet, readying himself to begin the dance of staying alive, until help came, help from a short, pudgy, balding man. "Oh, Hood! Iron Bars! Just try and stay alive as long as you can. Maybe they'll die of exhaustion." "Look," one whined, he's smiling. Unseen storms raging through the streets, battering the city. Bugg's head was aching with the chaos of power, of the clash of fierce wills. He could still feel the impotent fury of the ancient god trapped beneath the ice of Settle Lake. The Ceda's trap had worked well indeed, and even now the ice was slowly thickening, closing in around the creature in the sealed cavern, and before the sun set it would find itself encased in the ice, feeling the unbearable cold seeping into its being, stealing sensation, stealing its life. Good things came of being nice to a Jaghut, something the Telanimas never understood. Bugg made his way towards the end of the alley beyond which the old Azoth Tower was visible. He hoped Iron Bars had not done anything precipitous, such as entering the yard alone. Kettle would have warned him against that in any case. With luck, the child's buried ally was buried no longer. The Avowed was intended to give support. That was all, and only if necessity demanded it. This wasn't that man's fight, after all. His steps slowed suddenly as a cold dread swept through him. He quested out with his senses and detected movement where there should not be movement, an awakening of wills, intentions burning bright, threads of fate converging. The manservant turned round and began running. 4 of his ablest killers approached Gerun Eberict from up the street. The Finad raised a hand to halt those behind him. "Finad," the squad leader said upon arriving, "we had some luck. The brother at the far lookout was flushed out into the street by a pack of Edur. He took 6 of the bastards down with him. Once the Edur left, I sent Crillo out to make sure he was dead." "He was cut to pieces," Crillo interrupted, grinning. "And he was at that?" the squad leader resumed with a glare at Crillo, whose grin broadened. "And the other?" Gerun asked, scanning the vicinity. It wouldn't do to run into a company of Tiste Edur right now. The squad leader scowled. "Crillo got him a damned lucky knife throw." "No luck at all," Crillo cut in.
Poor bastard, never knew it was coming, because he'd caught out the rest of us. They're both dead, Geron asked, then shook his head. Luck indeed, it should not have been that easy. All right, that leaves the one on the roof. He'll have been looking for signals from his brothers, and he won't be seeing them now, meaning he'll know we're coming. It's just one man, Finad, a Shavankrat's Krillo. Don't get overconfident just because the errants nudged our ways so far.
All right, we stay as a group now? He stopped, then gestured everyone low. 30 paces ahead, and coming from a side alley, a lone figure ran into the street, a Tiste Edur woman. Like a startled deer, she froze, head darting, before she had a chance to look their way. She heard something behind her and bolted. A metallic flash in her right hand revealed that she carried a knife of some sort. Gerun Eberict grunted. She was heading the same direction as he was, an undefended Tiste Edur woman. He would enjoy her before killing her. Once his other business was out of the way, of course, might let the lads have a go too. Krillo first, for the work he'd already done getting rid of Brys's damned guards. The Finad straightened. After her then, since it's on the way. Dark laughs from his troop. Take point, Krillo. They set out, faces behind shutters at second-floor windows, the whole city cowered like half-drowned rats. It was disgusting. But they were showing him, weren't they? Showing him how few deserved to live. This new empire of the Tiste Edur would be little different. He suspected there would need to be controllers, deliverers of swift and incorruptible justice. People would continue to be rude, would continue to litter the streets, and there would still be people who were just plain ugly, earning the mercy of Gerun's knife. He would have his work, as before, to make this city a place of beauty. They had reached the place where the woman had emerged from the alley. Krillo was turning round, pointing in the direction she had run, when a spear struck his head, spinning him round in a mass of blood, brain, and shattered bone. From the alley rushed a score or more Tiste Edur warriors. "Take them," Geron Eberict commanded, and was pleased to see his men surge forward, past the Finad, who then stepped back. "I can always get more men," and ran onto the trail of the woman. Coincidentally, of course. His real target was Tehol Beddict. He'd take her down first, leave her trussed and gagged close by, to await his return. More difficult now, since he was alone. Tehol's bodyguard would be a challenge, but when one's sword edges were painted with poison, even the slightest cut would be sufficient to kill the man. Quickly. There. The woman had been hiding in a niche 20 paces ahead. She bolted at his approach. Geron broke into a sprint. Oh, he wanted her now. She was beautiful. He saw the knife in her hand and laughed. It was a fish knife. He'd seen the Letherese slaves using them in that Hiroth village. Running hard, he quickly gained on her. Across another street, into another alley. Close, now, to Tehol Beddict's home. But he could reach her in time. 5 more steps. There's trouble. Stunned, Tehol Beddict turned. Not mute after all. His words trailed away at seeing the unease in the bodyguard's eyes. Serious trouble, then. My brothers are both dead. Geron Eberict is coming. This city's full of Edur, Tehol said, throwing both hands up to encompass a vast sweep of rooftops, tiers and bridges, ranging round like wolves. And then there's those real wolves. It's Geron, Tehol studied the man. All right, he's on the way for a visit. What should we do about it? They can come up the walls, the way your thief friend does. We need to get below. We need a place with one door and only one door. Well, there's the warehouse opposite. I know it quite well. Let's go then. The guard went to the hatch, knelt at its edge, and cautiously looked down into the room below. He waved Tehol forward, then began the descent. Moments later, they stood in the room. The guard headed to the entrance, tugged the hanging back a fraction, and peered outside.
Looks clear. I'll lead to that wall. The warehouse wall. There's a watchman, Chalice. If he's still there, I'd be surprised. You have a point, all right? When we get to the wall, we head right, round the corner and in through the office door, the first one we'll come to. The main sliding doors will be barred, and if the office door is locked, I know where the key's hidden. The guard nodded. They stepped into the narrow corridor, turned left, and approached the street. 3 more strides. She threw a desperate look over her shoulder, then lunged forward in a sudden burst of speed. Gerun snarled, reaching out with one hand. A whimpering sound escaped her, and she raised the knife just as she reached the mouth of the alley, and thrust it into her own chest. Gerun was a hand's width behind her, coming opposite a side corridor between 2 warehouses, when he was grasped hard, pulled off his feet and yanked into the dark corridor. A fist crashed into his face, shattering his nose. Stunned, he was helpless as the sword was plucked from his hand, the helmet dragged from his head. The massive hands lifted him and slammed him hard against a wall. Once, twice, 3 times, and with each impact the back of Gerun's head crunched against the cut stone. Then he was smashed onto the greasy cobbles, breaking his right shoulder and clavicle. Consciousness slipped away. When it returned a moment later, he was vaguely aware of a huge, hulking figure crouched over him in the gloom. A massive hand snapped down to cover Gerun's mouth, and the figure froze. The sound of running feet in the alleyway, a dozen, maybe more, all moccasined, the rasp of weapons, then passed. Blearily, Gerun Eberict stared up at an unfamiliar face. A mixed blood. Half Tarthanol, half Neric. The huge man crouched closer. "For what you did to her," he said in a hoarse whisper. "And don't think it'll be quick." The hand over his mouth. Gerun could say nothing, could ask no questions. And he had plenty of those. It was clear, however, that the mixed blood wasn't interested. And that, Gerun said to himself, was too bad. Tehol was 3 paces behind the guard, who was nearing the warehouse wall, when a scraping noise alerted him. He looked to his right, in time to see an Edur woman stagger out from an alley. A knife handle jutted from her chest, and blood was streaming down. Dumb misery in her eyes, she saw Tehol, reached out a red-stained hand, then fell, landing on her left side and skidding slightly on the cobbles before coming to a stop. "God!" Tehol hissed, changing direction. "She's hurt," from the warehouse wall. "No." As Tehol reached her, he looked up to see Tiste Edur warriors rushing from the alley mouth. A spear sailed towards him, and was intercepted by the guard lunging in from Tehol's left side. The weapon caught the man under his left arm, snapping ribs as it sank deep into his chest. With a soft groan, the guard stumbled past, then sprawled onto the street, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Tehol went perfectly still. The Edur ranged out cautiously until they formed a rough circle around Tehol and the dead woman. One checked on the bodyguard, turning the man over with one foot. It was clear that the man was also dead. In trader tongue, one of the Tiste Edur said, "You have killed her." Tehol shook his head. "No, she ran into view already wounded. I was coming to help. I am sorry." The warrior sneered, then said to the younger Edur beside him, "Middik, see if this Letheri is armed." The one named Middik stepped up to Tehol, reached out to pat him down, then snorted. "He's wearing rags, Theradas. There is no place he could hide anything." A third warrior said, "He killed Mayan. We should take him back." "No," Theradas growled. He sheathed his sword and pushed Middik to one side as he came close to Tehol. "Look at this one," he said in a growl. "See the insolence in his eyes." "You do poorly at reading a Letherese expression," Tehol said sadly. "That is too bad for you." "Yes," Tehol replied. "I imagine." Theradas struck him with a gloved fist. pitching Tehol's head back, his nose cracking loudly. He bent over, both hands to his face. Then a foot slammed down diagonally against his right shin, snapping both bones. He fell. A heel crunched down on his chest, breaking ribs. Tehol could feel his body trying to curl up as heels and fists battered at him. A foot smashed down on his left cheek, crushing bone and bursting that eye. White fire blazed in his brain, swiftly darkening to murky black. Another kick dislocated his left shoulder. Beneath yet another heel, his left elbow was crushed as kicks hammered into his gut. He tried to draw his knees up, only to feel them stamped on and broken. Something burst low in his gut, and he felt himself spilling out. Then a heel landed on the side of his head. 50 paces up the street, Trull Beddict approached. He saw a crowd of Tiste Edur, and it was clear they were kicking someone to death. A sudden uneasiness in his stomach, he quickened his pace. There were bodies he saw beyond the circle. A soldier in the garb of a palace guard, the shaft of a spear jutting from him, and an Edur woman. "Oh, errant, what has happened here?" He made to run, and found his path blocked. A Neric, and a moment later Trull Beddict recognized him, one of Buruk the Pale's servants. Frowning, wondering how he had come to be here, Trull moved to step around the man, who sidestepped once more to block him. "What is this?"
"You have been judged, Trull Beddict," the Neric said. "I am sorry. Judged, please, I must." "You chose to walk with the Tiste Edur Emperor," the Neric said. "You chose betrayal. An end to Lether. Yes, what of it? No more will this damned kingdom destroy people like the Neric and the Tarthanal. We thought we knew your heart, Trull Beddict, but now we see that it has turned black. It is poisoned, because forgiveness is not within you." "Forgiveness?"
He reached out to push the Neric aside. "They're beating someone to death." I think from behind 2 knives slid into his back, one under each shoulder blade, angling upward. Arching in shock, Trull Beddict stared at the Neric standing before him and saw that the young man was weeping. What? Why? He sank to his knees, weakness rising through him, and the storm of thoughts, the emotions and desires that had haunted him for years, they too weakened, fell away into a grey, calm mist. The mist, rising yet higher, a sudden coldness in his muscles. It is so. Trull Beddict pitched forward onto his face, but he never felt the impact with the cobbles. "Stop, please." The Tiste Edur turned to see a Letheras step from where he had been hiding round the corner of the warehouse. Nondescript limping, a knout tucked into a rope belt, the man edged forward and continued in the trader tongue. "He's never hurt no one. Don't kill him, please. I saw you see." "You saw what?" Theradas demanded. "The woman. She stabbed herself. Look at the knife. See for yourself." Chalas wrung his hands, eyes on the bleeding, motionless form of Tehol. "Please, don't hurt him no more. You must learn," Theradas said, baring his teeth. "We heed our emperor's words. This shall be a day of suffering, old man. Now leave us or invite the same fate." Chalas surprised them, lunging forward to drape himself over Tehol, shifting to protect as much of him as he could. Midikboon laughed. Blows rained down, more savage than ever, and it was not long before Chalas lost consciousness. A half-dozen more kicks dislodged the man from Tehol until the two were lying side by side. With sudden impatience, Theradas slammed his heel down on a head, hard enough to collapse the skull and crush the brain. Standing on the far side of the bridge, Rhulad Brizad felt the malign sorcery wash over him. The soldiers barricading the bridge had died in the grey conflagration a moment earlier, and now it seemed the terrible sorcery would reach out into the rest of the city, into the nearby buildings, and for the errant, enough was enough. He nudged the wild power coursing through those buildings, angling it ever downward, slipping it past occupied rooms, downward past the hidden tunnels of the rat-catchers' guild, where so many citizens huddled, and into the insensate mud and clays of the long-dead swamp, where it could do nothing, and was slowed, then trapped. It was clear, a moment later, that the warlock king had not detected the manipulation, as the magic was surrendered. The poisoning conduit from the crippled god closed once more. Hannan Mosag's flesh would not suffer much more of that, fortunately. Not that it would matter. He watched as a score of Tiste Edur set off into the city, seeking, no doubt, the fleeing woman from their tribe, but nothing good would come of it, the errant knew. Indeed, a most egregious error was in the offing, and he grieved for that. Reaching with his senses, he gained a vision of an overgrown, broken-up yard surrounding a squat tower, and watched in wonder and awe as a lone figure wove a deadly dance in the midst of 5 enraged Toblakai gods. Extraordinary, a scene the errant would never forget, but it could not last much longer, he knew. Nothing good ever did, alas. Blinking, he saw that the Tiste Edur emperor was now leading his kin across the bridge. On their way to the eternal domicile, Rhulad Brizad pushed himself into motion once more. The eternal domicile, a conjoining of destinations for yet another sequence of tragic events to come. Today the empire is reborn, in violence and blood, as with all births. And what, when this day is done, shall we find lying in our lap? Eyes opening onto this world. The errant began walking, staying ahead of the Tiste Edur, and feeling deep within him the lurching, stumbling measure of time, the countless heartbeats, merging one and all. No need, finally, for a nudge, a push or a pull. No need, it seemed, for anything. He would but witness now. He hoped. Seated cross-legged in the street, the lone high mage of the Crimson Guard present in this fell city, Corlo Orothos, once of Unta in the days before the Empire, cocked his head at the heavy, thumping feet of someone approaching from behind. He risked opening his eyes, then raised a hand in time to halt the newcomer. "Hello, half-blood," he said. "Have you come to worship your gods?" The giant figure looked down at Corlo. "Is it too late?" he asked. "No, they're still alive. Only one man opposes them, and not for much longer. I'm doing all I can, but it's no easy thing to confuse gods." The Tarthanal half-blood frowned. "Do you know why we pray to the Seregal?" An odd question, to gain their favor. "No," Ublala replied. "We pray for them to stay away, and now," he added, "they're here. That's bad. Well, what do you intend to do about it?" Ublala squinted down at Corlo, said nothing. After a moment, the high mage nodded. "Go on, then." He watched the huge man lumber towards the gateway. Just inside, he paused beside a tree, reached up, and broke free a branch as thick as one of Corlo's thighs. Hefting it in both hands, the half-blood jogged into the yard. It was tearing him apart, striving to burst free of his skeletal cage, the minuscule, now terribly abused muscles in their journey across Letheras. They'd left 30 or more dead solar taken in their wake, and 6 Tiste Edur who'd come up from the docks, eager for a fight. They'd taken wounds. No, the remnant that was Udinas corrected. "I've taken wounds. I should be dead. I'm cut to pieces, bitten, torn, gouged. But that damned Wyval won't surrender. It needs me still, for a few moments longer. Through a red haze, the old Azath Tower and its yard came into view, and a surge of eagerness from the Wyval flooded him. The master needed help. All was not yet lost. In a blur of motion, Udinas was past the strange man sitting cross-legged on the street. He caught the sudden jerk of surprise from the man as they swept by. A moment later, plunging through the gateway, into the yard. In time to see a mortal Tarthanal half-blood rushing to close on a fight where a lone swordsman was surrounded by the Toblakai gods, moments from buckling under a hail of blows. then past them all, to the barrow of the master, the churned, steaming earth. Diving forward with a piercing reptilian scream, and into the hot darkness, down, clawing, scraping, tearing clear from the mortal's flesh, the body the Wyval had used for so long, the body it had hidden within, clambering free at last, massive, scaled and sleek-hided, talons plunging into the soil. The child kettle squealed as the creature, winged and as big as an ox, rushed past her on all fours. A thumping splash, water spraying in a broad fan that rose and rose, then slapped down on the now churning pool. Foam, a snaking red-purple tail, slithering down, then vanishing in the swirling maelstrom. She then heard a thud behind her and spun on the slick mud of the bank, the two swords still in her hands, to see a badly torn body, a man lying face down, the shattered ends of long bones jutting from his arms and legs, blood pulsing slowly from ruptured veins. And, settling atop him, a wraith, descending like a shadow to match the contorted body beneath it. A shadowy face looking up at Kettle, the rasp of words. "Child, we need your help." She looked back over her shoulder. The surface of the pool was growing calm once more. "Oh, what do you want me to do? It's all going wrong." "Not as wrong as you think. This man, this Letheri, help him, he's dying. I cannot hold him together much longer. He is dying, and he does not deserve to die." She crawled closer. "What can I do? The blood within you, child. A drop or two, no more than that. The blood, child, that has returned you to life. Please, you are a ghost. Why would you have me do this for him and not for you?" The wraith's red eyes thinned as it studied her. "Do not tempt me." Kettle looked down at the swords in her hands. Then she set one down and brought the freed hand to the gleaming blue edge of the one she still held. Slid her palm a bit along the edge, then lifted her hand to study the result. A long line of blood, a deep, perfect cut. "Oh, it's sharp. Here, push him onto his back. Lay your wounded palm on his chest." Kettle moved forward. A blow had broken his left arm, and the agony as iron bars dodged around and between the bellowing Sirigal sent white flashes through his brain. Half blinded, he wielded his battered, blunted sword on instinct alone, meeting blow after blow. He needed a moment free, a few heartbeats in which to recover, to clamp down on the pain. But he'd run out of that time. Another blow got through, the strange wooden sword slicing as if glass edged into his left hip. The leg on that side gave out beneath the biting wound. He looked up through sweat-stinging eyes and saw the one-eyed Serigal towering directly over him, teeth bared in triumph. Then a tree branch struck the god in the head, against its left temple, hard enough to snap the head right over to bounce from the opposite shoulder. The grin froze, and the Toblekai staggered. A second impact caught it, this time coming from behind up into the back of the skull, the branch exploding into splinters. The god bent forward, as a knee drove up into its crotch, and forearms hammered its back, pushing it further down, the knee rising again, this time to crunch against the god's face. The grin, iron bars saw from where he crouched, was entirely gone now. The avowed rolled to one side a moment before the Toblekai landed atop him. Rolled and rolled, stumbling to his feet finally to pivot round, and, rising to his name above the agony in his hip, straightening, once more facing the Serigal, where it seemed one of their own kind was now fighting them, a mortal Tarthanor, who had wrapped his huge arms around one of the gods from behind, trapping its arms to its sides as he squeezed. The remaining three gods had staggered back, as if in shock, and the moment was, to the avowed's eyes, suddenly frozen. 2, then 3 heartbeats. The cloudiness cleared from the avowed's eyes. A flicker of energy returned to his exhausted limbs. The pain faded away. That mortal Tarthanol was moments from dying, as the other three stirred awake and moved forward. Iron bars raced to intercept them. The odds were getting better. 2 huddled shapes on the street. Tiste Edur standing around, still kicking, still breaking bones. 1 stamped down, and brains sprayed out onto the cobbles. Bugg slowed to a stagger, his face twisting with grief, then rage. He roared, heads turned, and the manservant unleashed what had remained hidden and quiescent within him for so long. 14 Tiste Edur, standing, all reached up to clamp their ears, but the gesture was never completed, as 13 of them imploded, as if beneath vast pressure, in horrible contractions of flesh, the wild spurt of blood and fluids, skulls collapsing inward, imploded, only to explode outward a moment later in bloody pieces, spattering the warehouse wall and out across the street. The 14th Tiste Edur, the one who had just crushed a head beneath his heel, was lifted into the air, writhing, his eyes bulging horribly, wastes streaming down his legs. As Bugg stalked forward until he was standing before Theridar's boon of the Hireth, he stared up at the warrior, at his bloated face, at the agony in his eyes. Trembling, Bugg said, "You, I am sending home, not your home, my home." A gesture, and the Tiste Edur vanished. Into Bugg's warren away, then down, down, ever down, into depthless darkness where the portal opened once more, flinging Theridar's boon into icy black water, where the pressure, immense and undeniable, embraced him. Fatally, Bugg's trembling slowed. His roar had been heard, he knew, upon the other side of the world it had been heard. And heads had swung round, immortal hearts had quickened. "No matter," he whispered, then moved forward, down to kneel beside the motionless bodies. He gathered one of those bodies into his arms, rose, and walked away. The eternal domicile, a title of such profound conceit, as thoroughly bound into the arrogance of the Letherii as the belief in their own immutable destiny. Manifest rights to all things, to ownership, to the claiming of all they perceived, the unconscionable brazen arrogance of it all, as if 1,000 gods stood at their backs, burdened with gifts for the chosen. Trull Sengar could only wonder what bred such certainties. What made a people so filled with rectitude and intransigence? Perhaps all that is needed is power. A shroud of poison filling the air, seeping into every pore of every man, woman, and child. A poison that twisted the past to suit the mores of the present, illuminating in turn an inevitable and righteous future. A poison that made intelligent people blithely disregard the ugly truths of past errors in judgment of horrendous, brutal debacles that had stained red the hands of their forefathers. A poison that entrenched the stupidity of dubious traditions and brought misery and suffering upon countless victims. Power, then. The very same power we are about to embrace. Sisters, have mercy upon our people. The Emperor of the Tiste Edur stood before the grand entrance to the eternal domicile. Mottled sword in his right, glittering hand. Dusty bearskin riding shoulders, grown massively broad with the weight of gold. Old blood staining his back in map patterns, as if he was redrawing the world. Hair now long, ragged, and heavy with oily filth. Trull was standing behind him, and so could not see his brother's eyes. But he knew, should he look into them now, he would see the destiny he feared, he would see the poison coursing unopposed, and he would see the madness born of betrayal. It would have taken little, he knew. The simple reaching out for a nondescript, sad-eyed slave, the closing of hands, to lift Rhulad upright, to guide him back into sanity. That, and nothing more. Rhulad turned to face them. The doors stand unbarred. Hannan Mosag said, "Someone waits within, sire. I sense something. What do you ask of us, warlock king? Permit me and my Krisnan to enter first, to see what awaits us in the corridor." Rhulad's eyes narrowed. Then he waved them forward and added, "Fear, Trull, Bernardus, join us. We shall follow immediately behind." Hannan Mosag in the lead, the Krishnan and the slaves dragging the 2 sacks immediately behind him. Then Rhulad and his brothers all approached the doors of the eternal domicile. Standing just outside the throne room's entrance, Brys Beddict saw movement down the corridor, on this side of the motionless form of the cedar. The champion reached for his sword, then let his hand fall away as the first consort, Trull Brizad, emerged from the shadows, approaching nonchalantly, his expression calm. "I did not," Brys said in a low voice, "expect to see you again, first consort." Trull's soft eyes lifted past Brys to look into the throne room beyond. "Who waits, champion?" "The king, his concubine, the first eunuch and the chancellor, and 6 of my guards." Trull nodded.
"Well, we will not have to wait much longer. The Tiste Edur are but moments behind me. How fares the city? There has been fighting, Brys Beddict. Loyal soldiers lie dead in the streets, among them Moroch Nevath. And Jeron Eberict? What of him?" Trull cocked his head, then frowned. "He pursues a woman." Brys studied the man. "Who are you, Trull Brizad?" The eyes met his own. "Today, a witness. We have come, after all, to the day of the 7th closure." An end and a beginning. Brys raised a hand to silence the man, then took a step past him. The cedar was stirring in the hallway beyond. Then, rising to his feet, adjusting his grimy, creased robes, he lifted the lenses to his face and settled them in place. Trull Brizad turned to join Brys. Ah, yes, the silhouettes of a group of tall figures had appeared at the distant doors, which were now open. The cedar he has done very well thus far. Brys shot the first consort a baffled look. "What do you mean, he has done?" "Nothing." Brows rose. "No, he has annihilated the sea god, the demon chained by Hannan Mosag, and he has been preparing for this moment for days now. See where he stands. See the tile he has painted beneath himself, a tile from which all the power of the sea dance shall pass upward into his hands." The gloom of the hallway vanished, a white, glowing light suffusing the dusty air, revealing the row of Tiste Edur, now facing the cedar, less than 15 paces between them. The Edur in the center of the row spoke, "Ceda Kuru Qan, the kingdom you serve has fallen. Step aside. The emperor wishes to claim his throne. Fallen." The cedar's voice was thin in comparison, almost quavering. "Relevant?" "Not in the least. I see you, Hannan Mosag, and your Krishnan. I feel you gathering your power for your mad emperor to claim the throne of Lether. You shall have to pass through me." "It is pointless, old man," Hannan Mosag said. "You are alone. All your fellow mages are dead. Look at you, half blind, barely able to stand. Seek out the demon you chained in the sea, Warlock King." From this distance, Trull could not make out Hannan Mosag's expression, but there was sudden fury in his voice. "You have done this? Letheras are well versed in using greed to lay traps," Kuru Qan said. "You'll not have its power today, nor ever again." "For that," the Warlock King said in a growl, "you will." The white mist exploded, the roar shaking ceiling and walls, and thundered forward, striking the Tiste Edur warlocks. 10 paces behind Hannan Mosag and his Krishnan, Trull Sengar cried out, ducking away at the blazing concussion, his brothers following suit. He heard screams cut short. Then a body skidded across the polished floor to thud against Trull's feet, knocking him down. He found himself staring at a Krishnan, burnt beyond recognition, blackened slime melting away from split bones, rising to his hands and knees. Trull looked up. Only 2 Edur remained standing, battling the raging sorcery of the cedar. Hannan Mosag and Bernardus. The other Krishnan were all dead, as were the 4 slaves who had been crouching beside the 2 sacks.
As Trull stared, he saw Benadas flung to the ground as if by 1,000 fists of light. Blood sprayed. Then Fear was diving forward, skidding on the bucking tiles to within reach of his brother. Hands closed on a wrist and an ankle. Then Fear was dragging Benadas back, away from the conflagration. Hannan Mosag bellowed. Swirling grey tendrils sprang up from the floor, entwining the raging motes of fire. A blinding detonation. Then darkness once more, slowly giving way to gloom. Hannan Mosag, standing alone now, facing the cedar. A heartbeat, Kuru Qan struck again, a moment before Hannan Mosag's own attack. The two powers collided 3 paces in front of the Warlock King, and Trull saw Hannan Mosag stagger, sheathed in blood, his hands reaching back, groping, the left one landing atop one of the sacks and clutching tight. The other hand then found the other and grasped hold. The Warlock King steadied himself, then began to straighten once more against the onslaught. The sorcery pouring from the cedar had twisted the marble walls until they began to bleed white liquid. The ceiling overhead had sagged, its paint scorched away, its surfaces polished and slick. Brys had stared, disbelieving, as the magic swatted away whatever defensive spells the Krishnan had raised before themselves, swatted it away in an instant to rush in and slaughter them. Against Hannan Mosag himself, it battered again and again, driving ever closer. Then the Warlock King riposted, and the pressure in that hallway pushed Brys and Turudal back a step, then 2. All at once, the two battling powers annihilated each other in a flash, the thunder of the detonation sending cracks through the floor, bucking tiles into the air, everywhere but where the two sorcerers stood. Dusty silence. The marble columns to either side were burning in patches, melting from the top down like massive tallow candles. Overhead, the ceiling groaned, as if moments from collapse. Now, Turudal Brizad hoarsely whispered, "We will see the measure of Hannan Mosag's desperation." The sorceries roared to life once again, and Brys saw the Warlock King stagger. The Ceda Kuru Qan, the small ancient man, stood unscathed, and the magic raging from him in wave after wave seemed to Brys to be that of a god. The Warlock King would not survive this, and once he fell, this ancient primal sorcery would sweep out, taking the Emperor and his kin, devouring them one and all, outward into the city. An entire people, the Tiste Edur, would be annihilated. Brys could sense its hunger, its outrage, its cold lust for vengeance. This was the power of the Letheri, the Sedons, the voice of destiny, a thing terrible beyond comprehension. Trull saw the Warlock King steady himself, his hands gripping the sacks, and power began to flow from them, up his arms, as he began slowly to push back the Cedar's attack. Those arms twisted, grew into horrific, misshapen appendages. Hannan Mosag's torso began to bend, the spine curving, writhing like a snake on hot stones, new muscles rising, knobs of bone pushing at the skin. He shrieked as the power burgeoned through him, a grey wave rising, battering at the white fire, tearing its edges, pushing harder, filling half the long colonnaded hallway, closing on the Ceda, who stood unmoving, head tilted up, the strange lenses flashing before his eyes, standing as if studying the storm clawing towards him. Brys stared in horror as the foul sorcery of the Edur edged ever closer to the Ceda, towering over the small man. He saw a nearby column turn porous, then crumble to dust. A section of the ceiling it had been supporting collapsed downward, only to vanish in a cloudy haze and land in a thud of billowing dust. Kuru Qan was looking up at the taging wall looming over him. Brys saw him cock his head, the slightest of gestures. A renewed burst of white fire, expanding outward from where he stood, surging up and outward, hammering into the grey wall. driving fissures through it, tearing enormous pieces away to whip like rent sails up towards the malformed ceiling. Brys heard the Warlock King's shriek as the white flames roared towards him. Trull felt himself dragged to his feet. He turned, stared into Fear's face. His brother was shouting something, but the Warlock King was failing, crumbling beneath the onslaught. Whatever energies he had drawn upon from what was hidden within the sacks were ebbing insufficient to counter the cedar. The Warlock King was about to die, and with him all of us, Trull. Fear shook him. Along the wall, he pointed. There, edge forward, for a throw. A throw? He stared at the spear in his hands, the black wood glistening with beads of red sweat. From the shadows, Trull behind that pillar. From the shadows, Trull. It was pointless. Worse, he did not want to even try. What if he succeeded? What would be won? Trull, do this, or we all die, mother, father, Mayen, her child, all the children of the Edur. Trull stared into Fear's eyes and did not recognize what he saw in them. His brother shook him again, then pushed him along the wall into the bathing heat of the sorcery, battering down at Hannan Mosag, then behind a friable column of what had once been solid marble, into cool shadow. Absurdly cool shadow. Trull stumbled forward at a final push from his brother. He was brought up against a warped, rippled wall, and could see now the cedar, less than 7 paces distant. Head tilted upward, watching his assault on the Warlock King's failing defences. Tears blurred Trull's eyes. He did not want to do this. But they will kill us all, every one of us, leaving not a single Tiste Edur alive. I know this. In my heart, I know this. They will take our lands, our riches. They will sow salt on our burial grounds. They will sweep us into history's forgotten worlds. I know this. He raised his spear, balanced now in his right hand, was still for a moment, breath held, then 2 quick strides, arm flashing forward, the weapon flying straight and true. Piercing the cedar in his side, just below his left ribs, its solid weight and the momentum from Trull's arm driving the point deep. The cedar spun with the impact, left leg buckling and fell, away from the painted tile that suddenly shattered. The white fire vanished, and darkness swept in from all sides. Numbed, Brys stepped forward, and was stayed by the hand of Tiste Edur. "No, champion, he's gone." The Ceda Kuru Qan. My friend, Kettle sat in the mud, staring down at the man's face. It looked to be a kind face, especially with the eyes closed in sleep. The scars were fading all across his lean, tanned body. Her blood had done that. She had been dead once, and now she had given life. "You're a strange one," the wraith whispered from where it crouched by the water. "I am Kettle." A grunted laugh. "And what boils within you, I wonder?" "You," she said, "are more than just a ghost." "Yes." Amused. "I am Wither, a good name, don't you think? I was Tiste Andy once, long, long ago. I was murdered, along with all of my kin." "Well, those of us that survived the battle, that is? Why are you here, Wither?" "I await my lord Kettle." The wraith suddenly rose. She had not known how tall it was before. And now he comes. An uprush of muddy water, and a gaunt figure rose, white-skinned as a blood-drained corpse, long pale hair plastered across its lean face. Coughing, pulling itself clear, crawling onto the bank. "The swords," he gasped. Kettle hurried over to him and pushed the weapons into his long-fingered hands. He used them, points down, to help himself to his feet. Tall. She saw, shrinking back, taller even than the wraith, and such cold, cold eyes, deep red. "You said you would help us," she said, cowering beneath his gaze. "Help?" The wraith knelt before his lord. "Silkius Ruin, I was once Kilenthyr, 3rd High Mage of the 6th Cohort. I remember you, Killanthir. I have chosen the new name of Wither, my lord, as you like. The wraith glanced up. Where is the Wyval? I fear he will not survive, but he keeps her occupied. A noble beast. Please, Kettle whimpered. They're out. They want to kill me, you promised. My lord Wither said I would help the Wyval. Together we can perhaps succeed in driving her deep, even in binding her once again. If you would give me leave. Silkius Ruin was silent for a moment, staring down at the kneeling wraith. Then he said, As you like. Wither bowed his head, paused to glance over at Kettle, and said, Leave the Lethery to me. He will not awaken for some time. Then the wraith flowed down into the swirling water. Silkius Ruin drew a deep breath and looked down at the swords in his hands for the first time. Strange these? Yet I sensed the mortal chose, Well, child, get behind me. He regarded her, then nodded. It is time to fulfill my promise. Corlo had no idea what would come of this. An avowed could indeed die, if sufficiently damaged. It was, he believed, a matter of will as much as anything else. And he had known Iron Bars for a long time, although not as long as he had known other of the avowed. To his mind, however, there was no other who could compare with Iron Bars when it came to sheer will. The High Mage was exhausted, used up. No longer could he deftly manipulate the 4 remaining gods, although, luckily, one of those was in enough trouble all on its own, with a crazed Tarthanol seemingly doing the impossible, squeezing the very life out of it. Talk about stubborn. He had been beaten on again and again, yet he would not relax his deadly embrace. Iron Bars had fought brilliantly, distracting the remaining 3 repeatedly, sufficient to keep the Tarthanol alive, but the avowed was very nearly done. Corlo had never before seen such fighting, had never before witnessed the fullest measure of this avowed's ability. It had been said by guardsmen who would know that he was nearly a match to Skinner, and now Corlo believed it. He was more than a little startled when 2 corpses walked past him towards the gateway, one of them clawing the air and hissing. They halted at the entrance to the yard, and he heard the woman swear with admirable inventiveness, then say, I don't know how we can help them. Oh, Ublala, you big, stupid fool. The other said, We must attack Shurk Elal. I have fangs and talons, you know. Well, go on then, Shurk Elal, the captain of the ship we've signed on with. Our employer, Corlo, pried his legs loose from their crossed position, wincing in pain, and pushed himself to his feet. Hey, you. Shurk Elale, standing alone now, slowly turned. Are you addressing me? Corlo hobbled over. Corlo, ma'am, Crimson Guard, we signed on with you. We? Yes, the one helping your big, stupid friend. That's Iron Bars, my commander. You're supposed to be waiting on board. He blinked. She scowled. Your commander is about to die. I know. Wait. He stepped past her, onto the track. Wait, something's coming. Quick. He ran into the yard, Shurk Elal following. The Toblakai in the Tarthanol's arms sagged, and Iron Bars heard the cracking of ribs. A moment before, one of the gods slipped past the avowed and slammed the side of his wooden sword into the Tarthanol's head. The huge man toppled, dragging down with him the dead god in his arms. Stunned, the Tarthanol tried feebly to extricate himself from the corpse. With the last of his failing strength, Iron Bars leapt over to position himself above him, arriving in time to deflect a sword blow and counter with a slash that forced the attacker back a step. From the right, another lunged, then spun away of its own accord, wheeling towards a thunderous concussion from a nearby barrow, where a tall, pale figure strode into view through a cloud of steam, a sword in each hand. The avowed, momentarily distracted, did not even see the sword blade that slipped over his guard and deflected at the last moment by clipping the hilt of his sword, slammed flat like a paddle into his right shoulder, breaking everything it could. The impact sent him flying, crashing down into the earth, weapon flying from a senseless hand. He ended up lying on his back, staring up through straggly black tree branches, too hurt to move, too tired to care. From somewhere to his right, he heard fighting, then a grunting bellow that sounded a lot like a death cry. A Toblakai staggered, almost stumbling over iron bars, and the Avowed's eyes widened upon seeing blood spurting from 2 stabs in the god's neck, and a man gnawing on its left calf, being dragged along by its teeth, its taloned hands clawing up the god's thigh. Well, he'd seen stranger things, he supposed. No, not a chance of that. The ground shook as another body thumped to the ground. A moment later there was another dying groan. Then footsteps slowly approached iron bars where he lay, staring up at the sky. A shadow fell over him. The Avowed blinked and found himself looking up at a pallid, lean face and 2 red, very red eyes. "You did passably well," the stranger said. "And my Tarthanol friend?" Struck in the skull. "He'll be fine, since I doubt there's much inside it." A pause, then, "Why are you still lying there?" Dust and smoke drifted out from the dark corridor. Rhulad Brizad had drawn Brys back into the throne room, and the champion now stood in the clear space before the dais. From the throne behind him came a weary voice. "Finad, the Ceda." Brys simply shook his head, unable to speak, struggling to push aside his grief. From the gloom of the corridor there was silence. Heavy, ominous. Brys slowly drew out his sword. A sound, the grate of footsteps dragging through dust and rubble, the scrape of a sword tip, and a strange series of dull clicks. The footsteps halted, then a coin, the snap of its bounce, rolling slowly into the throne room. Brys watched it arc a lazy, curling path over the tiles, gold blotched with dried blood, rolling, tilting, then wobbling to a stop. The sounds resumed from the corridor, and a moment later a hulking figure shambled out from the shadows and roiling dust. No one spoke in the throne room as the Emperor of the Tiste Edur entered. 3 steps, then 4, then 5, until he was almost within sword reach of the champion. Behind him, Hannan Mosag, almost unrecognizable, so twisted and bent and broken was the Warlock King. 2 more Edur warriors, their faces taut with distress, appeared in Hannan Mosag's wake, dragging 2 sacks. Brys spared the others the briefest of glances, noting the blood-smeared spear in the right hand of one of the warriors, the one who killed the Ceda. Then he fixed his attention once more on the Emperor. The sword was too large for him. He walked as if in pain. Spasms flickered across his coin-studded face. His hooded eyes glittered as he stared past Brys to the throne and the king seated upon it. A racking cough from Hannan Mosag as he sagged to a kneeling position. A gasp, and finally words, "King Esgara Diskanar, I have something to show you, a gift." He lifted a mangled hand, the effort sending a shudder through him, and gestured behind him. The 2 warriors glanced at each other, both uncertain. The Warlock King grimaced. "The sacks. Untie them. Show the king what lies within them." Another hacking cough, a bubbling of pink froth at the corners of Hannan Mosag's mouth. The warriors worked at the knotted ropes, the one on the left pulling the strands loose a moment before the other one. Drawing the leather mouth open, the Edur, seeing what was within, suddenly recoiled, and Brys saw horror on the warrior's face. A moment later the other one cried out and stepped back. "Show them!" screamed the Warlock King. At that, even the Emperor turned, startled. The warrior on the left drew a deep, ragged breath, then stepped forward until he could grip the edges of the sack. With strangely gentle motions, he tugged the leather down. A Lethere, bound tight, blistered, suppurating skin, fingers worn to stubs, lumps and growths everywhere on his naked body. He had lost most of his hair, although some long strands remained. Blinking in the light, he tried lifting his head, but the malformed tendons and ligaments in his neck forced the motion to one side. The lower jaw settled, and a thread of drool slipped down from the gaping mouth. Then Brys recognized him. Prince Quiller's, a cry from the king, a terrible animal wail. The other sack was pulled down the queen, her flesh as ruined as that of her son. From her, however, came a wet cackle as if to answer her husband's cry. Then a tumbling of nonsensical words, a rush of madness grating out past her swollen, broken lips. Yet in her eyes, fierce awareness, Hannan Mosag laughed. I used them against the cedar. One used them, Letheri blood, Letheri flesh. Look upon the three of us, see, dear king, see the glory of what is to come. The emperor shrieked, take them away, fear Trull, take them away. The two warriors closed on the huddled figures, drawing the sacks up to what passed for shoulders, then dragging the queen and her son back towards the corridor. Trembling, the emperor faced the king once more. He opened his mouth to say something, winced, then shut it again. Then he slowly straightened and spoke in a rasping voice. We are Trull Sengar, emperor of the Tiste Edur, and now of Lether. Yield the throne, Discanar, yield to us. From Brys's left, the first eunuch strode forward, a wine jug and 2 goblets in his hands. He ascended the dais, offered Esgara one of the goblets. Then he poured out the wine. Bemused, the champion took a step to his right, and half turned to regard his king, who calmly drank down the wine in 3 quick swallows. At some time earlier, the crown had been placed on his brow once again. Nizel was standing just behind the throne, her eyes narrowed on the first eunuch, who had finished his own wine and was stepping back down from the dais, making his way to stand near the chancellor at the far wall. Esgara Discanar fixed dull eyes on Brys. Stand aside, champion. Do not die this day. I cannot do as you ask, my king, Brys said. As you well know. A weary nod. Then Esgara looked away. Very well. Nifadas spoke. Champion, show these savages the measure of a Letherese swordsman, the final act of our kingdom on this dark day. Brys frowned, then faced Trull Sengar. You must fight me, Emperor, or call upon more of your warriors to cut us down. A glance at the kneeling Hannan Mosag. I believe your sorcery is done for now, Rhulad sneered. Sorcery? We would not so discard this opportunity, champion. No, we will fight, the 2 of us. He stepped back and raised the mottled sword. Come! We have lessons for one another. Brys did not reply. He waited. The emperor attacked, surprisingly fast, a half-whirl of the blade high, then a broken-timed diagonal downward slash intended to meet the champion's sword and drive it down to the tiles. Brys matched the momentary hesitation and leaned back, drawing his sword round as he sidestepped to his right. Blade now resting on the top of Rhulad's own as it flashed downward. The champion darted the tip up to the emperor's left forearm and sliced through a tendon near the elbow. He leapt back, thrusting low as he was pulling away, to push the tip of his sword between the tendon and kneecap of Rhulad's left leg. Snip. The emperor stumbled forward, almost to the edge of the dais, then, astonishingly, righted himself to lunge in a 2-handed thrust. The mottled blade seemed to dance of its own accord, evading 2 distinct parries from Brys, and the champion only managed to avoid the thrust by pushing the heavy blade aside with his left hand. The 2 lower fingers spun away from that hand, even as Brys back-pedalled until he was in the centre of the space once more, this time with Rhulad between himself and the king on his throne. Esgara was smiling. As Rhulad wheeled to face him once more, his weapon dipping low, Brys attacked. Leading foot, lifting high, stamping down on the emperor's wavering sword blade. Not a perfect contact, but sufficient to bat it momentarily away as he drove his point into Rhulad's right kneecap. slicing downward from the upper edge, biting deep into the bone near the bottom edge, twisting withdrawal, pulling the patella out through the cut. A shriek as Rhulad's leg shot out to the side. The kneecap still speared on Brys's sword point. He darted in again as the Emperor drove his own sword down, and to the left in an effort to stay upright, and slashed lightly across the tendons of the Eda's right arm, just above the elbow. Rhulad fell back, thudded hard on the tiles, coins snapping free. The sword should have dropped from the Eda's hands, yet it remained firm within two clenched fists. But Rhulad could do nothing with it. Trying to sit up, eyes filling with rage, he strained to lift the weapon. Brys struck the floor with his sword tip, dislodging the patella, stepped close to the Emperor and severed the tendons and ligaments in the Edir's right shoulder, sweeping the blade across to slice a neck tendon, then point hovering a moment, thrusting down to disable the left shoulder in an identical manner. Standing over the helpless Emperor, Brys methodically cut through both tendons above Rhulad's heels, then sliced diagonally across his victim's stomach, parting the wall of muscles there. A kick sent Rhulad over, exposing his back. Slashes above each shoulder blade, 2 more neck tendons, lower back ensuring that the sheets of muscle there fully separated, rolling up beneath the coin-studded skin. Back of shoulders, coins dancing away to bounce across the floor. Brys then stepped back, lowered his sword. Rebounding shrieks from the Emperor lying face down on the floor, limbs already curling of their own accord, muscles drawing up. The only movement in the chamber, a slow settling of dust from the corridor. Then, from one of the Edur warriors, "Sisters, take me." King Esgara Discanar sighed, leaned drunkenly forward, then said, "Kill him! Kill him!" Brys looked over. "No, sire." Disbelief on the old man's face. "What?" The Ceda was specific on this, sire.
"I must not kill him. He will bleed out," Nefadas said, his words strangely dull. But Brys shook his head. "He will not. I open no major vessels. First eunuch." The Edur warrior named Trull then spoke. "No major vessels. How could you know it is not possible so fast?" Brys said nothing. The king suddenly slumped back on his throne. Rhulad's shrieks had fallen away, and now he wept, heaving helpless cries. A sudden gasp then, "Brothers, kill me!" Trull Sengar recoiled at Rhulad's command. He shook his head, looked across at Fear, and saw a terrible realization in his brother's eyes. Rhulad was not healing, leaking blood onto the polished tiles, his body destroyed, and he was not healing. Trull turned to Hannan Mosag and saw the ugly gleam of satisfaction in the Warlock King's eyes. "Hannan Mosag," Trull whispered. "I cannot. His flesh, Trull Sengar, is beyond me. Beyond all of us, only the sword, and only by the sword. You, Trull Sengar, or Fear." A weak wave of one hand. "Oh, call in someone else if you've not the courage." Courage. Fear grunted at that, as if punched in the chest. Trull studied him, but Fear had not moved, not a single step. He dragged his eyes away, fixed them once more on Rhulad. "My brothers?" Rhulad wept where he lay. "Kill me, one of you, please." The champion, that extraordinary appalling swordsman, walked over to where the wine jug sat near the foot of the throne. The king looked half asleep, indifferent, his face flushed and slack. Trull drew a deep breath. He saw the first eunuch sitting on the floor with his back to the wall. Another man, elderly, stood near Nefadas, hands to his eyes, a posture both strange and pathetic. The woman standing behind the throne was backing away, as if in sudden realization of something. There had been another man, young, handsome, but it seemed he had vanished. Along the walls, the 6 palace guards had all drawn their weapons and held them across their chest, a silent salute to the king's champion.
A salute Trull wanted to match. His gaze returned once more to Brys, so modest in appearance, so his face familiar. Hull Beddict, so like Hull Beddict. Yes, his brother, the youngest. He watched the Letheras pour wine from the jug into the goblet the king had used earlier. Sisters, this champion, what has he done? He has given us this.
This answer, this solution, Rhulad screamed. Fear, Hannan Mosag coughed, then said, He is gone, Emperor. Trull spun round, looked about. Gone, no, where, Hannan Mosag? Where? He walked away. The Warlock King's smile was blood-stained. Just that Trull Sengar walked, you understand now, don't you? To call the others, to bring them here. No, Hannan Mosag said. I do not think so. Rhulad whimpered, then snapped. Trull, I command you.
Your emperor commands you. Stab me with your spear. Stab me. Tears filled Trull's eyes. And how shall I look upon him now? How, as my emperor or as my brother, he tottered, almost collapsing as anguish washed through him. Fear, you have left us. Me with this, brother, please. From the entrance came a low cackle. Trull turned, saw the bound forms of the queen and the prince leaning against the wall like two obscene trophies. The sound was coming from the queen, and he saw a glitter from her eyes. Something else. There's more here, he turned. Watched as the champion straightened, goblet in his hand. Watched as the man lifted it to his lips. Trull's gaze flicked to the king, to that half-lidded stare. The senseless eyes. The Edur's head snapped round to where the first eunuch sat, chin on chest, motionless. No, as the champion drank, head tilting back. 2 swallows, then 3. Lowering the cup, he turned to regard Trull, frowned. You had better leave, he said. Drag your warlock with you. Approach the emperor, and I will kill you. Too late, all too late. What do you intend? The champion looked down at Rhulad. We will take him somewhere. You will not find him, Edur. The queen cackled again, clearly startling the swordsman. It is too late, Trull said, for you in any case. If you have any mercy in you, champion, best send your guards away now, and have them take the woman with them. My kin will be here at any moment. His gaze fell to Rhulad. The emperor is for the Edur to deal with. The quizzical expression in the champion's face deepened. Then he blinked, shook his head. What? What do you mean? I see that you will not kill your brother, and he must die, mustn't he? To heal, to return. Yes, champion. I'm sorry. I was too late to warn you. The swordsman sagged suddenly, and he threw a bloody hand out to the edge of the throne for balance. The sword, still in the other hand, wavered, then dipped until the point touched the floor. What? Trull said nothing. But Hannan Mosag cared nothing for compassion, and he laughed once more. I understood your gesture, champion, the coolness to match that of your king. Besides, his words broke into a cough. He spat phlegm, then resumed. Besides, it hardly mattered, did it? Whether you lived or died. That's how it seemed anyway. At that brazen, fateful moment at least, the champion sank down to the floor, staring dully at the warlock king. Swordsman, Hannan Mosag called out. Hear me. These final words you have lost. Your king is dead. He was dead before you even began your fight. You fought, champion, to defend a dead man. The Letheras, eyes widening, struggled to pull himself round, striving to look up, to the throne, to the figure seated there. But the effort proved too great, and he slid back down, head lolling. The warlock king was laughing. He had no faith, only gold, no faith in you, swordsman. Trull stalked towards him. Be silent. Hannan Mosag sneered up at him. Watch yourself, Trull Sengar. You are as nothing to me. You would claim the throne now, warlock king? Trull asked. An enraged shriek from Rhulad. Hannan Mosag said nothing. Trull looked back over his shoulder, saw the champion lying sprawled on the dais, at the king's slippered feet. Lying perfectly still, a mixture of surprise and dismay on his young face. Eyes staring, seeing nothing. But then there could be no other way to kill such a man. Trull swung his gaze back down to the Warlock King. "Someone will do as he commands," he said in a low voice. "Do you really think so, his chosen kin? Will do nothing. No, Trull, not even Benada's. Just as your hand is stayed, so too will theirs be. It is a mercy, don't you see? Of course you do. You see that all too well, a mercy. Whilst you heave that ruin of a body onto the throne, Hannan Mosag?" The answer was plain in the eyes of the Warlock King. "It is mine." A hoarse whisper from Rhulad. "Trull, please, I am your brother. Do not leave me. Like this, please." Everything was breaking inside him. Trull stepped away from Hannan Mosag and sank slowly to his knees.
"I need fear. I need to find him. Talk, please, Trull." I never meant. Trull stared down at his hands. He dropped his spear. He did not even know where it was. There were 6 Letheri guards. He looked up. No, they were gone. Where had they gone? The old man standing beside the body of the first eunuch, where was he? The woman, where had everybody gone? Tehol Beddict opened his eyes. One of them, he noticed, did not work very well. He squinted. A low ceiling.
Dripping. A hand stroked his brow and he turned his head. "Okay, now that hurts." Bugg leaned forward, nodded. Tehol tried to nod back, almost managed. "Where are we?" "In a crypt under the river." "Did we get wet?" "Only a little." Oh, he thought about that for a time, then said, "I should be dead." "Yes, you should, but you were holding on enough anyway, which is more than can be said for poor Chalice. Chalice, he tried to protect you, and they killed him for it."
"I am sorry, Tehol. I was too late in arriving. He thought about that too. The Tiste Edur. Yes, I killed them. You did." Bugg nodded, looked briefly away. "I am afraid I lost my temper." "Ah." The manservant looked back. "You don't sound surprised." "I'm not. I've seen you step on cockroaches. You are ruthless. Anything for a meal." "Yes, and what about that anyway? We've never eaten enough, not to have stayed as healthy as we did." "That's true."
Tehol tried to sit up, groaned, and lay back down. "I smell mud." "Mud, yes, salty mud at that. There's footprints here. Were here when we arrived, footprints passing through. Arrived. How long ago?" "Not long. A few moments, during which you mended all my bones. And a new eye, most of your organs, this and that. The eye doesn't work well. Give it time. Babies can't focus past a nipple, you know." "No, I didn't, but I fully understand the sentiment." They were silent for a time. Then Tehol sighed and said, "But this changes everything?" "It does." "How?" "Well, you're supposed to be my manservant. How can I continue the conceit of being in charge?" "Just the same as you always have." "Ha-ha! I could make you forget." "Forget what?" "Very funny." "No," Tehol said. "I mean specifically. Well, Bugg rubbed his jaw. The events of this day, I suppose? So, you killed all those Tiste Edur?" "Yes, I am afraid so." "Then carried me under the river?" "Yes." "But your clothes are dry." "That's right. And your name's not really Bugg?" "No, I guess not. But I like that name. Me too. And your real one, male?" Tehol frowned, studied his manservant's face, then shook his head. "It doesn't fit. Bugg is better, I agree. So if you could kill all those warriors, heal me, walk under a river, answer me this then, why didn't you kill all of them? Halt this invasion in its tracks. I have my reasons to see Lether conquered. Don't you like us? Lether not much. You take your natural vices and call them virtues, of which greed is the most despicable, that and betrayal of commonality." After all, whoever decided that competition is always and without exception a healthy attribute? Why that particular path to self-esteem, your heel on the hand of the one below? This is worth something. Let me tell you, it's worth nothing. Nothing lasting. Every monument that exists beyond the moment, no matter which king, emperor, or warrior lays claim to it, is actually a testament to the common, to cooperation, to the plural rather than the singular. Ah, Tehol interjected, managing to raise a finger to mark his objection. Without a king, general, or whomever, without a leader, no monument gets built. Only because you mortals know only two possibilities, to follow or to lead. Nothing else. Hold on. I've seen consortiums and cooperatives at work, Bugg. They're nightmares. Aye, breeding grounds for all those virtues such as greed, envy, betrayal, and so on. In other words, each within the group seeks to impose a structure of followers and leaders. Dispense with a formal hierarchy, and you have a contest of personalities. So what is the solution? Would you be greatly disappointed to hear that you're not it? Who? Me? Your species. Don't feel bad. None have been as of yet. Still, who knows what the future will bring? Oh, that's easy for you to say. Actually, no, it isn't. Look, I've seen all this again and again over countless generations. To put it simply, it's a mess, a tangled, irreparable mess. Some god you are. You are a god, aren't you? The manservant shrugged. Make no assumptions about anything, ever. Stay mindful, my friend, and suspicious. Suspicious, but not frightened by complexity. And I've some advice for you since we're doling it out here. And that is? Live to your potential. Bugg opened his mouth for a retort, then shut it again and narrowed his gaze. Tehol gave him an innocent smile. It was momentary, as more of the memories of this day stirred awake. Chalice, he said, after a moment. That old fool, you have friends, Tehol Beddict. And that poor guard, he threw himself in front of that spear. Friends? Yes. What's happened to everyone else? Do you know? Is Shirk all right? Kettle. Bugg grunted, clearly distracted by something, then said, I think they're fine. Do you want to go and see for certain? He glanced down. Not really. I can be very selfish at times, you know. No, I didn't, but I admit I do have a question. Only I don't know how to ask it. Bugg studied him for a long moment. Then he snorted, said, You have no idea, Tehol, how boring it can be. Existing for all eternity. Fine. But a manservant? Bugg hesitated, then slowly shook his head and met Tehol's gaze. My association with you, Tehol, has been an unceasing delight. You resurrected in me the pleasure of existence, and you cannot comprehend how rare that is. But a manservant. Bugg drew a deep breath. I think it's time to make you forget this day, my friend. Forget. Forget what? Is there anything to eat around here? He'd wanted to believe. In all the possible glories. The world could be made simple. There need be no complexity. He'd so wanted it to be simple. He walked through the strangely silent city, signs of fighting here and there. Dead Letheras soldiers, mostly. They should have given up, as would anyone professing to some rationality, but it seemed this was not the day for what was reasonable and straightforward. On this day, madness held dominion, flowing in invisible currents through this city. Through these poor Letheri, through the Tiste Edur. Fierce Sengar walked on, unmindful of where his steps took him. All his life he had been gifted with a single, easily defined role to fashion warriors among his people, and, when the need arose to lead them into battle, there had been no great tragedies to mar his youth, and he'd stridden, not stumbled, into adulthood. There had been no time when he'd felt alone, alone in the frightened sense, that is. Solitude was born of decision, and could be as easily yielded when its purpose was done. There had been Trull, and Benadas, and then Rhulad. But first and foremost, Trull, a warrior with skill unmatched when it came to fighting with the spear, yet without bloodlust, and bloodlust was a curse, he well knew among the Eda. The hunger that swept away all discipline, that could reduce a well-trained fighter into a savage, weapons swinging wild, that strange, seething silence of the Tiste Edur pulled from cool thought. Among other peoples he knew that dissent was announced with screams and howls and shrieks. An odd difference, and one that, for some unknown reason, deeply troubled Trull Sengar. And then looking upon this champion of the Letheri king, this brother of Brys Beddict, Fear could not recall if he'd ever heard his name, but if he had, he'd forgotten it. That itself was a crime. He would have to learn that man's name. It was important to learn it. Fear was skilled with his sword, one of the finest sword-wielders among the Tiste Edur, a truth he simply accepted, with neither pride nor affected modesty. And he knew, had he stood face to face with that champion in the throne room, he would have lasted some time, some fair time, and might well have on occasion surprised the Letheri. But Fear had no illusions about who would have been left standing when all was done. He wanted to weep. For that champion, for his king, for Rhulad, the brother he'd failed again and again, for Trull, whom he had now abandoned, to a choice no warrior should be forced to make. Because he had failed Rhulad yet again, Trull could see that, surely. There was no way to hide the cowardice raging through Fear, not from his closest, most cherished brother, who gave voice to all my doubts, my terrors, so that I could defy them, so that I could be seen to defy them. Shaped by Hannan Mosag, all of this, he understood that now. From the very first, the brutal unification of the tribes, the secret pact with the unknown god had already been made, so obvious now. The warlock king had turned his back on Father Shadow, and why not, since Skabandari Bludai was gone, never to return. Not even Hannan Mosag. Then, but long ago, that was when this path first began. Long, long ago. There had been a moment back then when everything was still simple. He was certain of it, before the fated choices were made. And to all that had occurred since, there was only one who could give answer, and that was Father Shadow himself. He walked the dusty streets, past corpses lying here and there, like passed-out revellers from some wild fete the night before. Barring the blood, the scattered weapons, he was lost. They had asked too much of him, far too much. There in that throne room, we carried his body back, across the ice wastes. I thought I had sent Trull to his death. So many failures, and every one of them mine. There must be other ways, motionless. Now looking down upon a body, Mayan. The hunger he saw was gone from her face. Finally there was nothing but peace there, as he'd seen before when he'd looked upon her sleeping, or singing with the other maidens. When he'd carried the sword which she then took into her hands, to bury at the threshold of her home. He would not think of other times when he caught a certain darkness in her eyes, and was left wondering on the twisting of her mind, such things a man could not know, could never know. Fearful mysteries, the ones that lured a man into love, into fascination, and at times into trembling terror. Her face held none of that now, only peace, sleeping like the child within her, here on this street. Fear crouched, then knelt beside her. He closed a hand on the horn grip of the fisher knife, then pulled it from her chest. He studied the knife, a slave's tool. A small sigil was carved near its base, one he recognized. The knife had belonged to Udenas. Was this his gift? An offering of peace, or simply one more act of deadly vengeance against the family of Edur who had owned him, who had stolen his freedom? He abandoned Rhulad. As I have done, for that, I have no right to hate, but what of this? He rose, tucking the knife into his belt. Mayan was dead. The child he would have loved was dead. Some force was here, some force eager to take everything away from him, and he did not know what to do. Weeping, ceaseless, weeping from the blood-spattered, twisted form lying on the floor of the throne room. On his knees 10 paces away, Trull had his hands to his ears, wanting it to end, wanting someone to end it. This moment, it was trapped, deep within itself. It would not end, an eternal chorus of piteous crying reaching into his skull. Hannan Mosag was dragging himself towards the throne, so bent and mangled, he was barely able to move more than a few hands' widths at a time before the pain in his body forced him to pause once again. Among the Letheras, only one remained, his reappearance a mystery, yet he stood, expression serene yet watchful, near the far wall, young, handsome, and somehow soft. Not a soldier, then. He had said nothing, seeming content to observe. Where were the other Edur? Trull could not understand. They had left Benadas, unconscious but alive, at the far end of the corridor. He turned his head in that direction, saw the huddled shapes of the Queen and her son beside the entranceway. The prince looked either dead or asleep. The Queen simply watched Hannan Mosag's tortured progress towards the dais, teeth gleaming in a wet smile. "I need to find father. He will know what to do. No, there is nothing to know, is there? Just as there is nothing to do." Nothing at all. And that was the horror of it. "Please, Trull." Trull shook his head, trying not to hear. "All I wanted, you and Fear and Benadas. I wanted you to include me. Not a child any longer, you see? That's all, Trull." Hannan Mosag grunted a laugh. "Respect, Trull, that is what he wanted. Where does that come from, then? A sword, a wealth of coins burned into your skin, a title, that presumptuous, obnoxious we he's always using now? None of those." "How about stealing his brother's wife?" "Be quiet," Trull said. "Do not speak to your king that way, Trull Sengar. It will cost you. I am to quail at your threats." Warlock king. Trull let his hands fall away from his ears. The gesture had been useless. This chamber carried the slightest whisper. Besides, there could be no deafness without when there was none within. He caught slight movement from the Letheras at the far wall and looked over to see that he had turned his head, attention fixed now upon the entranceway. The man suddenly frowned. Then Trull heard footsteps, heavy, dragging, a sound of metal and something like streaming water. Hannan Mosag twisted round where he lay. "What? What comes? Trull, find a weapon, quickly." Trull did not move. Rhulad's weeping resumed, indifferent to all else. The thudding footsteps came closer. A moment later, an apparition shambled into view, blood pouring down from its gauntleted hands. Nearly the size of a Tarthanal, it was sheathed in black, stained iron plates, studded with green rivets. A great helm with caged eye-slits hid the face within, the grille-work hanging ragged on its shoulders and beneath its armoured chin. The figure was encrusted with barnacles at the joins of its elbows, knees, and ankles. In one hand it carried a sword of Letheras steel, down which the blood flowed ceaselessly. Rhulad hissed, "What is it, Trull? What has come?" The monstrosity paused just within the entrance. Head creaking as it looked round, it fixed its focus, it seemed, on the corpse of the king's champion. It resumed walking forward, leaving twin trails of blood. "Trull!" Rhulad shrieked. The creature halted, looked down at the emperor lying on the floor. After a moment, a heavy voice rumbled from within the helm. "You are gravely injured." Trembling, Rhulad laughed, a sound close to hysteria. "Injured? Oh yes, cut to pieces. You will live," Hannan Mosag said in a growl. "Begone, demon, lest I banish you. You can try," it said, and moved forward once more until it stood directly in front of the champion's body. "I see no wounds, yet he lies dead, this honourable mortal. Poison," said the Letheras at the far wall. The creature looked over. I know you. I know all your names. I imagine you do, Guardian, the man replied. Poison? Tell me, did you push him in that direction? It is my aspect, the Letheri said, shrugging. I am driven to poignancy. Tell me, does your god know you are here? I will speak to him soon. Words of chastisement are necessary. The man laughed, crossing his arms as he leaned back against the wall. I imagine they are at that. The Guardian looked once more upon the champion. He held the names of all those who were almost forgotten. This is a great loss. No, the Letheri said, those names are not lost, not yet. But they will be soon. I need someone then, and you will find him. The Guardian regarded the Letheri once more. I am pushed. The man shrugged again. The Guardian reached down, closed a firm grip on the champion's sword belt, then lifted him from the floor and slung him over its left shoulder. Standing in a spreading pool of blood, it turned about and looked upon Trull Sengar. They show no mercy, your friends, it said. No? Rulad's laugh became a cough. He gasped, then said, I am beginning to see otherwise. I have learned mercy, the Guardian said, and thrust down with his sword into Rulad's back, severing the spine. Trull Sengar lurched to his feet, stared, disbelieving, as the Letheri man whispered, and once more. The Guardian walked towards the entrance, ignoring Hannan Mosag's enraged bellow as it passed the Warlock King. Trull stumbled forward around the motionless form of his brother until he reached Hannan Mosag, snapped a hand down and dragged the Warlock King up until he held him close. The throne? Trull asked in a rasp. You just lost it, bastard. He flung Hannan Mosag back down onto the floor. I need to find Fear. Tell him. Trull said as he walked to the entranceway. Tell him, Mosag, that I went to find Fear. I am sending in the others. Rhulad spasmed behind him, then shrieked. So be it. The Wyval clawed its way free from the barrow, dripping red-streaked mud, flanks heaving. A moment later the wraith appeared, dragging the unconscious form of a Letheri man. Shurkelale rose from where she had crouched beside Ublala, stroking his brow and wondering at the stupid smile plastered on his features, and placing her hands on her hips, surveyed the scene. 5 sprawled bodies, toppled trees, the stench of rotting earth. 2 of her employees near the facing wall of the Azath Tower, the mage tending to the Avowed's wounds. Avowed? What kind of tide is that, anyway? Closer to the gate, Kettle and the tall, white-skinned warrior with the 2 Letheri swords. Impressively naked, she noted, walking over. If I am not mistaken, she said to him, you are of the same blood as the Tiste Edur, a slight frown as he looked down upon her. No, I am Tiste Andi. If you say so now that you have finished off those things, I take it your allegiance to the Azath Tower is at an end. He glanced over at it with his strange red eyes. We were never friends, he said, then faintly smiled. But it is dead. I am not bound to anyone's service but my own. Studied her once again. And there are things I must do, for myself. Kettle spoke. Can I come with you? That would please me, child, the warrior said. Shurkelale narrowed her eyes. You made a promise, didn't you? She asked him. To the tower, and though it is dead, the promise remains to be honored. She will be safe, so long as she chooses to remain with me, the warrior said, nodding. Shurk looked round once more, then said, This city is now ruled by the Tiste Edur. Will they take undue note of you? Accompanied by a Wyval, a wraith, and the unconscious slave he insists on keeping with him, I would imagine so. Best, then, she said. You left Letheras without being seen. Agreed. Do you have a suggestion? Not yet. I have. They turned to see the Avowed and his mage, the latter lending the former his shoulder as they slowly approached. It had been Iron Bars who had spoken. "You, Shirkelale, said work for me now, no volunteering allowed." He grinned. "Aye, but all I'm saying is they need an escort, someone who knows all the secret ways out of this city. It's the least I can do, since this Tiste Andy saved my life." "Thinking of things before I do does not bode well for a good working relationship," Shirk Elal said. "Apologies, ma'am. I won't do it again, I promise. You think I'm being petty, don't you?" "Of course not. After all, the undead are never petty." She crossed her arms. "No. See that pit over there? There's an undead man named Harlist hiding in it, waiting to scare someone with his talons and fangs." They all turned to study the pit in the yard of the Ezath Tower, from which they could now hear faint singing. Hood's Balls Iron Bars muttered, "When do we sail?" Shirk Elale shrugged. "As soon as they let us." "And who is Hood?" The white-skinned warrior replied distractedly, "The Lord of Death, and yes, he has balls." Everyone turned to stare at the warrior, who shrugged. Shirk grunted, then said, "Don't make me laugh." Kettle pointed up. "I like that. In your forehead, Mother. I like that. And let's keep it there, shall we?" Fortunately, no one seemed to grasp the significance of her comment. The warrior said to Iron Bars, "Your suggestion?" The avowed nodded. Tehol Beddict, lying atop the sarcophagus, was sleeping. Bugg had been staring down at him, thoughtful, when he heard the sound of footsteps almost directly behind him. He slowly swung about as the Guardian emerged from the wall of water that marked the tunnel mouth. The apparition was carrying a body over one shoulder. It halted and was silent as it studied the manservant. Here, in this tomb emptied of water, in this place where an elder god's will held all back, the Guardian did not bleed. Bugg sighed. "Oh, he will grieve for this," he said, finally recognizing the Lethery on the Guardian's shoulder. "The errant says, the names remain alive within him," the creature said. "The names? Ah, yes, of course. You abandoned us, Mael. I know, I am sorry." The Guardian stepped past him and stopped beside the sarcophagus. Its helmed head tilted down as it observed Tehol Beddict. "This one shares his blood. A brother, yes? He shall carry the memory of the names, then." It looked over. "Do you object to this?" Bugg shook his head. "How can I? That is true. You cannot. You have lost the right." The manservant said nothing. He watched as the Guardian grasped hold of one of Brys's hands and set it down upon Tehol's brow. A moment. Then it was done. The apparition stepped away, headed towards the far wall of water. "Wait, please," Bugg said. It paused, looked back. "Where will you take him?" "Into the deep. Where else, Elder One?" Bugg frowned. "In that place? Yes. There shall be 2 Guardians now and forevermore. Will that eternal service please him, do you think?" The apparition cocked its head. "I do not know. Does it please me?" With that ambiguous question hanging in the still air, the Guardian carried the body of Brys Beddict into the water. After a long moment, Bugg turned back to regard Tehol. His friend would wake with a terrible headache, he knew. Nothing to be done for it, alas, except, perhaps for some tea. I've a particularly nasty herbal mix that'll make him forget his headache. And if there is anyone in the world who will appreciate that, it is Tehol Beddict of Letheras. But first, I'd better get him out of this tomb. There were bodies lying in the throne room of the eternal domicile. The one halfway down the dais, face to the bloody tiles, still made Feather Witch's breath catch. Her heart thud loud in her chest. Fear or excitement, she knew not which, perhaps both. King Esgara Discanar flung down from the throne where Trull Sengar of the Tiste Edur now sat, and the darkness in the Emperor's eyes seemed beyond measure. There had been pain in this chamber. She could feel its bitter wake, hanging still in the air. And Rhulad had been its greatest fount. Betrayals, more betrayals than any mortal could bear. She knew this was truth, knew it in her heart. Before the Emperor stood Tomad and Uruth, flanking the trembling, huddled form of Hannan Mosag, who had paid a dear price for this day of triumph. It seemed that he awaited something, a posture of terrified expectation, his eyes downcast. Yet Rhulad appeared content to ignore the warlock king, for now he would indulge his sour triumph. Even so, where was Trull Sengar? And Trull, Featherwitch, had assisted Uruth in tending to Benadas, who remained unconscious and would continue so until the healing was done. But apart from Rhulad's parents, the only others of the Emperor's inner court present were a handful of his adopted brothers, Coram Irad, Kolb Harrat, and Matra Brith. The Boons were absent, as was the Jek war chief, Benaga. 2 Letheri remained, apart from the pathetic wreckages of Queen Janel and Prince Quillers, and already the Chancellor, Triban Gnoll, had knelt before Rhulad and proclaimed his eternal service. The other Letheri drew Featherwitch's attention again and again. Consort to the Queen, Rhulad Brizad gave the appearance of being almost indifferent to all he was witnessing here in the eternal domicile. And he was handsome, extraordinarily handsome. More than once she had met his gaze and saw in his eyes, even from across the room, a certain avid interest that sent tremors through her. She remained a step behind Uruth, her new mistress, ever attentive, whilst commanders came and went with their irrelevant reports. Fighting here, an end to fighting there, the docks secured. The first of the emissaries from the protectorates eagerly awaited audience in the ruined hallway beyond. The Empire was born, and she had witnessed, and more than witnessed, a knife pushed into the hands of Mayen, and word had come that she had been found dead. No more would Featherwitch cower beneath her fury, the whore was dead. Rhulad's first command was to begin a hunt for Udinas. His adopted brothers were given a company of warriors each and sent out to find the slave. The search would be relentless, she knew, and in the end Udinas would be captured, and made to pay for his betrayal. She did not know what to think about that, but the thought had run through her once, and only once, quickly driven away afterwards. A hope, a fervent prayer to the errant that Udinas would escape, that he would never be found, that at least one Letheri would defy this emperor, defeat him, and in defeating him thus would break Rhulad's heart yet again. The world has drawn breath, and now breathes once more. As steady as ever, as unbroken in rhythm as the tides. She could see through the cleverly fashioned slitted windows high in the dome overhead the deepening of the light, and she knew the sun was setting on this day, a day in which a kingdom was conquered, and a day in which that which was conquered began its inevitable destruction of the conquerors. For such was the rhythm of these particular tides. Now, with the coming of night, when the shadows drew long, and what remained of the world turned away, for that is what the Tiste Edur believe, is it not until midnight, all is turned away, silent and motionless, awaiting the last tide. On his throne, Rhulad Sengar sat, draped in the gold of Lether, and the dying light gleamed in his hooded eyes. Darkened the stains on the sword held in his right hand, point to the dais. And Featherwitch, her eyes cast downward once more after that momentary glance, downward as required, saw, lying in the join of the dais, a severed finger, small, like a child's. She stared at it, fascinated, filled with a sudden desire to possess it. There was power in such things after all, power a witch could use, assuming the person it had belonged to had been important. Well, I shall find that out soon enough. Dusk was claiming the throne room. Someone would have to light lanterns, and soon she had not left the room. There had been no reason to. She had sat, motionless, empty, numb to the sounds of fighting, to the howling wolves, to the distant screams in the city beyond, and told herself every now and then that she waited. The end of one thing brought the birth of another after all. lives and loves. The gamut of existence was marked by such things. A breaking of paths, the ragged, uneven, ever-forward stumble. Blood dried eventually, turned to dust. The corpses of kings were laid down and sealed in darkness and set away to be forgotten. Graves were dug for fallen soldiers, vast pits like mouths in the earth, opened in hunger, and all the bodies were tumbled down, each exhaling a last gasp of lime dust. Survivors grieved for a time and looked upon empty rooms and empty beds, the scattering of possessions no one possessed any longer, and wondered what was to come, what would be written anew on the wiped-clean slate. Wondering, how can I go on? Kingdoms and empires, wars and causes, she was sick of them. She wanted to be gone, away, so far away that nothing of her life from before mattered in the least. No memories to drive her steps in this direction or that. Corlo had warned her not to fall into the cycle of weeping. So now she sat dry-eyed and let the city beyond weep for itself. She was done with such things. A knock upon the door. Seren Peddak looked down the hallway, her heart lurching. A heavy sound, now repeated, insistent. The Akita rose from the chair, tottering at the tingling in her legs. She had not moved in a long time, then made her way unevenly forward. Dusk had arrived. She had not noticed that. Someone has decided. Someone has ended this day. Why would they do that? Absurd thoughts pushed into her mind as if from somewhere outside, in tones of faint irony, drawled out like a secret joke. At the door now, flinching as the knock sounded again, at a level opposite her face. Seren opened it to find standing before her Fear and Trull Sengar. Trull could not understand it, but it had seemed his steps were being guided down this alley, along that street, through the vast city with unerring precision until he saw in the gloom ahead his brother, walking with purpose over a minor bridge of the main canal. Turning in surprise at Trull's hoarse shout, then waiting until his brother caught up to him. "Rhulad is resurrected," Trull said. Fear looked away, squinted into the shadows of the seemingly motionless water of the canal.
By your hand, Trull? No, I failed in that. Something else. A demon of some sort. It came for the champion. I don't know why, but it carried the man's body away, after killing Rhulad in what it saw as an act of mercy. Trull grimaced, a gift of the ignorant fear. No, I will not return. Trull stared at him. Listen to me, please. I believe if we work together we can guide him back from madness. For the sister's sake, Fear, we must try for our people. No, you.
Would leave me to this? Sudden pain in Fear's face, but he refused to meet his brother's eyes. I must go. I understand something now, you see. This is not of Rhulad's making, nor Hannan Mosag's. It is Father Shadow's, Trull. Skabandari Bludai is dead, not his spirit. It remains somewhere. I intend to find it. To what end? We have been usurped, all of us, by the one behind that sword. No one else can save us, Trull. I mean to find Skabandari Bludai. If he is bound, I mean to free him. His spirit we shall return together, or not at all. Trull knew his brother well enough to cease arguing. Fear had found a new purpose, and with it he intended to flee from everything and everyone else. How will you get out of the city? They will be looking for us? It's probable they are doing so even now. Hull once told me that Seren Peddak had her home here. Fear shook his head. I don't know, I don't understand it myself, but I believe she might help. Why? Fear shook his head. How do you know where she lives? I don't, but it's this way. He began walking. Trull quickly caught up to him and gripped his arm. Listen! No, I don't mean to prevent you, but listen to me, please. Very well, but let us walk in the meantime.
All right, do you not wonder at all this? Fear, how did I find you? It should have been impossible, yet here we are. And now you and this house, the Akita's house, fear something is guiding us. We are being manipulated. His brother's smile was wry. What of it? To that, Trull had no answer. Silent, he walked with fear. Coming upon a score of dead Letherii, he paused to collect a sword and scabbard. He strapped it on, ignoring fear's raised brows, not out of some ambivalent emotion, but because he himself did not know why he had picked up the weapon. They walked on, until they came to a modest house. Trull's chest seemed to clench tight upon seeing her standing in the doorway. He could not understand it. No, he could, but it was impossible, absurd. He'd only seen Seren Pedak a few times, had but exchanged a few score words, if that. Yet as he studied her face, the shock writ there, so at odds with the appalling depth in her eyes, he felt himself falling forward in his mind.
"What?"
she asked, gaze darting between him and fear. "What are you?"
"I need your help," Fear said. "I cannot. I don't see how. Sisters, take me. I would give my heart to this woman, this Letheri."
Fear said, "I am fleeing my brother the Emperor. I need a guide to take me through the city unseen tonight. How did you find me?" "I don't know. I don't even know why. Why I have this belief that only you can help me." She looked then at Trull, and he saw her eyes hold on his for what seemed a long moment, slowly widening. "And you, Trull Sengar," she asked, "are coming with us. With us she will do this. Why? What need within her does this answer?" The pressure in his chest constricted suddenly, even as the fateful words left him. "I cannot, Aquita. I failed Rhulad this day. I must try again. I must try to save him." Something like resignation filled her eyes, as if he had wounded something that already bore 1,000 scars, and Trull wanted to cry out. Instead, he said, "I am sorry, but I will await your return. Both of you?" "We shall return here?" she asked, glancing at Fear. "Why?" "To end this," Fear said. "To end what? The tyranny born here tonight, Seren Pedak. You would kill Rhulad, your own brother? Kill him? That would not work, as you know." "No, but I shall find another way, I shall. Oh, who has grasped hold of my soul, Tin's night?" He found himself unhitching the sword, heard himself saying, "I don't know if you have a weapon, Akita," and knew his own disbelief at the absurdity of his own words, the shallowness of his reasoning. "So I will give you mine." And he was holding the sheathed sword out to her. At the threshold of her home, Fear turned, studied him, but Trull could not look away from her, not even to see what must be realization dawning in his face. Lethery though she was, Seren Pedak clearly understood, her gaze becoming confused, then clearing. "Just that, I take it. A weapon for me to use. No. Yes, Aquita, a weapon." She accepted it, but the gesture was without meaning now. Trull found himself stepping back. "I have to go now. I will tell Rhulad I saw you, Fear, down at the docks." "You cannot save him, brother," Fear said. "I can but try. Go well, Fear." And he was walking away. It was best, he decided through sudden tears. They would probably never return. Nor would she have accepted the sword, which was why she asked him before reaching out for it. A weapon to use. Only that. He was being a fool, a moment of profound weakness, a love that made no sense at all, no better by far the way it had played out. She'd understood, and so she'd made certain. No other meaning, no proclamation, simply a gesture in the night. A weapon to use. Only that. They remained standing at the threshold. Trull was gone, his footsteps swallowed by distance.
Fear studied Seren Pedak as she looked down at the sword in her hands. Then, glancing up, she saw his fixed regard and smiled wryly. "Your brother?" startled me. For a moment I thought, never mind. "Then why, Seren Pedak, is there such pain in your eyes?" Fear hesitated, was about to speak when a child's voice spoke behind him. "Are you Seren Pedak?" He spun round, sword hissing from its scabbard. The Aquitor stepped past, holding out a hand to stay him. "Do I know you?" she asked the small girl standing at the gate. "I am Kettle. Iron bars said you would help us. We need to leave the city with no one seeing. We—" The girl walked forward, and behind her came a tall, robed and hooded figure, then a shadow wraith dragging a body. A startled sound from Seren. "Errant Fend, this is about to get a lot harder." Fear said to her, "Aquitor, I would berate you for your generosity this night, had it not included me. Can you still manage this?" She was studying the tall, hooded figure as she replied, "Probably. There are tunnels." Fear faced the girl and her party once more, his gaze focused on the wraith. "You, why are you not serving the Emperor this night?" "I am unbound, Fear Sengar. You are fleeing. This is unexpected." He disliked the amusement in its voice.
"And who is that you are pulling behind you?"
"The slave, Udinas." Fear said to Seren, "They will be hunting in earnest for these ones, Aquitor, for that slave." "I remember him," she said. "His betrayal of the Emperor has exacted a high price," Fear said. "More. I believe he killed Mayen." "Believe what you like," the wraith said, "but you are wrong. You forget, Fear Sengar, this man is a slave, a thing to be used, and used he has been. By me, by the wyval that even now circles us in the dark overhead. For what befell Rhulad for Mayen, neither of these tragedies belong to Udinas, as you say." "We can argue this later," Seren said. "Kettle, who is this disguised man?" She was about to answer when the figure said, "I am Selekis of the Azath Tower." "From the Azath Tower?" Seren asked. Amusing. "Well, you're as tall as an Edur, Selekis. Can we not see your face?" "I would rather not, Seren Pedak." "Not yet, in any case." It seemed its hidden gaze was on Fear as it continued. "Perhaps later, once we have quitted this city and have the time to discuss our eventual destinations. It may be indeed that we will travel together for some time." "I think not," Fear said. "I go to find Father Shadow." "Indeed, and Skabandari Bludai still lives." Shocked, Fear said nothing. He must be a Tiste Edur, one of the other tribes perhaps, also fleeing. No different from me then. "All of you," Seren said. "Inside, we should scrape together some supplies, although I am certain the Rat Catchers Guild will be able to supply us, for a price." The wraith softly laughed. "It is the Letheri way, of course." Shurk Elal stepped clear of the ladder and onto the roof. The sun was up, and people could be seen on the tiers, a little slower in their walking than was usual, uncertain, filled perhaps with some trepidation. There were Tiste Edur, after all, patrolling in squads, whilst yet others in larger groups were moving through the city, as if looking for someone in particular. Tehol Beddict and his manservant were standing on the side overlooking the canal, their backs to Shurk as she approached. Tehol glanced over her shoulder and gave her a warm smile. He looked different. "Tehol Beddict," she said as she came to stand beside him. "One of your eyes is blue, is it?" "Must be some kind of nefarious infection, Shurk, since I can barely see with it besides." "It'll clear up in time," Bugg said. "So," Shurk said, "have you resumed plotting the end of civilization, Tehol?" "I have, and a delicious end it will be." She grunted. "I'll send you Shand, Hejun, and Rissar then. Don't you dare deliver them to the islands. I work better alone. Alone. Well, with Bugg here, of course, every man needs a manservant after all. I imagine so." "Well, I'm here, then, to say goodbye. Off for some pirating, are we? Why not? I'm simply elaborating on a well-established career. Tehol looked to Bugg and said, "The thief who sank has resurfaced." Bugg finished. The two men smiled at each other. Shirkelale turned away. Well, that's one thing I won't miss. After she was gone, Tehol and Bugg stared out for a while longer at the reawakening city of Letheras. The city occupied, the throne usurped, strangers in the streets looking rather lost. The two-headed insect clung to Tehol's shoulder and would not move. After a time, Tehol rubbed at his weak eye and sighed. "You know, Bugg, I am glad you didn't do it." "Do what?" "Make me forget." "I figured you could handle it. You're right, I can. At least this way I can grieve. In your own way." "In my own way, yes. The only way I know how." "I know, Master." A short while later, Bugg turned about and walked towards the hatch. "I'll be back shortly, right? And when you do, clean up down there." The manservant paused at the hatch, considered, then said, "I think I will find the time to do just that, Master." "Excellent. Now I'm going to bed." "Good idea, Master." "Well, of course it is, Bugg. It's mine, isn't it?"
Epilogue. And it is this moment, my friends, when you must look away as the world unfurls anew. In shapes announced both bright and sordid, in dark and light, and the sprawl of all existence that lies between Fisher Kel Tath. The hole was vast and deep. The two Kenrilla demon princes stood at its edge, staring down into it as they had been for some time. Finally, one said, "How far down do you think it goes, brother?"
"I suspect, brother," the other replied, "if we were to vacate our bladders into this abyss, the streams would fray into mist long before they reached bottom. I suspect you are right, and that Forkrul Assail went down there, didn't he?" "He did, head first. You shouldn't have thrown him then." "You are wrong, brother. I simply threw him in the wrong direction. That, or the world suddenly turned. Unlikely. This place doesn't do things like that." "You're right. It is proving exceedingly dull, isn't it?" "Exceedingly, well, shall we?" "Why not?" The two demons began loosening straps on their ornate baldricks, dropping flaps, shifting their stances to adequate width, and they stood there side by side until, perfectly timed, their flows were done. The storm had risen sudden, impressively fierce as it raged on the seas. 3 Nakts huddled at his feet, with all stood on the beach, feeling the faint wisps of wind that managed to reach through the sorcerous barrier surrounding the island, brushing against his face like a woman's breath. A sweet woman, to be more precise. Unlike the one standing beside him, this tall, iron-eyed, foul-mouthed, humorless apparition who followed him around and never seemed to sleep, and certainly would not let Kim sleep. Not a single damned night, the whole night through, not once. Always asking, and asking. What are you going to do besides praying? Well, what else could he do? Trull Sengar came and went, more insane with each time. Shrieks, laughter, screams and wails. How many times could a man die? We'll see, I suppose. That storm, Sandalath said. It wants to get through, doesn't it? He nodded. He could feel its wrath and its impotence. It's waiting for something, she continued. Waiting for someone to do something. He repressed the urge to hit her. She'd kill him if he did. Wait. Hold on, he whispered. Hold on. I've thought of something. A miracle, she shouted, throwing up her hands. Oh, I know, let's pray. And now he saw it on the very edge of the thrashing waves beyond the reef, saw it and pointed. There, a boat, you black-hearted witch, a boat. So what? So what? Why don't you do something? He spun round, startling the Nasht, and began running. There was anger, plenty of anger, giving strength to his strides. Oh, so much anger. Deliverers of suffering deserved what was coming to them, didn't they? Oh yes, they surely did. The Nacts had been showing him. Over and over again, the mad, grinning apes. Over and over, build a nest, kick it down. Build a nest, kick it down. He saw the hut, that squalid, insipid hovel crouched there on the dead plain, sensed the crippled god's sudden awareness, sudden probings into his mind. But oh no, he laughed silently. It couldn't work it out. Couldn't fathom the endless refrain filling his skull. Build a nest, kick it down. He reached the hut, not where the doorway made its slash in the wall, but from a blind side, and with all his weight, the swordsmith flung himself into that flimsy structure. It collapsed inward, with all on top, landing upon a squawking figure beneath, spitting, hissing with rage and indignation. Withal grasped handfuls of rotten canvas, heaved himself back upright, and dragged the tent away. Pegs snapping, ties breaking, dragged it away from that horrid little bastard god. It shrieked, the brazier tumbling, coals spilling out, sparks lodging in the god's ratty robes, where they smouldered. You will die for this, mortal. Withal stumbled back, laughing, and from behind the wind suddenly arrived, almost knocking him down. He turned into it, facing the beach once more, and saw the storm clouds billowing, rushing in, growing ever higher, towering, spreading their shadow upon the island, leaning into the gale, withal ran back to the beach, thrashing, foaming waves on all sides. But there before him, a stretch of calm, a stretch opposite Sandalath and the capering, dancing Nacts, along which the boat slid gracefully through the reef, its lone sail luffing lightly as it glided to shore, grating to a halt 5 paces from the waterline. Withal reached the sand in time to see a squat, nondescript man clamber down from the side and wade ashore. "This," he said to Withal in the Letheri trader's tongue, "is for you. Take your friends and make sail." "Who are you?" Sandalath demanded. "Oh, be quiet." Withal snarled. "Climb in, woman." The Naxt had already done so, and was scrambling about the rigging. Scowling, the Tiste Edur woman hurried towards the boat. Withal stared at the man, who grimaced, then said, "I, Withal of Mekros, you pray hard enough." "I knew it. Now get going. You'll find a way of calm through." "And you, male, I'll drop in later. I've things for you to do withal. But for now," he faced inland, "I am going to beat a god senseless."